CFS 对于我来说，就是我心中最重要的一个比赛。
我觉得，这是一个对于青春的续写，很荣幸这里边能够有我的一些成分。
Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer a CFS por tudo que ela fez na minha vida, por tudo que esse programa de criadores de conteúdo.
Ang meaning ng CFS sa akin is, malaking bagay para sa akin kasi
a CFS na minha vida é tudo, porque basicamente eu vivo para jogar a CFS, eu quero jogar a CFS.
代表着我的整个青春。
CFS 呢，我觉得是穿越火线最高的一个荣誉殿堂吧。
CFS significa para mim é sonho e evento muito grandioso。
它是至高无上的荣誉。CFS 对于整个 CF 的发展也是有着巨大的贡献。
对我来说 ，CFS 是梦想中最高的舞台。
A CFS para mim significa o maior campeonato de todos. Acho que é o grande sonho para todo mundo que joga profissionalmente Crossfire。
对我来说，穿越火线这个游戏对我来说的话，意味着就是我的青春。
穿越火线意味着我一个青春吧。
CFS với tôi có nghĩa là nó thể hiện bản thân, niềm tự hào và ước mơ của tôi tại đó. Với em thì CFS nó là một nơi mà ai cũng muốn được thể hiện bản thân mình và muốn được đi một lần trong đời và cái cơ hội đấy thì nó rất là quý giá.
Significa tudo na minha vida e eu não vou desistir até ganhar um。
不知不觉 CFS 已经10周年了。那么10呢，对于中国人来说有个叫做十全十美，但是我们想换一句话，叫做青春正当时。希望 CFS 这个越办越好。
CFS, feliz aniversário de 10 anos.
Parabéns CFS pelos seus 10 anos de aniversário.
CFS 10周年，我们一起成长，也希望 CFS 10周年快乐。
Rất cảm ơn nhà phát hành Smart đã gọi là xây dựng một con game phát triển đến bây giờ. Thì với kỷ niệm 10 năm này mình cũng xin.
希望 CFS 越来越好，争取再办到下个10年。
希望下一个10年，我能够站在赛场上和 CFS 一起走下去。
Eu queria parabenizar a CFS pelo seu 10º ano, por tudo que proporcionou.
祝 CFS 越办越好吧，希望大家一起加油。
He's got a bit of work to do here as well. This player's headed in his direction. He's been good from underneath the sight and does well again. Oh, Kais steps up for 3. Dane, the last man standing. They'll know, or at least assume, that he's on A-long. Kais wants to be the hero and push this one. He's got the backup actually of Famous, who did fall behind him, but... So Michael will be aware of this as well. Oh! Famous! Just taps 2 heads away. Goodbye Flex, goodbye Dezane. And hello Kungarna potentially getting their 8th to equalize. That is a nutty couple of frags and he wants more. You can tell Famous is feeling it and the push is coming through from LCK, but you do not get past Famous. Kai's... That's because Famous is banging the ball. And look at that, what a finish, what a fantastic round from Good start though from 7 is in.
It's a really thin angle, Slated just pistol down, I suppose, he can do a little bit of damage to him as well. 7 is in, picks up a second one in mid.
C4.
They can't root him out just yet. Sunny, oh, down he goes.
Tried to take the 1v1 in mid and just lost the C4 in the middle of the site. They're gonna have to retrieve the bomb. I mean, 2v4, it's not easy. Oh! And 7 is in.
Hallway, but unfortunately Famous gonna get spotted, but not gonna get Dola, so not as clean as I thought. CZY trying to come in here all alone. This is
good quick flick from Dola. He's looking sharp on this map so far, which is a positive sign for Kara House, though has been taken down. Where else could he be? You've got to go forward here if you're CZY. Lucas round the corner, gets spotted, and the 2v1 is secured.
Yeah, really unfortunate. This time, though, it is going to be Yang who goes down right away. GA, though, on the wraparound. They have absolutely no idea. He gets one, and the bomb gets a second as well. not going to finish the job. Sunny starting to work his way on the rotation. GA gets the taps as well onto Dipsy, making a double kill. Surely not another clutch round from X-Rock. 7 is left alone on this bomb site. He's going to peek in as well. GA gets...
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, the world's top competitive Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is returning with further developed rules and schedule, providing new challenges to all participating players. Now, let's take a closer look at the format. In this year, we have teams from 6 regions: Brazil, China, EU MENA, North America, Philippines, the Vietnam. The tournament consists of 4 stages: Group Stage, Wildcard Stage, Knockout Stage, and lastly, the Playoffs. The Group Stage will be played under the single round-robin format in a BO3, where 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 4 through the Group Stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will directly advance to the Knockout Stage, while the 3rd place from each group will enter the Wildcard Stage. The last place teams from each group will be eliminated from the tournament. The Group Stage standings rule will prioritize the teams' higher match wins. If teams' match wins end up in a tie, such as teams' set differential points, will be secondly prioritized. If still tied, the round differential points will be thirdly prioritized, and attack points will be checked. As for the last comparison, the Wildcard Stage will also play under the single round-robin format, BO3 series, where the top 2 teams out of the 3 teams will earn the last 2 tickets to the Knockout Stage. The 8 teams of the Knockout Stage will compete under the single elimination format in a BO5 series, where the brackets will be determined through the teams' overall standings from the Group Stage. Knockout Stage 4 winners will advance to the playoffs that will be played throughout the double elimination format in a BO5 series. The playoffs consist of 6 matches to claim the champion. The total prize money of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is set to $1,420,000 US, and the world champion will take home $500,000 US. Compete to conquer. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is awaiting its warriors. Let's witness how this epic tournament will roll out.
Down Snake, good for 2. Beba, good for a jump. 知道你在这变完成
价位是不是能好一点？
是，另外一边，但是Tom
their first map win as they
finds a 3rd through the door, finds a...
这次能进到 CFS 世界赛挺开心的吧，也算为国出征了。
I'm very excited to be playing in Crossfire Stars, and we're ready to show our best.
Our first goal is just to make it out of the group stage. We want to take it one step at a time, so it's one goal at a time. I have many goals, but first goal is to make it out of the groups.
Eu estou muito feliz. É sempre muito importante estar aqui porque é um campeonato, é o campeonato mais importante do ano, então é algo mais.
Maybe all gamers from China, they're very good team and they have strong skills.
本次 CFS 的比赛，我们有针对国外的战术，就针对国外的队伍有一些针对性的战术。
Dạ, đến với giải đấu lần này thì team em tập luyện rất chăm chỉ, mọi người đều cố gắng để đạt được kết quả tốt nhất.
Mục tiêu của chúng em trước tiên là sẽ vượt qua vòng bảng.
I feel excited because this is my first time to compete in CFS Grand Finals.
Bütün yıl boyunca bizleri çok güzel desteklediler. Hepsine çok teşekkür ederiz. Ve Grand Finals'ta da bizleri destekleyeceğini canı gölde inanıyoruz.
Meu objetivo nesse campeonato, sem sombra de dúvida, é sair campeão dele.
这次的目标和决心都是冠军吧。
Set up from Kungarna. He might actually still be able to pull this one off. Time's ticking away. Oh, he gets the edge on the guys as well, but... Round's not over yet. See what Famous and Kais can do. No, it seems unlikely, but you've still got Famous.
Well, through the smoke. The AK is back in his hands, and that could be the big difference in this second half.
It seems like it. It's the magic AK, really, isn't it? Side flex, Lion Claw, Dezane trying to hold it down, but they're not doing enough. It's back to the 2-on-2. Not a huge amount of time left for Anubis, it's ticking away. They've still got to make their way all the way through Hotel. Done, Sunny's able to chime in with a 1-for-1, but Yang, there we go, that's a bit more like. He's got time to play with here, he can go for the big old flank. Don't think he's going to be able to isolate a 1v1 here, though. I might have spoken too soon, that is so unfortunate.
Go. Play that bomb together. I mean, with the C4 down, they could have easily positioned safely around it.
Unfortunately, the rest of the team couldn't quite follow suit. JRK going down, Rambo going down.
The baby, yeah.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're just not ready for him.
It's crazy, we could amazing. But I just aiming for the cock a new word. It's okay to away up here. We never give up to the end. Knock into the different world and start to looking for misery.
Crossfire ESPORTS World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS.
Hello and welcome to the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals, and today it's time for that wild card showdown. There's 3 teams in this one and only 2 are going to make it out alive, and I'm expecting a pretty intense competition here today. My name is EZXQ, though. Joining me on the desk for the wild card round number 1 is Seven and Elfish Guy. How you guys feeling today?
Feeling great, feeling good. I think today's going to be an interesting day. We've been having some fairly one-sided results so far in the group stage, but obviously going into the wildcard stage where we've got the 3 third-seeded teams coming through from each respective group. You would look at this on paper and say, actually, this could be a pretty close day. I mean, especially with the inconsistency that has been shown by a couple of these teams, it's really quite hard to actually predict which way this one's going to go. So I think it's going to be a fun day to watch.
Yeah, I'm expecting a really intense day of competition on our hands, and this is where things get really down to the wire. You've got to play your best 2 games and hope it's enough to get you through to that bracket stage. Before we hop too deep into analyzing what's going to happen in our wildcard rounds, though, a big shout out to our sponsors. Of course, first, Alienware, Open Mind Alienware. Alienware is supporting us here at the CFS 2023 Grand Finals with their devices, and we really appreciate their support. And of course, our other sponsor as well, Seven.
We also would like to say thanks to our sponsor Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming channel CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of an intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
And we'll see today who might reach their throne of these 3 teams after all. I'm sure when you go 1 and 2 in the group stage, it can make you a little bit hungry to prove something in today's matchups. Now, as we kind of think about who we're going to see in this, is there an immediate team that stands out in your mind as the team to beat out of these 3 teams?
Yeah, it's a really hard one, actually. I think all these teams are looking to compete to conquer, certainly. And I feel like we've got a bit of a split desk again as far as this discussion is concerned, because I myself am sort of leaning toward ranking, and I think that's, again, just a little bit of that bias toward the Vietnamese region that I did have coming into this event kind of still shining through. For me, I'm kind of feeling like maybe it'll be Ranking and Kungarna to be the 2 teams to make their way through. Having a look at today's matchups, I think Ranking as well will be benefited by the fact that they don't actually have to play back-to-back, right? They can prepare, obviously, for this game against Kungarna overnight and then wait, obviously, for that 3rd game. They go into Kara House in that middle sort of game. They get a bit of time to kind of watch what Kungarna, what Kara House is up to, and also B, kind of prepare themselves, have a bit of lunch, you know, relax, chill out, rather than having to play back-to-back. So I think that for me, that's a little bit of a benefit. But yeah, I think Kungarna for me is the other one that I'll see going through. I don't have a huge amount of faith in what I've seen from Kara House at this event, and Kungarna have definitely shown some good results, especially the game yesterday against LCK has gone a long way in convincing me that they're not just a Mexico one-trick, that they're not just going to be really relying on Famous. I think in particular, Kai's had a really good day yesterday as well, and it's really good to see that that was the case. But then again, on the other side of the coin, I think Ranking is quite a solid team. Humio and Ice Cube have been having a great event so far, and I think, again, if those 2 are able to step up here for Ranking, it's going to make them a tough team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be intense for sure, Sam, like last year when we had Lazarus and the 2 Brazilian teams in the Wildcard Stage, so I mean, before the tournament, if I would look at these 3 teams, I would say Ranking and Kara House, they should win the matches against Kungarna easily. But after watching the group stage, I feel like Kara House, they're not in a very good shape. I mean, they lost against Magda 0-2, and they basically had no chance, especially Black Widow, right? Like, they basically got stomped on this one. Against 3BL, they looked okay, but I think the main reason why they won against 3BL is more like because 3BL just having a very disappointing performance here at CFS, and then the match yesterday against Baisha, I think there's nothing much to say about this one. They looked, it just felt like they have like no structure, no team play. Individually, they looked weak as well. And it's interesting to see because they used to be able to compete with the Chinese teams, right? Like even last year, they beat all gamers at CFS Vietnam. So Kairos was always one of the few non-Chinese teams which actually could compete with the Chinese teams, I felt like. So coming into this one, I think one slight disadvantage for Kungarna could be they played 2 matches in a row. And this might be very exhausting. So my prediction would be, because I feel like Kungarna has the momentum, that I might win against Ranking the first one and then against Kara House. I feel like Kara House might have the upper hand because of the map pool as well. I think we'll talk about this later on.
Yeah.
And then Ranking Kara House, this is a 50-50 match, but after watching the group stage, I think Kara House having even the upper hand in this one, and also they won in the Vietnamese Pro League against Kara House as well. So I think they just look more confident, just overall better players, I feel like. And yeah, so I think all 3 teams will win 1 match today, actually.
It's a bold call, definitely. Yeah. I don't know if you guys just caught it there, but the prediction graphic was up, and it was about as split as it has ever been, actually, amongst ourselves and even the Chinese casters. There was a bit of a discrepancy. Obviously, you 2 went for Kungarna. Valdez also predicting Kungarna. I've gone for Ranking personally for the aforementioned reasons, but even on the Chinese desk, right? And if you totaled it up, it was, I think, 5 predictions for Ranking and 6 predictions for Kungarna. So I mean, it really does seem like one of those matchups which is a hard one to call, and I think that's partly down to the inconsistency that we've seen from both of these two teams. Now, obviously, in a sense, like Kungarna, they looked pretty good yesterday. They showed us that they could get it done on Eagle Eye, but even that map was pretty tough to get over the line against LCK, so it's a conversation around what the map pool is going to end up here between these two teams being. Look, obviously Mexico, if that pops up, I think we can probably give it to Kungarna and say they're at least going to get that one map on the board, but again, there's every possibility that ranking just bans that one away. And then you also have to say, well, I mean, Famous has had, I guess they've played, what, like 7 maps at this event. He's probably had 4 or 5 really good maps, 1 or 2 where he's kind of gone missing. I think if you go missing in today's game against ranking, then yeah, definitely they're going to be in a bit of trouble. And even Kai's, it's probably the same thing can be said, right? 5 pretty good maps, probably 1 or 2 where he's, you know, maybe not quite shown up. So inconsistency, a big problem for both of these teams, and it's an exciting one.
Well, we'll see how it plays out, but before we dive into it, let's introduce our teams down there on the stage.
Hello to all you Crossfire esports fans around the world, and welcome back to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. I'm Matt Andrews. We're live to you from Chengdu in China. Now, after 5 intense days of competition during our group stages, 6 teams have secured their spot into the knockouts commencing tomorrow. That means we have 3 wildcard teams remaining and only 2 wildcard spots for them to compete over. Today, a minor mistake could be a major disaster to your challenge for the CFS title. Before we get into the action, we must thank our hosts, Smilegate Entertainment and Crossfire, along with our partner VSPO, supported by Alienware and Morphling. And now, if you're ready, let's get it on! It's Wildcard Day. Good luck to the teams. They will compete to conquer! First of our round robin, Wildcard Stage. 2 teams who fought so well earlier. A real battle now between Vietnam and the USA. From the CFVL of Vietnam, welcome for the first match today, Ranking Esports. Ice Cube, Nevis, KT15, Fatcon, Humio, Ranking Esports. Now, from CFWL of North America, Kungarna! Max, Brando, Michael, Famous, and Kai's, the pride of North America, Kungarna! Oh, this one's gonna be fast and full of action. Hold on tight. These teams are ready to compete to conquer.
And there you have it. Our first match is set up and ready to go. Kungarna taking on Ranking for what in my eyes might be that spot for #1 out of the wild cards. I feel like these are the 2 strongest teams we've seen, at least in what they've shown so far. Now it's going to be who can prove it under the pressure of that wild card situation. So I guess my question for you, Seven, is if you're going into this environment, you maybe haven't had the best of tournaments so far. Are you telling your team to maybe change things up? Or are you kind of just sticking with what's worked so far?
You mean in terms of Kungarna's team?
Yeah, for Kungarna specifically, I think.
I mean, when it comes to this match, I mean, obviously the key duels will be between Famous, Kais, and IceCube and Himeo. I mean, to be fair, Mercs, Michael, and Brando didn't have maybe the best tournament yet. But, I mean, Brando at least was stepping up on Mexico, but specifically Michael having a quiet tournament so far. And I think it's basically the task from Famous and Kais to give them confidence because I mean, Famous obviously is feeling it here at CFS, no doubt. So he has the experience and he should tell his teammates, guys, don't worry, even if you're whiffing some shots, I got your back, I'll get the clutch anyway. So then they maybe have like less pressure on their shoulders. So it's probably the task from Famous and Kais to just give the teammates confidence. Because, I mean, overall the team from ranking looks stronger, right? IceCube and Meo, of course, the star players. But even Nevis looked quite decent in this tournament so far. So I think overall ranking has the better players. But I think the peak from Kungarna could be higher, especially because of Famous.
I also think that Kungarna just plays a better style, personally, than the ranking guys or Cara House. I mean, look, obviously we've had no shortage of discussions around the way that the Vietnamese teams kind of approach the game. And at the end of the day, right, this is just an opinion. Like, obviously we see the game in a different way to the way that they see it. And maybe, you know, at the end of the day, their style is going to work out against Kungarna. But for me personally, I just prefer the way actually that Kungarna approaches the rounds in a lot of cases. And so that's something that I think is probably a tick in the book of Kungarna. But look, I will agree with what Seven says, though. I feel like just on paper, maybe I give ranking a little bit more there. I feel like Humio and IceCube have maybe been debatably more consistent than Kais and Famous, like as a duo, if we're matching them up as a duo. It's kind of a hard one to kind of draw a sand in the line between those two sort of duos, if that makes sense. And also what I will say is, even beyond that fact, like even if we just say, okay, well, they've been about even in terms of their impact, looking at the rest of the three players, Mercs and Brando have both had like one or two good maps here and there. Mercs definitely looked really good yesterday on Eagle Eye, give him credit there. Brando's been pretty good when it's come to Mexico, and that's largely obviously part of the reason why Kungarna looks so good on Mexico, is they tend to have, you know, 3 or 4 players that are actually contributing a little bit more. But then again, you know, you go down the rest of the list for the ranking guys, and I think that you probably just get a little bit more out of the remaining 3 members if we're not talking about the 2 quote-unquote star duos, if that's the way that we want to sort of categorize this setup. So that 2-3 split, I feel like the 2 is maybe even, and then the 3 coming through, like the 3 followers for ranking, maybe just contributing a little bit more than those for Kungarna. But that's not necessarily to say that it's not winnable for Kungarna here, definitely. I sort of stand with you in the case that Kungarna feels like they've got a bit of a better peak, actually, than what ranking does. And I feel like we've maybe seen it a little bit more often, actually, at this event as well. Whereas ranking, it kind of feels like they've really only had that one good game, which was the game against, was it Anubis? And obviously for Kungarna, they've beaten LCK. They took that map off Imperial, so you've got a couple of ticks in the book there. Again, you know, mostly just coming down to the Mexico pick. So for me, that's another big question mark. Like Mexico, if you're ranking here, do you just get rid of Mexico? I feel like the answer has to be yes, because really, if you take that away, you do start to neuter Kungarna a little bit, and I do kind of wonder, where does the rest of the map pool look for Kungarna? Because we actually haven't seen them pick anything beyond Mexico in this event so far, so I think that would be quite a nice curveball from ranking if they would just get rid of Mexico straight up.
I would like to mention one thing before we come to the maps. And obviously, IceCube and Omeo, they looked more consistent as group stage, right? But we also have to mention that Kungarna played against AG and Imperial.
That's
so of
fair.
course,
100%.
it's much more difficult to play against AG and Imperial than Xrog and Vincent. So, I mean, Famous looked pretty strong against Imperial, and Imperial is usually much stronger than Vincent. So I think it's really remarkable how Famous played in this group chat. I think his stats are like 1.4, something like that, or 1.3, like 1.3 KD ratio. So I think Famous is by far the best player out of these 10 players we're going to see in this matchup now. And when it comes to the maps, one issue for ranking is they usually always ban Eagle Eye. So if they ban Eagle Eye, obviously Kungarna would go for this Mexico pick once again. And if ranking decides to ban Mexico because I feel like Ranking never plays Eagle Eye, then Kungarna obviously would pick Eagle Eye. So I think either way, Kungarna should take definitely one map, either Mexico or Eagle Eye. This should be their win. And then the second map might be Compound because Kungarna should definitely ban Ankara. They looked super weak on Ankara, right? Against Imperial was like a 2-10.
10-2, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was
10-2. And AG also no chance. Basically, I think the decider map is really key. If Kungarna is able to play on port, maybe on the decider map, this could work out for them. Because I feel like the bigger the map, the more issues Kungarna has. Because they have not good entry fraggers. I feel like they have more this kind of slow playstyle which suits them. And obviously on smaller maps, it's much easier with this kind of player pool they have to approach it.
Yeah, I feel like for the map pool, if you're Kungarna, you're looking for sub-base, Eagle Eye, Mexico. Those are the type of maps they're going to be really successful on. And the more of those that are drawn out of the pool, the more I would lean in favor of Ranking in this matchup, just knowing shot for shot they are a little bit stronger. So if you see Ankara, Compound, even maybe Black Widow, I think they would pull off wins on probably those 3 maps. Port is kind of a 50-50 in my mind, but the more close quarters maps, I think Kungarna does have the edge on. Also knowing those are famous as best maps as well. When you look at the Mexico sub-base and Eagle Eye, he's going to be really strong there. And I feel like if he's not putting up at least 20, that's part of their win condition gone for Kungarna now.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty, right? Where I think if you would look at maybe Ranking and say, okay, Humio's not going to hit 20 or Ice Cube's not going to hit 20, it doesn't really feel like it just completely kills their chances of winning a map because you're probably getting a little bit more from the remaining 3 members. So it does feel like there's maybe a bit more of an onus on the individuals of Kungarna coming into this game. I'm thinking maybe Subbase might be in this pool as well, potentially. It feels like a map that both teams are kind of happy to leave in there, like maybe even as the decider map. And I think that would be a really interesting one if we would get to that one. And I've just been having a quick look back at the Ranking games, and look, I feel like their games haven't really been too bad at this event, even though they went 1-2. I mean, yes, they lost to Vincent 0-2, but it was 10-5 and then 10-8 on Compound. Remember that Compound? That was like on day 1, and we were thinking, actually, they might be about to win that map. They kind of choked it a little bit. That was a little bit of a problem for Ranking over the first couple of days. We were saying they seem to get to this like close scoreline and then choke it a little bit. Same thing kind of happened against X-Rock. They went 10-7 and 13-10 losses against X-Rock, 2-0 again, but like these are really close maps. And obviously then by day 3, they'd kind of day 4 rather, they'd kind of sorted things out and they really kind of swept Anubis pretty comfortably, 10-5, 10-2. So I'm thinking Rankings may be feeling a little bit better the deeper they've gone into this tournament, which I think could be a problem for Kungarna, but I am actually really interested to see how this veto does play out. I'm quite looking forward to this one because I think there's a lot of questions that we still have that are obviously going to be answered over the next 5 minutes or so. The first big one is, will we get to see Mexico today?
It seems unlikely unless Ranking are going for a really bold opening pick here. I would expect a Mexico or an Eagle Eye guaranteed ban out of these two.
I think it's got to be Mexico. I think it's a mistake if you leave Mexico in here. Like, I mean, it's the conversation of, is it better the enemy that you know versus the enemy you don't? Because in this case, they've gone for the enemy they know in a sense, right? Because they've seen Kungarna play Mexico 3 times, but I mean, Kungarna have looked pretty unbeatable on Mexico against teams that were not from China. So I don't know about this one from Ranking. I feel like personally a bit of a curveball maybe, and allowing Eagle Eye there could have been a play, but they will allow Mexico through. No doubt, obviously, that Kungarna is going to pick that one. So things have, I guess, gone the way we've expected them so far, but Ranking Compound pick is kind of what we're feeling maybe. So that's the next question. It's like, okay, we've got Mexico, that's locked in. Where does Ranking go? Are they going to throw something a little bit spicy in here, or is it going to be back to something a little bit more standard? And Black Widow is actually the choice, which I don't necessarily mind from them.
Interesting pick, yeah, but I mean, it's the issue for Ranking is if you're only able to play 6 maps coming into this event, obviously you always have this Eagle Eye man ban, and then you eventually have to play Mexico, the best map from Kungarna. Because if you have a look at the Chinese teams, you know, of course, all the Chinese teams, they're able to play all 7 maps. So they can always avoid the best map from the enemy team. And this could play a very big factor into this in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like going into the second bans here, I'm expecting a Compound ban, but actually a sub-base ban comes out from Kungarna. A bit of a surprise there. Maybe they have something prepared for Compound. I would be surprised if Ranking doesn't ban Port here to go for the Compound, because I feel like Compound's one of the better maps we've seen out of rankings so far. They always look really competitive on it, and there you have it. They are going to get Compound as the third map, so even though Kungarna, they're able to draw out Mexico, I feel like this map pool does lean a little bit in favor of ranking, just knowing Black Widow and Compound are going to be there. I think Kungarna, their win condition in this pool has to be kind of stomping on Mexico and carrying that momentum into a 2-0 sweep, because if this does go to Compound, I would say it's unlikely they win this series.
I totally agree. Either it will be 2-0 for Kungarna, or we're going to see a 1-2 in favor of ranking, I feel like. Because on Compound, it's going to be tough for Kungarna.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, Compound is quite similar to Ankara, right? And we basically saw how Kungarna performed on those huge maps when it comes to good rotations, good team play, good cohesion.
Black Widow, I think, not a bad choice for ranking there as well. It was a map that they played X-Rock pretty close on. And we've got to think about the context of what today means for these teams as well, right? 2 teams go through, so in theory, if you win one of your games, you're pretty much in a good spot to at least go through in the second seed. But if you take second seed, that's almost doomed because you'll play Baisha. But if you can take first seed out of Wildcard, like, I mean, debatably, that's almost better than taking second seed in the group stage, which is what Imperial had. And then they go ahead and have to actually play all gamers. So I think there's a very good opportunity for one of these wildcard teams if they can obviously take first seed out of the wildcard stage here, go into the game against X-Rock, and you know, if I'm ranking, I'm looking at that as a really hot prospect, right? It's a tantalizing prospect because it was a 10-7, 13-10 loss. Yes, it was a 2-0, but how close they were to maybe even potentially upsetting X-Rock in that game, and they can get another bite at the cherry. Like, that sounds like an awesome prospect for ranking. Obviously for Kungarna as well, they had a super difficult group with Imperial and all gamers in it, and if you were 2-0 here in the wildcard stage and take first seed, you kind of get yourself a bit of a reprieve and potentially even make it into the top 4 of the event off the elimination stage. So I think a huge opportunity here for these wildcard teams, just based on the way that elimination stage bracket has turned out with the seeding from the group stage.
Yeah, I agree, and I also talked to Imperial a bit today, and they're very mad that AG was throwing this map against LCK, which is basically the main reason why they play AG once again, right?
They should have beat him on one map. They should have beat him on that Eagle Eye yesterday. Like that was not yesterday, the day before, but they had every opportunity to win one of those maps themselves. I mean, they lost the map to Kungarna on Mexico, which they debatably probably shouldn't have, right? So like, end of the day, you can't necessarily blame it on your opponents. Like, all gamers, I'm sure, kind of went in and did what they could, but I think Imperial just didn't have a clean enough group themselves. And yes, it's unfortunate that the way the group stage has played out, but one thing that I was trying to sort of say yesterday was that at some point, if inevitably Imperial wants to make it into the top 4 or even into the grand final, they're going to run into a Chinese team somewhere. So it might not be too bad, actually, that it is all gamers in that elimination stage. Just because they've already played all gamers, they have a bit of a sense of how they play. They were pretty close to taking a map off of them already. The only better team, quote-unquote better team to verse, would have maybe been X-Rock, but like, certainly you get to at least dodge Baisha in the elimination stage. All gamers have looked kind of susceptible so far in this event, so I think you could definitely write a worse story for Imperial. And they've got a little bit of time to prepare for that match, so I don't know. Yeah, it's not ideal, but it's definitely far from the worst it could be, which is, I think, the mentality that they have to be going in with that. And inevitably, they're going to have to beat them at some point on their search for the throne, so might as well be tomorrow.
Yeah, and I feel like they can't be too mad at just all gamers in that situation as well. I mean, if they didn't lose that map to Kungarna, they also would have been a stronger number 2 seed
100%.
And got to play either Pacific or even Vincent, and Vincent would have been a great first opponent for them in that bracket stage. But the luxury they do have is Baisha's on the other side, and if for some reason they take out all gamers doesn't go through to double elimination.
Yep.
That's their only chance, so we'll see how things shake out when we get that far. Before we get there, though, it is going to be our wildcard stage ready to kick off here. Map number 1 between Kungarna and ranking. It is going to be Mexico as our first decider, as who will take that first solid step forward towards moving on to the next stage.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I feel like there's a bit of stake in the game. You know, I feel like we've got some horses in the race, right? You guys have both gone for Kungarna. I've chosen ranking. So split on the desk, and we all want to see the teams that we predicted do well. because all of us have been pretty good. I think Seven and I are both almost 100% correct. One wrong each, if I'm not wrong. But that'll get split again today. One of us is going to be wrong, at least in this first matchup. So I'm going to be barracking for ranking. Although I would like to actually see ranking go through from this wildcard stage as well, personally. I wouldn't be disappointed, actually, if Kungarna really showed up and essentially 2-0'd this one. Because I almost feel like maybe in the game against X-Rock, they're the team that I would give the best chance of actually getting an upset there. But anyway, enough of that discussion, enough of that storylining. Let's get into the game and chat about what's happening. The luxury that is afforded to us, at least, is that Mexico is quite a slow map to begin with. So do have a bit of extra time to start talking about other things. And a minute into the round, Kungarna haven't really done a whole lot, though they are starting to take control of the sewer. And Ice Cube watching that angle isn't going to land himself that first shot. He's going to be a key player today for ranking. Or at least you'd like to think he will.
And as we see, ranking is the first team actually in this tournament which tend to play without mid. And I think this could pay off actually against Kungarna. Because Kungarna was doing a great job with those mid executes, always getting the entry frags, always trades in their favor.
Yeah, I think it's good as well as it gives them that ability to put more pressure on water, whereas a lot of teams got caught against Kungarna only having one player in that location, and you can see ranking trying to have at least 2 players that can respond to that water push at all times. So even though they don't have mid control here, they're not too worried about it, and you have Kungarna having to use extra utility to take that mid control just in case somebody's playing there in this opening round. But now they've ran down the clock, only 30 seconds. They've got to make their move. It's definitely looking like they're going to put that pressure onto the A ramp here. You can see there's 3 players, though, already in position for ranking. Nevis through the smoke takes down Brando, but there's no time to waste. They have to push into this trap, and ranking is just slaughtering them all around the site, and they'll take it very cleanly in the opener.
One thing that I do wonder is how solid is Kungarna going to be on this map if they don't actually have a good blacklist side? Because basically what we've seen every time is they've picked obviously they've picked Mexico, they've started blacklist side because their opponent has chosen global risk, but they've actually had quite a solid blacklist side. I think they've won the blacklist side 5-4 or better in all of their matches, and we haven't necessarily had to really rely on their global risk side. So I kind of wonder what it looks like if maybe ranking ends up winning this first half 6-3 and kind of puts that pressure back onto Kungarna. Do they have the chops to show us what they've got in the second half? And we might actually get a bit of an insight into that in this game because, well, already a fairly decisive victory in round 1 for ranking.
And I like the approach playing quite passive here on site, because I think Kungarna, they really had some trouble in this tournament to execute towards bomb side either A or B. Because, yeah, again, they don't have really the best entry fraggers. It really comes down to Famous and Kais usually to get the clutches. And as you remember, Imperial played quite aggressive towards mid, as well as LCK. And this was also the main reason why Kungarna was so strong on this blacklist side.
Yeah, very different approach, obviously, from ranking.
Kungarna, though, I feel like they're going to have to play a little bit more assertive in some of these rounds, taking mid earlier, knowing ranking might not be playing in there. You can see the utility coming down from Kungarna for that control onto mid. They've got it, still a minute on the clock to work with, but now they've got to set up a much cleaner execution. Maybe a mid to be here might be the best call. There's only one person directly on site for ranking. It's going to be KT15 as well, holding that position. The rest of ranking very stacked towards A.
Patience of virtue right now for ranking. Still a 5-on-5, so you do have to execute into these sides. Kungarna going to be running into what feels like a bit of a brick wall. Nevis already looking good is a bit of a scary sign as well for Kungarna. Seems like he'll be tested again here as some nades getting tossed into the side, and Nevis won't be able to land the initial shots that he needs this time. It'll come down to Fakon and Humio to try to hold on to the side, but Kungarna have been successful in breaking their way in. Famous Michael Brando surviving. KT15 fast on the flank, might pick up one for free, and there it is onto Brando, but good trade in the end from Michael, and Kungarna are able to equalize early.
Yeah, I really like that execution from them. It looked a little bit sloppy at first, but after they secured that first frag, that was really key, coming down ramp, making sure that player couldn't get a single kill, and it gives them a lot more opportunity to clear sight without having to worry about those close corners. And now they're going to have to do something, I think, a little bit different here on the side of ranking. You can see they do have two players going for that mid control, playing a little bit more forward, maybe hoping Kungarna goes in to that mid position with a little bit less utility. It's going to be Humio and Nevis, though, who just shut it down right away. Kungarna trying to kind of go in one at a time here. It's not working out. The counter nades come down as well. Michael and Kai's already very low, and I actually like this approach from ranking. They initially take mid, they get the pick in mid, but then they give it up and put that pressure back onto Kungarna.
Yeah, 5-on-4 is going to be a tough one to break for Kungarna, especially having lost the C4 there in mid. But it doesn't really look like ranking wants to try to forward hold at all. More than happy to allow Kungarna to retrieve that C4 without too much of an effort.
I think it's a smart decision if you have the upper hand, like player-wise, on GR side. When you're up numbers, just play passive onside 5 versus 4, because just got to win those trades and then the round should be yours for sure.
Yeah, definitely a solid call there. KT15 running into trouble, spots the first, takes down Michael. And now they have even more of an advantage to work with. You can see Famous trying to sneak his way out here. It's not going to work out for him either. Taken down, KT15 doing a good job of isolating 2 1v1s on the water. Now it's a 5-on-2. The clock is ticking. It may not matter for long, though. Fatcon takes down Kai's and Brando. Not a whole lot he could do there. Fatcon picks up the double and the round. Ranking definitely have studied this Kungarna team on the BL side. They're ready to go here.
I think a key factor for Kungarna is here on this map. They should figure out if ranking is playing with mid. If they're playing with mid, they should definitely go for a water execute, because there will be only one player covering it. And if ranking plays without mid, the weak point is you should just take mid very fast and push towards B side, because there will be only one player covering like this quad area. So if you take mid control and you figure out, okay, mid is actually clear, let's just fast execute towards B side, because as you can see, there are 3 players on A side. Okay, this time they play quite different with just 2 players towards B side, but usually also Kungarna had more success executing towards bomb side B. So yeah,
it's a good point. Obviously, from our perspective, it's very easy to say. Like, obviously, mid has been completely left open by ranking 3 rounds in a row now, and this is actually the 4th round where they really haven't done a whole lot in mid beyond just smoke that connector area. But how do you, as a team on the blacklist side, actually figure out that there's nothing happening in mid?
Right. I mean, look now, like there's KT15 watching water cross, and then we have like Fatcon watching water as well. So if you take mid control and just fast execute towards bomb side B, the chances are very high you take this round, because the rotation from Fatcon might take too long. So this is a good counter against this setup.
It's funny, isn't it? Because we've seen Kungarna play actually really quite fast on Mexico Blacklist side in a lot of their previous matches, especially against Imperial. It felt like just out the gate, every single round they were into mid in the first 15 seconds. But I feel like in this game and the previous game they played against LCK, they've played it a little bit slower, and that might be working to their detriment. They take mid now, but there's only a minute left on the clock. Doesn't give them as many options, and obviously ranking feeling not a huge amount of that time pressure. KT15 just sort of spotting multiple angles here. Smoke's going to go over the top there for B main.
That's useful smoke. You smoke off B main so you can peek towards water. Fatcon won't even spot you maybe. Basically can't kill you.
Well, already IceCube's been able to chime in with 1. So again, we're down on numbers, and it seems like ranking has got the read that this is going to be back toward the B site. You can see those members moving into mid, rotating across the B, and it's just no hope at all for Kungarna. Ranking are reading them like a book at the moment. 3-1 is the score.
It's a bit disappointing, though. It almost seems like they're hesitating on the executions for Kungarna. If you look at the way they would have pushed like that against Imperial, it would have been much faster getting onto that B bomb site. No hesitation on that quad corner, and I feel like they need a little bit more of that in this matchup, because they're almost giving too much respect to ranking, I think, on this BL side of the map, and ranking, they're taking advantage of that really nicely. Starting this one off, though, it is a little bit slower pace from ranking. Just trying to nade stack onto that mid prep position. You can see Nevis and Humio creeping up in mid, thinking about taking that peak. Famous on the other side of it has been kind of quiet so far for someone who came into this one with 110 ADR in the tournament so far. 1-3, not the score you want to see from this guy.
I mean, across the board, it's not really looking too pretty for Kungarna. Michael's going 3-3. Everyone else is negative. I think that's bad news for Kungarna if their sort of star players of this event so far aren't showing up. Guys, Famous, obviously have to highlight, but Brando's also been really good on this map so far, and he's not really having too much success in this game. Humio's 4-1, someone that we highlighted quite a lot. Obviously, Ice Cube hasn't had to do too much being the sniper of the team, but in fact, all the riflers for ranking are having quite a good game. Then again, obviously, it is a global risk-sided map, and sure, we might have been given the luxury of Kungarna playing well on the blacklist side. They might have to actually work a bit harder for their win here against ranking. So they're going to try to make their way into A one more time, and they've found a few entries this time around. Much cleaner ranking, not able to hold on to the A site this time around.
Yeah, perfect execution here. Really good job of using that utility to isolate these players in separate 1v1 situations and secure those easy trades. You can see KT15 trying to get a little bit aggressive going back in there. Not going to work out. FotCon now left in a 1-on-4 situation. All Kungarna has to do is just swing together and they'll get it done. Famous putting up 2 in this one and securing a much-needed round to go their way. And even though they are losing in the half currently, if you can keep it pretty even on the BL side, they'll still be happy with this half.
I agree. I also felt like it was a mistake from ranking sending 3 players towards water. Because usually if you have 2 players doing a decent crossfire in front of water tunnel area, it should be enough to cover it. So having only 2 players on A side, Mexico, it's a tough task to hold it, to defend it.
More of a forward hold this time from ranking, though. Don't mind them changing things up a little bit, keeping Kungarna guessing. I mean, if you're Kungarna here and you go straight into mid expecting it to be empty, all of a sudden met with some pretty heavy resistance. Makes for a bit more of a difficult round.
Yeah, I think they should bait them out with some flashes and figure out if they play with mid, and if they figure out, okay, they're actually in mid, let's just go for the water execute. This would be the perfect counter.
Yeah, I agree, because right now it's really only one player holding water from an off angle, and now they've got a lot of attention on this mid push. Maybe the alley play could work out if they catch them off guard. They've got 4 players in alley right now for Kungarna, but they're not going to full commit here. Maybe rotating towards that water play. They're going to keep Brando in position, though, for the flank. FotCon is pushed up to this box. Brando has to be careful. The timing could be everything for FotCon. Gets the opener. Brando not able to trade soon enough, but you know what? He still gets it done anyways. I'm surprised he got that connection through the box. Now they can re-execute into mid. It's only KT15 on the other side. If he goes down too soon, the mid to B is wide open, and Kais finds that opening. Nevis tries to slide in. Doesn't matter. Brando takes him down. And finally, they've got a good execution towards this B-bomb side.
Yeah, starting to get a bit more success, and Michael watching the cross as well is going to make it difficult for Humio to get into a retake position. Leaving it just on Ice Cube, who really won't get it done this time, and all of a sudden the storyline changes again. It was looking like ranking were on top and kind of dominating, but now it's fairly even again. Kungarna gets back into the discussion.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if ranking's going to go for an aggressive mid after kind of losing it because of that in the last round. So it's going to be early presence there. Only one holding on to it, though. It's going to be FotCon playing by the quad boxes, 3 towards A. They've got that double coverage still on water, kind of that close support system. But surprisingly, Ice Cube's going to rotate over to quad as well, kind of playing this doubled up position on the back side of it. I'm not a huge fan of this spot. It's usually kind of a one and done and at best, so I feel like for Ice Cube, maybe he could get better value playing a slightly more passive position.
I feel like ranking analyzed Kungarna way too much, maybe a little bit, like, because every round they're trying to go for a counter setup, stacking either water or mid. And it doesn't work out. I mean, if you remember the first round, they just played 2 on B, 3 on A, and worked it perfectly. Just a normal setup. And sometimes this is the way to go. And not too, think too much.
Yeah, it seems like they are overthinking it maybe a little bit, but Ice Cube still gets the opener onto Kai's. Good way to get the round started. Puts that extra pressure onto Kungarna to decide where they want to make their move. You can see they still haven't taken any forward control towards this B bomb site yet. Mercs is in control of mid, but they don't really want to take any fights here, and I don't blame them. They're kind of spread out at the moment.
Critical round, though, for Kungarna to keep that momentum flowing, right? You don't want to let ranking back in after you've worked hard for the last couple of rounds. Going to go into that A side, which has 3 members defending it, but quickly 2 dropping. Humio standing tall, though, and we highlighted him as being an important, influential player for ranking, and that is exactly why. When the chips are down, he drops a big 3K and saves the round for ranking.
I mean, really great positioning there from Humio. I thought they had the sight with Michael getting that nice 2K coming down ramp, but Humio just playing that corner position so well on the forklift and making it difficult for anyone to take him out. And that's where that position has so much value on this map. If you put a good aimer on the forklift, it's so hard to break through. This time, though, he plays pretty aggressive in mid, able to find one onto Mercs, quickly traded down by Kai's. But in the 4v4, I definitely feel like that's good for Kungarna in this position. They're going to have probably one site that's left with a single player on it. You can see ranking trying to push forward on the mid position to get a secondary kill, but they're not going to find anything.
Yeah, it's good to see Kai's using the sniper rifle now, because I think if you want to go for an A execute and you want to shift towards A side, it's good to have a backup sniper, because at some point they're really forced to peek, you know? And if Kai's sniping from mid area towards A, this could be a good counter, because when I played with Kai's in Mexico, I also told him the same. So I hope he will remember it today.
Yeah, it's a good change up here, I think. Kai's pretty effective on it aggressively when he needs to be as well, so he's someone who can handle going for these picks. Unfortunately, this time, he's not going to find it. Still, he pushes through towards the B bomb site. There's nobody actually here for ranking, and he's going to get that information pretty quickly. He should know somebody's playing on this long box or in the alleyway towards B, but it's actually FotCon on the lurk who takes down Brando, but Famous gets the nade kill onto KT15. Doesn't seem to matter too much, though, because Ice Cube finds himself that kill onto Kai's.
Ice Cube doesn't actually manage to land himself the shot there, so he'll feel under pressure, but he's getting help from Nevis, and he's landed a shot himself, so easy done again. Ranking are looking pretty good.
And this one is crucial now, because first off, 4-5 would be still decent in terms of blacklist. But if you lose this 3-6, this looks kind of scary for Kungarna, because on GR, they didn't look too strong yet in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. They look like they struggled quite a bit on that GR side compared to the BL. If they can somehow take this 4th round, they're still in a pretty good position. You can see Ice Cube. He wants to take this fight on water. He's going to find it. Almost has a shot at the collateral. Gets the second shot anyways. Michael, he's stuck behind this box. Ice Cube gets the triple kill. And things are not working out at all for Kungarna.
I mean, it's not only that, but it's also that ranking now have got their big individuals starting to step up. A huge round from Humio a couple of rounds ago. Now Ice Cube's kind of looking pretty scary with the Orm as well. And those are 2 big win conditions that are falling into place for ranking. Not to mention, you've got Nevis playing sort of third fiddle. Everyone else is kind of having a good day as well. And that is a pretty solid first half, it has to be said, from ranking. Look, not the end of the world for Kungarna, but this is actually the first time where we're really going into the second half saying, all right, they actually need a good second half rather than, well, this should be pretty easy to close out because they had a good blacklist side. So another test for Kungarna, similar to how we were having that conversation around whether or not they can get it done on another map yesterday. Now we have to find out, can they get it done actually on their GR side of Mexico?
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to ranking. Just hitting the better shots here, looking like a more well-rounded team. Mercs also on the opposite side, kind of struggling in this match so far. 1-8 for him. The rest of Kungarna, though, at least comparable in what they've brought to the table. Obviously, Famous not putting up another 20 so far, it seems, in this map, but this is the side where they could come back on and show us a little bit more. It is a very GR-sided map, and Ranking, they've had trouble in the past on this side getting things done, especially if you take the risk of Ice Cube on that you really need him to find something to start off these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the job obviously gets more difficult for Ranking as well. It's been looking good so far, but now they're on the more difficult side, and 6 rounds is not going to win you a game. Still need to show up in this second half. But they've got some pretty good entry fraggers. Humio as well in the clutch. You can usually back him if it comes down to it. KT15 looking for those entries into mid, won't quite land one. C4's actually dropped in mid now as well, so for Ranking, the job gets even more difficult now that they really have to commit into that.
You can tell Famous wants to take the fight here. Brando alongside him. These two in mid are very hard to get past, but not only that, the C4 is down. The first player just went in swinging with it. That is a huge mistake coming out from Ranking in this one. They're going to try and flash their way to recover it. Humio wants to cross here, but Mercs, he's got the angle to maybe swing and shut them down. Gets the first kill here from the shadow position. And look at this from Brando. Swings wide for 2. And Nevis is all alone, and he is stuck in this alleyway.
Not much he's really going to be able to do from here. 20 seconds left. He's being flanked as well by Brando, and Kais wants the kill. So he'll get in there and finish it off. It's a good start for Kungarna. Definitely what they need.
Yeah, you can see here in replay, Brando picking up 3 kills on the round, and this is the Brando we saw previously on Mexico being so impactful. And it's good to see more of it right when they need it most. Mercs as well starting to get on the board here, and this is where it becomes a much closer game on our hands. Ranking, they've got to show what they can do on this BL side, and that's what worried me in this matchup for Ranking, is when they get into these pressure situations. They have so many matches where they keep it close and they can't finalize, but now they're going to try and finalize this execution on the A bomb site, but Michael shuts it down so far with 2. Brando gets a 3rd. It's a 3-on-2 retake in the making, but Famous goes in with no support, and KT15 is able to find him as the bomb goes down.
Big opportunity here for Ranking to pick up their first round on the blacklist side, and every single one of those feels like it's worth its weight in gold. 2-on-2. Unlikely to get too many chances like this one. Brando and Mercs on the other side of it. Be a big round for Mercs to come online. 2-9 at the moment. He's been having a huge impact, but let's see what he can do here in the 2-on-2. KT15 takes the initial challenge, but it's Fatcon to take both of the kills. 7-4 the scoreline. And Ranking creep 1 round closer.
For 1 second, I thought Famous has the perfect off angle to defend bombs at A, but also great flash from Ranking Esports. And yeah, also at the end, he looked kind of confused. It's also difficult to call, you know, when the enemy team is pushing A side. It's really difficult to call because everything is smoked off. It's like one guy might be yellow, one guy might be in house, one guy might be still in alleyway waiting there. So that's why Famous didn't really know where to look at.
Yeah, really difficult to retake that A-bomb site, but now Ranking, they're in a good spot to try and close out this first map. You'd have to think if they can do it on Mexico against Kungarna, they could surely do it anywhere else in this map pool. So for Kungarna, this is kind of a must-win in this series. We talked about them being kind of the more momentum-based team out of the two, needing that 2-0, very likely to take this series. A third map not seeming too good for them, knowing it's compound. But this time Ranking, something they don't usually do here is go for the full commit out of water. They're going to do it here. Kais and Brando on the other side, though it is just a fake from Ranking. They throw the counter utility. Kungarna baited out in this one, but nothing on the other side of it. Ranking quickly going back towards mid.
Well, now they're really under time pressure, Ranking, because now they have to take mid really fast and then execute towards bomb site A or B.
Whoa. Big spray from KT15 through the smoke, but no one there to be found.
Yeah, they're trying to find anything they can at this point to get the ball rolling. But Kungarna playing very, very safe. You can see Brando alone on the back of the B-bomb site. Might get tested here. There's 3 players working in that direction. Make it for Brando. He has to step up here with Kais, who gets the first on the cross. This position is everything for Kais. Gets the double, almost the triple. Brando, he just has to hang on. He's the only player who can defend now, and the rest of the team on the rotation goes down. And now they have full control to go back to A. Brando can't get the value unless he moves quickly here.
I wonder if he got swatted out there by Nervous as well. I mean, you'd certainly be expecting him to come across from the B side anyway. 2-on-1. I mean, Brando, he's been solid on this map so far, but this is one that you really need to get over the line as Kungarna. Otherwise, you're staring down the barrel of a 1-0 deficit in this series. And a tough ask considering that rotation from Fatcon right behind him. Nothing to be done. 8-4 the scoreline now.
Yeah, great flank from Fatcon, but why was Michael pushing out A doors? I don't get it. Like 2 versus 2, one player was even low HP from ranking. Just choose a good spot on A side. If they push A side, it's easy 2K, easy 2-piece for you, my friend.
Yeah, they got a little bit anxious there, over-peaking, costing them the round. And now ranking, they've got an 8-4 lead. And this is where they have a pretty solid chance to close it out if they keep this momentum to move forward with. Kungarna on the other side, though, struggling to get things done on this GR side of the map. They haven't really found too much on it. Only 1 round so far, but KT15 wants to take the challenge towards the A bomb site. Kungarna, they're so pushed forward in mid. If they can use some utility on the side of ranking to cut these site defenders off from the rest of the ramp, it could be an easy way to get into this bomb site quickly, but you can see ranking. They're going to be setting up just that here, throwing some nice utility to get into this A-ramp position, and they're just going to go in guns blazing. Michael has to hold it essentially with just 1 support player nearby. He gets the first kill. He needs a lot more than that to hang on, though. It's not going to matter. He's mowed down quickly. Famous swoops in to try and help. He gets 2 before going down, but it's just not going to be enough. And ranking, take it to map point.
Not looking good, is it? Seems like it's over. It definitely seems like it's over. I don't see Kungarna pulling it back from here. And I guess we get our answer, right? If they don't have a solid blacklist side, then this Global Risk side is kind of letting them down a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of do or die here. Both players missing the shot in water, though. Kais and Ice Cube trying to go head-to-head. But with 5 in a row needed for Kungarna, it's a tough road ahead, and you can see they want to play a little bit riskier, try and get something early, but Kais, he is walking right into a trap. There's 3 players on the other side of it. Somehow he's able to get out alive, hoping he can bait out the shot. Misses the connection, though, onto Ice Cube and ranking. They're just going to fall off.
Still a lot of mid-presence from Kungarna. I want to see what Nevis can maybe get up to lurking around here on the alleyway. It's been given a smoke to smoke off the double doors as well. And he's also thrown a progression smoke here for ranking to try to make their way up through the tunnel. Kais is going to get pulled off. They think it might actually end up being an A take here. I think Nevis has kind of done enough. And in the meanwhile, ranking have just walked their way out through the tunnel. Sure, they've retaken mid, but the B side is completely open here for ranking. It's 4-on-5, very quickly brought back by KT15, who caught Kais in the back, and now it's Famous who's trying to bring the numbers back to a favorable enough situation for Kungarna, but it seems he can't do enough. Plant is going down on B. Fatcon holding on to the rotation. Brando's making his way across. He'll be timed by Fatcon. And now it's just Michael to try to secure the 1-on-3, which is almost an impossible task at this point with the time ticking away from him.
Yeah, Michael, he's going to have to have a huge play here in this situation. Otherwise, it is already over on their map pick. And it's going to be Ice Cube who gets it done. A huge statement from ranking to start off their life in the wild card. They take a 1-0 on Kungarna's map pick to kick it off. Well, for Kungarna, it's a bit of a rough start here, losing their own map pick 10-4. Not what you want to see if you're a Kungarna fan here, because it's been their best map all tournament long, and it can be a bit demoralizing to go down in that fashion, only winning one round on the GR side of a very GR-sided map, and it might speak to what's going to happen next as we prepare for Ranking's second map here.
I think the difficulty obviously is as well, you're kind of seeing the best of Ranking today, right? They showed up in their last matchup, they're showing up today as well, and that's always going to make for a difficult task for a team like Kungarna. Like, we know how good this Ranking team can be, and on the first couple of days of competition, I really felt like they didn't deliver. They didn't play the best that they could. They had some good individual moments, but they didn't come together as a team. In this case now, the last two matches that we've seen from them, obviously this being only half a match, essentially we've seen one map, but it's looked really good from Ranking. Across the board performance, you've had good performances from the star players, everyone else is contributing as well. It honestly seems like we are getting, maybe not the peak necessarily of Ranking, but certainly enough from Ranking to make a good argument that they're going to be able to go through from this wildcard stage. And for Kungarna, I mean, just not quite showing up there. You know, look, Merck's completely missing out. No one really going positive. Famous and Kai's, the two players that we've been talking about, didn't have an amazing performance. And for Ranking Esports, it definitely feels like today might be their day.
Yeah, I feel like Ranking had some really good counter strats on Mexico. Especially on Blacklist side, those early executes worked out perfectly. They caught Michael DRK a couple of times off guard. And also playing with Ultimate on GR side paid off for them really well. I think Imperial and also LCK played way too aggressive. If they watch this match now, they might be angry because, okay, they actually know that they chose the wrong approach on Mexico against Kungarna.
Well, it's going to be Kungarna with a lot to prove moving forward. We are going to take a quick break, and when we return, it is going to be Ranking's map choice on the way. We'll see you there. Welcome back to the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals here. We are starting to get a little bit deeper into the wild card now, and for Kungarna, it could be a tight spot they find themselves in if they aren't able to win this map, because if you go down 0-2 here, you're looking at a best-case scenario likely of facing Baisha in the quarterfinals, even if you somehow still make it out of the wild card, and that's a tough spot to be in, so I'm hoping they've got something more for us on map number 2.
Got to remember as well that that is also single elimination, right? It's best of 5, sure, but it is single elimination until we get into the top 4, and then we start running the double elim bracket. So if you do draw Baisha, well, you're probably in a bit of trouble there. You're probably getting knocked out because they are looking like the best team in the tournament. So, yeah, I mean, a lot to really play for here for Kungarna in terms of trying to come back into this series. Or if they do lose this series, they're kind of looking at, well, we have to then beat Kara House and hope that Kara House also beats ranking, and then we have a better round differential and this and that, and obviously a big conversation to be had there. But basically, the TLDR is you probably want to win 2-0 just to make sure that there's no funny business involved and that you can make sure that you go through from the wildcard in first seed to give yourself the best opportunity of making it into the top 4. Right now, though, that is looking like a very difficult prospect for Kungarna. They've lost on Mexico for the first time at this event. It's the 4th time they've played. Well, actually, that's not true. They lost to All Gamers, but it's the 4th time that they played at this event on that map, and it feels like finally maybe someone's kind of figured them out a little bit, and Ranking were able to sort of run over them. Ranking's also looking really good today. Everyone's showing up. Their star players having good games. Obviously, we're moving into Ranking's map pick as well, so it's really hard to kind of make the argument that there is going to be a way that Ranking is going to lose this series, because it feels like everything is leaning in their direction.
Yeah, I agree. And also it seems like if Ranking will win this one like 10-4, 10-5, even if they lose against Karos, at the end of the day, they will still probably reach top 8 because of the round differential. And yeah, when talking about Black Widow, the bad news for all an A teams usually is, I think it's not really a good map for an A teams. When my team was competing, for example, against Famous Team, remember one specific match, WCG 2019, we always love to play Black Widow against an A teams because I think it's one of the weaker maps from their region. And I also played against Ranking on Black Widow this year, and at the CFS event in Vietnam, and Ice Cube had a massive performance. I think he got like 26 kills. And Ice Cube, to be fair, was also pretty strong on Mexico, right? Remember this 3K, this 3-piece, and this water area. And also, again, like I think Ice Cube against Kais, like we said before, is a key duel in this matchup, and it seems like Ice Cube is having the upper hand today.
Yeah, it really seems like it, and as a whole, Ranking just playing better as a team, I feel like, which is not something I'm used to saying about Ranking. It felt like earlier on in their first 2 matches, it was a very sloppy team, 100%. Having issues putting rounds together, but something happened during that 3rd match that has just turned this team into a bit of a threat now, and I think both of these teams in the wild card are a little bit unprepared for what Ranking has brought to the table, and now it's Kungarna, backs against the wall here to try and not go down 0-2 in their first wildcard match, because then that puts them going into game number 2 up for elimination in that matchup against Kara House. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Map number 2, Black Widow, Ranking's pick to try and close it out.
Yeah, I really think day 3 of the competition, which was actually the day off for Ranking, was a bit of an awakening for them, right? The first couple of games, Vincent and X-Rock, they didn't look too good, and then as of that point onwards, we've started to see a bit of a different looking Ranking. So I in a way, I kind of hope Ranking actually comes out of this one as the first seed from the wildcard, because I think Ranking versus X-Rock, with Ranking looking like a much better team, could be quite the contest when we do get into those best of 5s. Still, maybe getting a bit ahead of myself. Let's see what Kungarna can do here on Black Widow. They'll start off on the blacklist side. Should be favorable for them. And a bit of a minor aggression from Ranking up through short. Doesn't spot too much out.
Yeah, it seems like Kungarna kind of running the same BL setup we see from a lot of these teams, this early 3-1-1. Why do you think teams kind of lean towards this 7 with this 3-1-1 setup being pretty standard on the map?
I mean, it's kind of safe to play like that because on the CFS client, it's a little bit different because you sponsor everyone the same, so it's tough to take long A side, long A area. So most teams tend to take long B first, with 3 players, and then maybe even retake long A later on with like 4 guys. And I think one good counter against Ranking is also what my team was doing, is going for fast A splits, because Ranking like to take long A with 3 players, So if you go for a fast execute with like 3 or 4 players through a short, this might work out well against them.
Tell you what, not really doing a whole lot here is Kungarna. They're just getting picked off around the map one by one. That's not a good sight for the second map to kick things off. Michael's got the Orm in hand. He'll try to bring one back and is unsuccessful in his initial attempt. Brando also will fall, and Famous also getting traded back on down. So in the end, it is just Michael to frag one player more. But Ranking start off with a decisive first GR-sided round.
Yeah, it feels like this might not even be a close second map if they just keep giving up these early picks. Kind of untraded as well. And for Kungarna, you also have to deal with Famous not being there to provide 20 in these maps. It doesn't seem like he's going to have that same kind of day that he's been having so far.
And that's what I meant, right? Look at Ranking now. They have 3 players towards long A. So if you pressure A short at the beginning of the round, you can take either control of A short or even push towards A side. This would be a perfect counter. You can even go for fast B executes because of the beginning of the round. They just have 1 player on B side, so fast executes might be the best counter on the specific map against Ranking.
Was this interesting from Hugh, but how does he do it? How does he get away with 2 kills there? Might even get a third, though Kais is up to the challenge. Hugh so isolated, still doing work, and on the other side of the map, Kungarna tried to pull the trigger on the timing, and well, the B players hadn't rotated across, and so they were still anchoring the side, which has now left Kais alone in a 1v3. He was pretty good in the clutches yesterday against LCK, but a lot of those were 1-on-2s. Well, this one is now as well, and Kais! He's hit another shot onto Ice Cube, and now I'm starting to question again. We were so positive about Ranking, but why? Why does Ice Cube swing there and give up the 2-on-1 advantage, leaving Fatcon to try to duel against Kais? And on a long-range angle, obviously the Orm, not a bad shout, though Kais is quite low. This should not have gotten as close as it has for Ranking, and look, they still might get through this round, but that was not a good round from them so far.
Yeah, now Kai's in the 1v1. He's got a lot to do with 18 HP. He's going to have time to reposition after the plant, though. He's got all of the room he needs to work with. But if he makes the mistake of doubling over towards this B bomb site, it could be a bit of a disaster, actually, on his hands. Fatcon just kind of sitting here and waiting in the B box room. This is an instant death on plant if he goes to the B bomb site.
Yeah, especially if he's planting really late in the round, which it looks like he will be, you know, maybe sub 15 seconds left. But A site is the choice instead.
It's a plant for long as well, so I think positionally he might have a good advantage here, actually.
I wonder what Fatcon can do. Kais is just going to tuck in the cutout, which, I don't know, do you check this one as Fatcon? I mean, he's got a bit of time to play with. He's rotated across quickly, but I don't think it'll be the first place that you're going to check. And Kais securing the 1-on-3. Ranking have to have a good hard look at themselves and think, how have we let that happen?
Yeah, what a clutch from Kais, but yeah, Ranking playing way too greedy here in this 3-on-1 situation. Like this shot was insane. Drop shot from Kais. The Ice Cube peeking unnecessarily here from A short.
Not good. So, Ranking still not at 100%, but Ice Cube trying to make amends for it. I understand backing yourself as an individual, but I think when you see Kais hitting the first shot such that he did, probably you might have to slow things down a little bit, because he's definitely solid in the clutches.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough.
Humia, though, looking for the advantage in mid to try and find another one here. Brando kind of alone. Gonna go down on short there. Not a whole lot the rest of his team could do to try and trade that one. Famous going in late to try and make it happen, but Humio there to meet him head on. Takes it down to the 5-on-2 already. Kai's still alive. Maybe another clutch potential on his hands. This time, though, it would have to be a 1 versus 5, and it's just not going to work out too easily for him. They get the trade, they secure it, and they hold the advantage now.
If the only way that you're going to get around is off of Kai's 1v3ing, then it's not a pretty picture, unfortunately, for Kungarna.
Yeah, still a bit surprising, though, to see Famous having a very quiet day. Not quite the impact player we were hoping he would be in this matchup, and seeing how much that impacts the rest of the team's performance around him is a bit of a disappointment, I would say, in what they're able to do. Humio, though, continuing to lead from the catwalk, gets the double kill, just charges in there and gets it done.
Yeah, it's Humio's map, really, isn't it? 7 and 4. He's taken down Kais as well, who has felt like the only point of resistance for Kungarna on this map. Pause is going to be requested by Kungarna. I mean, it could be from ranking, but I have I have my doubts.
You can see Mercs here trying to get up the catwalk with Famous. They could catch them off guard here, but Ice Cube, he is holding this angle. They're going to have to worry about it a little bit. Nevis on the doors, going to swing into it. Nevis gets the double, though. How is that not traded? Now Michael is left alone on the B bridge. Nevis goes down, getting a little bit too greedy there, but still, it's a 1-on-3 against Michael. They get it done, and it's another round for ranking.
Well, there's the timeout. Let's put you in the shoes of the in-game leader of Kungarna 7. What is the conversation happening right now?
I mean, the issue right now is I feel like is they keep on playing, like they keep on going for entry frags only. They should just group up and push as a unit, because we didn't see any execute yet. And I think especially fast execute is a very good counter against ranking. I mean, the only hope right now is for Kungarna, I feel like, is that ranking is just playing way too greedy, even like in 3v1s, 4v1s, to just keep on over-peaking. But if this is your only hope in this matchup, then the fairy tale story of NA might be over.
Well, I mean, look, in this game, maybe.
Yeah.
But they still have a match against Cara House, so they can still make it out of the wildcard if they lose here. But it'll be hard to back up as well for Kungarna, right? Because they have to go game 1, game 2, right? They don't have the luxury that ranking does of playing game 1 and game 3 and having a bit of a rest in between and being able to recoup and reset. It's, what, a 15-minute timer plus whatever time we end up spending talking about it. So let's give them maybe 30 minutes point to point from the end of game 2 or map 2 of game 1 into the start of map 1 in game 2. It's not a lot of time to recollect your thoughts. And look at this, like Kai's 100 ADR and you've got 3 guys that are around 30 or less. It's just not enough. It is just not enough from Kungarna right now. Somebody else needs to step up.
It also shows how important Famous is actually, because if he doesn't play that well, he seems to have 0 chance to compete with other teams here.
Smokes out on long from ranking and from Kungarna. It's just a wall of smoke, really.
Famous kind of just dancing here on the other side of it, trying to find an opening pick, but you can tell he's not feeling confident in his shot. He's not going to peek into that. He just backs right off.
I mean, 15 ADR. Like, normally at this point, he's 10 times that. Like, he'd be 150 ADR 4 rounds in normally for Kungarna. So you can imagine what a difference that makes for the squad as a whole, right? When you're missing out on all of that extra damage, that kill threat. Means that somebody else is the one that's going to have to pull the weight, but so far nobody stepping up to the plate outside of Kai's. I will say, actually, Michael's had a bit of a better game here for Kungarna today, but at the deficit of someone like Famous missing out on a 20-plus kill game, it's just not quite enough for Michael to be going, you know, 11 and 10 in the last map, something like that. It's not the same impact, obviously.
Yeah, now it's going to be up to Mercs. Leading this one in, Ice Cube takes him down right away. Ice Cube good for 2, and now he's looking for the flank. Nevis going to go down right away. Famous on the flank as well. Takes down Ice Cube. This is a good opening to work with for Kungarna to get the plant down. KT-15 starting to rotate in.
Last flank.
It's going to be fast from Famous as well on the response. But Fotcon, he is stuck here in the window. Not going to happen. And finally, Kungarna have a decisive round.
That's what I meant, right? Just execute as a unit. It was the first time they executed and grouped up before they went for this execute. And yeah, finally they got the round on the board. I mean, of course, Kai's got this clutch, but you can't really count this as a, like, as a, how do you call it? As a round.
Yeah, not really a decisive one for them. Not really anything super impactful from the rest of the team either. I mean, you still have Brando 0-5 in this matchup, but at least at least Famous is now up to 4-4 there after being 1-4. So maybe he's starting to come a little bit to life, which is exactly what they need at a moment like this. It's only a little bit out of reach for them to get back into it. So if you have Famous step up a little bit, maybe Brando alongside him, this becomes a much different game.
For sure, for sure. Then again, you've also got to consider, right, Kungarna are on the blacklist side, so their best opportunity to get rounds is already half gone. And they're still facing a deficit. Cumbio, yeah, might have got a little bit greedy on that one. Didn't quite land his shots super cleanly, and Mercs has found a timing to walk his way up A-long alongside the rest of Kungarna, and Ice Cube unable to really step up in this case. Comes down to Falcon and KT15 to try to salvage. Where's Falcon off to trying to grab himself an AK? Gets the window jump easily.
Yeah, KT15 though, spotted out here in the window, trying to set up that double flash peek. Falcon though is the first to peek. KT15 only good for one. And Kungarna, they've tied it up here. The team's starting to wake up and hit those shots.
Yeah, I feel like the play from Kais was actually way too risky here in mid, but fortunately it worked out for him. And at least the teammates realized instantly after they got the first wreck, guys, it makes sense, so let's execute fast towards A side because there might be only 1 or 2 players. And Mercs caught, I think it was Nevis, off guard towards A short. It's a good round from Kungarna. Once again, I think once again, like they relied way too much on the individual skill, right? Kai's got this opener last round, then he got the 1v3 clutch. Famous got this free piece in the other round, so they just rely on Famous and Kais, and let's see if it's enough.
Yeah, it's kind of a dangerous game when you start the game with only one player fragging. You almost become overly reliant on them to make the move for you. But then if they can't, things just kind of fall apart right behind it. So we're going to see what they can do with a full B execution this time around. The flashes are picture perfect from Kungarna to get in. They only lose one player in the process, and now they've got full control over the B bomb site. This is a huge round for them to maybe just take the lead right back.
This is definitely better from Kungarna. You're showing your mental resilience by keeping yourself in this game. Could have been so easy to just crumble after those first couple of rounds of map 2, go the way decisively of ranking, but I feel as well clutch from Kai's just kept them interested enough. Ranking will be a little bit disappointed with the way that this half is playing out, but here's a big opportunity to come back in a big way. How is this happening? Famous, you can't expect him to clutch this one out. It's just not possible. And Ranking make a 3-on-4 retake look way too easy. Just when you're starting to feel a little bit better about Kungarna, that happens, and you can kind of see the disbelief on the face there. They're not happy with that round, nor should they be. Ranking is back.
There's no way Kungarna lost this round. You know, B-side is one of the toughest sides to retake, and Kungarna was up numbers. Just play better post-plant positions, and the round should be yours. So I think when Kais realized that 2 players coming from the back, the other players could just push towards GR base and play time in the end.
An unfortunate start there for Mercs. Eats the nade. And now it's already a 5v4 situation. Ranking, though, getting a lot of value out of an aggressive cap play again. And they seem to be going for this pretty consistently so far on this half. Nevis as well, able to take down Kai's. And Ice Cube, he finds another. How are they not ready for him to be there?
I mean, for me, it's obvious to know, like, when Ranking's playing aggressive in Cat, just push long A, because there's only Humeo from A short watching long A area. So if you flash him, A side is completely open. It's either Ranking plays aggressive long A, then you just push A short. If Ranking is playing aggressive A short or mid, just push long A.
And already the round goes down. Ranking take themselves into a 2-point lead, and for Kungarna, it's just the small things costing them quite a bit in this matchup. A lot of isolated picks just being handed to Ranking. And like you said, they've got to find a better way to deal with those pushes coming up short and just go for an aggressive play on the opposite side of it, because they are clearly not winning these fights in mid.
Yeah, 5-3. I mean, it felt pretty good actually for Kungarna at 3-3, right? It felt like they were competitive in this map, but again, it sort of started to fall away from them, and a 6-3 first half here from Ranking would feel like a crushing blow for Kungarna.
Yeah, especially considering this is a BL-sided map the majority of the time, and only 3 rounds not going to cut it. They've got to have a solid execution on to be in this final round, but KT15 hits the taps onto Mercs, and there's no follow-through here. They just give it for free to Ranking. Fotcon goes for the wide swing, gets the double. Finally, Michael able to get one, but the bomb is down. Here comes the wide swing from Ice Cube, and it's a 2v1 on the table for Kais.
Well, don't throw this one away if you're Ranking. Make sure you play out the 2v1 as 2, rather than as 2 individual 1v1s. You've got control of the bomb. Ice Cube is going to be watching that, and essentially Nevis is kind of watching Ice Cube's back. Don't half mind this setup, but it can still result in one-on-ones. Kais, though, now having been spotted, job should get way more difficult for him. Dodging the nade. He's definitely got his time to work with. He could really rotate off and sort of play the mind games against these 2 remaining Ranking members. But we'll take the same approach through the doors, and Nevis will swing. Not sure if that's the right idea. Ice Cube now stuck, locked in the 1v1. All it takes is a headshot from Kais, but he can't hit it. And 6-3 is the scoreline. Global Risk-sided first half there from Ranking Esports, and they will be feeling good about their chances of making a 2-0 happen here. Not only in this game, but based on the way they're playing, also in the group today.
Yeah, it's really just been a tough game all around for Kungarna here. Even Famous having a couple good rounds, hasn't really got them back in it. Kais as well, still playing great in this one, but Ice Cube on the other side still 10 kills for him in 10 rounds. Make it 11 here as he takes down Brando as well. Already a 2-piece to kick it off, and it's a good momentum killer against Kungarna. I mean, at this point, you already have a 6-3 lead, and now you're just steamrolling your way towards this A bomb site, only losing 1 player in the process. Michael and Mercs, they're looking for anything they can find. Ice Cube just toying with Michael, but Michael at least gets the kill here to keep things within a winnable reach.
Michael's working hard in this round for Kungarna, that's for sure, but it's just not enough. Still numbers advantage for Ranking persists as the plant goes down, though Humio will fall to Mercs as well. But even despite the heroics of these 2 individuals on Kungarna, they find themselves with a tough ask ahead, smoked off on the bridge. Gonna have to push through that one or wait it out. And inevitably, they'll start to make their retake attempt. Good shots in from Michael. He stepped up in the round. Nevis' position now known, but the 1v1 is going to be a tough one with the timer ticking away. Michael just has to hot-foot it. He's got to hold that W key, and unfortunately, I don't think he's got enough time anymore. He'll get the kill, but the C4 has ticked away, and there's nothing he can do. Ranking get another one.
A good attempt, though, to be honest, in a 2v4. 2 of probably the weaker players on Kungarna almost actually pulled it off there. I have to give it credit to Michael for just how he played that situation. I felt he had a good opportunity there, and he almost grabbed it, but Nevis playing that timer to perfection is really the difference maker in this one. And now we've got Michael missing that shot on long. Famous, though, able to find one onto Nevis. Good way to get the round started.
What can they do with it, though? Very passive approach from Kungarna in this round, for the most part, outside of Famous, but he kind of isolates himself in a 1v1 duel, and Humio's more than happy to take advantage of that.
Yeah, now you can see this A bomb site's kind of exposed here. Michael, the only one directly holding on to the site. Humio already has control of Cat. The rest of Ranking starting to group up A long. It's going to put all of that pressure onto Michael to hold this angle, but he has to check both at the same time onto the catwalk, and it just doesn't seem like he's going to have a good chance to hold this very safely. You can see he moves back to only have to challenge Cat, but as soon as this long push comes through, he's got no support if the cross can't be held, and already he's taken down from Humio and Brando underneath. There's nothing he can do here. He's completely isolated. The rest of his team not close enough to help yet, and they're kind of just stuck here underneath Cat.
Yeah, I mean, a good opener to the round for Kungarna, but they are not able to convert it. At least it certainly doesn't seem like they'll be able to. Humio, again, having another good round, finding 2 critical kills. And a 3-on-2 post plant. Should be quite a straightforward hold for ranking here, especially considering Kaiser and Brando are taking their time about it, and that's about as easy of a couple of shots as you're going to see for Ice Cube. He makes no mistake. And honestly, map 2 feels like it's heading in the direction of map 1, or even debatably might end up being even cleaner than map 1.
I think this was a typical ranking round, right? Like, I mean, typical round from ranking. You may have instant creepies here, opening up A side, and Ice Cube closing out the round with 2 quick scopes. 2 star players stepping up to the plane. Once again, Humeo almost getting the 2-piece here, catwalk.
Yeah, Nevis now looking for that follow-up. It's not going to matter. He gets it. The double kill. Fotcon gets one as well, and the round's already over. Match point on the table for ranking. And Kungarna, the NA hope is definitely dying down here, but it's a bit disappointing, I'd have to say. I feel like at the beginning of the day, I would have said, you know, we look at Kais, we look at Famous. This is a very comparable duo in my mind to Ice Cube and Humio, but it's certainly not looking like that's the case in this matchup. Humio and Ice Cube, 26 combined right now. Famous and Kais not really meeting them at that level across these 2 maps. And again, they just steamroll their way towards the A-bomb site and through mid. That's just it. It's over. Ranking win it 10-3 and take the 2-0 sweep in the wild card over Kungarna. It's a quick 2-0 on the table for ranking. Not quite what we anticipated in this one. We were hoping maybe North America would pull off a nice win for themselves, but it's just not in the cards for them. It's a rough start, and it might not get any better going into a pretty comparable team moving forward. So, I mean, look, ranking, they look really, really good to be that #1 in this group, though.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, obviously, 10-4, 10-3 is a pretty decisive scoreline in the worst-case scenario, obviously, for ranking now. They set themselves up pretty nicely to at least take 2nd seed here in the wildcard, and for Kungarna, a lot of work to do in that next series against Cara House. I think the unfortunate reality for them is that there's not a whole lot of time really to reset off of that game and go into the next matchup. So I've just seen them walking out. Hopefully they're going to be able to have some, mental reset, have a chat outside, figure things out, because I can imagine the atmosphere in the team after a result like that is certainly not going to be positive. I mean, hopefully it's not negative, but at least, it's definitely not going to be positive, and they need to sort of be able to recapture that before going into this Cara House game. Because, look, even though I personally don't think Cara House have looked that amazing at this event, I know that Cara House has kind of got another level that they can hit compared to what we've seen so far, and you're sort of putting through the recipe for disaster here for Kungarna by having seen such a decisive loss going into a team which, let's be real, Cara House definitely can challenge Kungarna, and putting those two together, I could see devastation actually for Kungarna today if they go into this next series still with that sort of bad mental space after this first game.
Yeah, congrats to ranking. I mean, I feel like the only reason why they won this match is just their firepower. I mean, I would even argue team play-wise, I still saw many mistakes. This one specific round, 2 versus 1, Nevis Ice Cube against Kais. Like, for some reason, Nevis was still swinging way too early, you know? Like, you can tell the communication is not on point. Didn't get punished for that because it's maybe just Kungarna, but if you do this against a Chinese team or a Brazilian team, you might lose the round. I mean, to be fair, Kais got this one clutch. But for some reason, they also don't learn from these mistakes, right? I mean, Humeo and Ice Cube, of course, had like a massive performance once again. This was the main reason why they won this one so convincingly. But they should stop over-peaking.
Yes.
It's also painful to watch sometimes, you know, as a professional player.
It's frustrating. It's for sure
like,
frustrating.
why are they doing that, you know? Because they look so strong individually. I would even say much stronger than Karos.
I think that's the problem, though, is that they look so strong individually, they feel so strong individually that they back themselves a little bit too much, and they think, yeah, I can get it done.
Yeah.
Which, you know, maybe 7 or 8 times out of 10 you do, but on the one time that you don't, or the 1 or 2 times that you don't, you kind of throw the round away a little bit. So it's like a bit of column A, column B, right? If you were a worse player individually, you might not go for that peak and you might play it a bit smarter. But if you're potentially feeling really confident in your own abilities, then yeah, you do sort of get incentivized to go for that peak because you think you can just finish it off anyway, which is like, it's a double-edged sword because you need to have that confidence, obviously, as a player to play at your peak, right? Playing a game like this is very confidence-based. So on one hand, it is kind of good, but on the other hand, obviously, it's maybe mathematically, if we want to go with that terminology, the mathematically incorrect play.
I agree, but for instance, you know, look at that N9. My opinion, by far the best player here, and this guy almost never overpeaks. Even if he knows he has the best aim here, he gets a 2-piece and he's still like backing off, you know? So this guy is like both. He's super smart, he knows when to play passive, when to play aggressive, but yeah, like the Vietnamese guys here on ranking, they just keep on overpeaking. It worked out well because they're hitting their shots, but
it wouldn't work later on, like against the Baisha, for example.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like moving forward, ranking still has a lot of little detailing to work on, but for them, I feel like this is a really good group of teams to kind of work those details out against, because a lot of them have similar issues, especially when we look at ranking against Kara House later. I feel like that's a match where I'd give them maybe even more advantages, considering they have played a little bit smarter comparatively to their counterparts in these matchups so far. But obviously, as we take a look at the stats here, Ice Cube, 3.5 KD, over a kill per round in this one. Humeo as well, kind of right there alongside him. A little bit more ADR though, so he does take home that MVP in this series. And when you talk about a dynamic duo, this could be emerging as one of the stronger ones that we've seen so far, because these two guys do a lot of heavy lifting, and they really made it hard for anyone on Kungarna to do anything in this matchup.
Yeah, 100%. And having a look at the wildcard standings there, that's already a fantastic start for ranking esports. And they'll feel comfortable because they get to have the next game off, right? It's going to be Kara House and Kungarna next. It gives ranking an opportunity to look at Kara House. How are they feeling? Obviously, there's a world potentially where Kara House even loses here to Kungarna, and that really just sets ranking up for success, where they go into that final game, get the dub there, 2-0 the group, go through to X-Rock tomorrow, and have another crack at X-Rock, which at this point in my mind is probably the ideal scenario. I think that sets up at least the best matches for us to take a look at. I guess in theory, right, a 3-way tie in the wildcard would be pretty fun to see how that would play out. If Kungarna win here and then Kara House win the final game, that could still happen, definitely. But even in that case, you kind of look at the 10-4, 10-3 victory that ranking have got, and assuming they don't get absolutely blasted in their last game, they're probably in still a pretty good spot to win on the round differential anyway. So yeah, I would definitely like to see this version of ranking going up against X-Rock. I think that if they get to run it back, it's going to be a potentially much closer matchup than what we initially saw, which even as far as 2-0s are concerned was probably about as close as it is going to get, especially against a Chinese team. And that actually could be the first time we get to see a Chinese team get upset here in the event at Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Final, because it is a much better looking ranking. And the great thing about it as well, seeing that game there against Kungarna, is that, look, we were kind of saying like, oh yeah, ranking's looking really good after their last match against Anubis. Now they've done it 2 matches in a row, and we are starting to see that like level of consistency coming through as well from them. So it does give you a bit more faith that they're going to be able to bring it on a bit more of a basis going through to the deeper stages of this tournament. So I love to see that. Obviously, commiserations to Kungarna, but going to get to run it back here, and hopefully they can reset themselves into this game against Kara House.
Yeah, I would love to see them have a better performance in their second game. even if they go down 0-2, hopefully not in that fashion, because this is a team, let's be frank, we've expected a lot more than what they delivered in that match. I mean, Famous kind of underperforming. I think he had about half of his average ADR across the rest of the tournament in that match. You combine that with, Brando, I think there was several times where he started off 0-5, and on Mexico, he was someone they relied on quite a bit, and he was very silent in this entire best of 3.
Yeah, I was going to say as well that another big issue for Kungarna is that in both of those maps, there was one player for them who pretty much didn't do anything on the map. The first map, I think it might have been Mercs, and the second map, I think it might have been Brando. Either way, obviously, it doesn't really matter who it is. It's like you've got 4 guys that are like, honestly, not even really going positive, and then one guy who's like just completely missing, and that's just obviously not, it's just not going to come together. I mean, it was exactly the same sort of conversation we were having at the start of the show, but now we get to see exactly how it played out, where we were saying, well, ranking have individuals that go a little bit deeper than Kungarna. You've got Humio, you've got Ice Cube. Yes, they're going to be at the top of the scoreboard, but the other 3 are at least going to be keeping it ticking over. Same thing as kind of what we said for Kungarna. We were expecting Famous and Kais to be those 2. They debatably weren't even in this case, and then the remaining 3 as well. Someone went missing completely on both of those maps, and you can't win a game 4v5, certainly not if you don't have someone going like 25-10 or something like that. So, yeah, bit of a loss for Kungarna to bounce back from.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing a lot of step up from these other players on the ranking lineup. I think specifically for me, I've been impressed lately with both Nevis and Fotcons kind of filling extra roles on this team, making those clutches happen when they used to not have that kind of success. And moving forward, it is feeling like a much more well-rounded team. But as we kind of look ahead, are they well-rounded enough to take down maybe an X-Rock? I'm not so sure on that one yet, but I feel like Karahaus is going to really set the tone for what's to come for this team, because if they could do the same thing to Karahaus they just did to Kungarna, I have a lot of hope for this team moving forward.
Yeah, I feel like it's a key match, right, for ranking the next match against Karahaus, because if they win this one, they obviously face X-Rock. If they lose this one, they might face Baisha, which could be the end in this tournament, because beating Baisha in a best of 5 it's just very unlikely to happen. But against X-Rock, I mean, also to be fair, last year Karahaus was playing against Q9 in the quarterfinal, and I beat them in a terrific match. I think the scoreline was 3-2. So usually the 3rd best Chinese team, they tend to struggle against a top Vietnamese team. And to be fair, I think the top Vietnamese team right now is not Karahaus, it's Ranking Gaming.
I would agree.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear in how they've performed so far, especially if you look at Karahaus's last match as any indicator. It was probably their weakest performance we've seen the entire tournament so far. Yeah. It didn't feel like there was any consistency in what they were trying to do. It was just individual players trying to force things to happen alone. And I guess maybe looking at this next match for them, do we see that changing coming into a team that they've seen just put on an equally weak performance in their first match today?
I think, well, it definitely will be easier than playing against Baisha. There's no doubt about that. But I just haven't really seen any change from Karahaus in the way that they've played throughout the group stage. I mean, at the very least for ranking, like we could say, yeah, they had a couple of bad games, but they were sort of close and there were some good moments. For Karahaus, it's like, I don't know, I'm really not super sold. They had one decent game as well, but it hasn't really felt like the play style has changed up all that much. It hasn't really felt like any of the individuals have kind of popped off to the same extent that we saw from the top couple of stars for actually even Kungarna or for ranking. So when we're looking for positives for Karahaus, it's kind of hard to find those when you're comparing them to the other teams here in the wildcard stage. It doesn't really feel like they have a tick in their book that no one else has at this point, unfortunately.
I still feel like Karahaus now is a big favorite coming into this matchup, especially because they could watch Mexico, right? The match on Mexico. And like watching Mexico today, it really, for me, it's really obvious that LCK, I mean not LCK, Imperial and AG, that they chose to, not AG, was Imperial and LCK, right? Imperial LCK. That they chose the wrong approach on Mexico against Kungarna. Playing mid-aggressive doesn't make too much sense against this team, because if you play passive out mid, just good setups, it's totally enough to defend the bomb sites. So I think if Karahaus just copy the playstyle of ranking, this might pay off. And usually also Karahaus was one of the best Mexico teams in the world. Like even the Chinese teams were always banning Mexico. So yeah, this could be a key fact in this match.
Well, we'll see how the next one plays out, but first we're going to throw it to the stage for an interview with Ranking to talk about their win.
It's the wildcard day and our first winners quite conclusively. Ranking Esports, the MVP Ice Cube, GG Ice Cube, congratulations. The team, Ranking, look ready today. You guys look confident today. How does he feel about his performance?
Trạng thái hôm nay đội em đánh rất là tốt, trạng thái rất là tự tin. Thì em có hài lòng biểu hiện hôm nay của em không?
Dạ, bọn em rất tự tin.
I think we are in very good shape and I'm very confident.
And a lot of people thought that game with Kungarna would be closer. Maybe 3 maps, maybe a 2-1 victory for you or them. So what was that game quicker and than you expected, easier than you expected?
Nhiều người nghĩ rằng là cái tỷ số của trận đấu hôm nay nó sẽ khá là gay cấn, nhưng mà các em đã đánh rất tốt và tỷ số hôm nay là nó cách khá là xa. Thì em nghĩ gì về cái tỷ số này?
Dạ, bọn em cũng không ngờ tới tỷ số này, bởi vì hôm qua họ bắn với Sky rất là hay, cho nên bọn em cũng hôm nay cũng cố gắng hết sức.
Actually, this is out of our expectation. And for yesterday, they played very well in the yesterday's match. So for today, we will spare no efforts to gain the victory.
Okay, you get a break now before you play again later today. What are you going to do as a team right now?
Bây giờ các em có thời gian nghỉ để chuẩn bị cho trận đấu tiếp theo, thì trong thời gian này các em sẽ chuẩn bị những gì?
Bọn em sẽ tập lại một số chiến thuật để chuẩn bị tốt nhất cho trận đấu sắp tới.
So we will practice some of the strategies and to better perform it in the next match.
And that next match is against your CFVL rivals, Kara House 2L. How will you beat them today?
Trận đấu tiếp theo của đội em là với đội Kara House, thì đội em sẽ có đối sách gì để có thể đánh bại họ?
Bọn em cố gắng hết sức thôi ạ. Sức mạnh tình bạn.
So we will make most of us and to make full of our strengths to beat them.
All right, well, we'll look forward to it when you play later on. GG, congratulations Ice Cube. Ranking Esports get the first win of the wildcard day. Kungarna lost that match 2-0, so they absolutely have to win their other wildcard match, and that's coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We'll see them against Kara House in the next best of 3.
When you open your mind, you enter a new world. It's time to escape the ordinary. It's time to open minds. Alienware.
Morphling Cyberflex gaming chair creates dynamic lumbar pillow. It automatically adjusts to your body's movements. Morphling Cyberflex gaming chair, reaching your throne.
Hello and welcome back to the CFS Grand Finals 2023. I am Valdez, with me is Seven and ZZXQ, and we are getting ready for the second match here of the wild card. This one is going to be pretty interesting because, of course, Kungarna, coming off a rough loss there up against Ranking Esports, now have to play a second best of 3 up against another Vietnamese team, Cara House, who did struggle yesterday, but up against a very strong opponent. Before we do go any farther, I do want to go ahead and thank our sponsors, Open Mind Alienware. Alienware is supporting CFS 2023 Grand Finals with their awesome devices. So thank you, Alienware.
And also thanks to Morphling for the generous support as the official gaming chair in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
There you go. Perfect.
We will see here if Kungarna can maybe do just that, because they're in need of a good game here. I feel like having this kind of brief pause might not be as much time as you would want in this situation. I mean, you just had a pretty rough 2-0 on your hands. Now you have to turn around and bounce back pretty much instantly to keep yourself alive in this tournament. And knowing even if you win this game, it's very likely you have to face Baisha in the first round of playoffs, even if you make it through at this point. So for Kungarna, it's going to be a tough task, but I'm really hoping at least they have a better showing in this matchup.
Yeah, you got to bounce back strong. I don't know how strong they are going to bounce back after what was, pretty disappointing loss. They looked much better against LCK the other day, and that one against Ranking Esports, Ranking Esports, they played very well. I think they are one of the strongest teams in this wild card, if not the strongest, and, shout outs to them. But Kungarna really need to step it up going up against Cara House here, who we know what they can do. They didn't do it against Baisha, which makes sense because it is Baisha Gaming. But Cara House definitely do have the potential now to come in here and take down Kungarna, which if that does happen, both of our Vietnamese teams will make it on to the next round.
Yeah, it looks kind of scary here for Kungarna because basically Ranking just revealed how to counter them on the best map, which is Mexico. And usually also Cara House like to play Mexico, so I think we could see kind of similar maps today in this matchup. On top of that, also Famous having a hard time. Then on top of that, they couldn't rest after they basically got just stormed from Ranking. So it doesn't look too good in my opinion. I think if Kungarna wins this one, this would be a big upset for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd agree at this point. They definitely look like the underdog going into it. Cara House, I feel like they've got a lot of advantages in this matchup, even though I would say Cara House has had a disappointing performance in this tournament so far, really not showing us their full potential just yet, but I feel like this is a really good opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, this is the moment to step on in, and you'll see some of our predictions, I think, after that first match. We would love to change those. Obviously, we're not allowed as we get those, we put those in yesterday before the matches happened to make it fair. But you'll see that the majority is going for Cara House here, and I think that everybody will be pretty confident in that prediction, especially after what they saw in the first best of 3.
I still have some hope left for Cara House that they show us some better performances than in the group stage. I mean, they're still known as the best Vietnamese team of all time. They have Rambo, known as the best sniper of all time in Vietnam. Shady, good IGL, good rifle, also can stab sometimes. Lucas, no doubt the best rifle of all time in Vietnam. So potentially this team can compete with Chinese teams, also the best Brazilian teams. For some reason, the group stage, they had a tough time, especially against Baisha yesterday. This was, kind of painful to watch. It was 110 twice, right?
Yeah.
So N9 and TZY had some fun playing against them. So if they beat Kungarna, maybe they gain some confidence and they also beat Ranking maybe, because then they could potentially face X-Rock, because I think against X-Rock we have maybe a chance again. They also beat Q9 in the quarterfinals last year at CFS, so they actually know how to counter Chinese teams, but yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how it all does unfold. We are ready to jump onto the stage though and introduce our teams. Let's do that right now.
The second wildcard match of the day. It's Vietnam against the USA again. This time, it's the #1 seed of the CFBL, Kara House 2L. Dola, Rambo, Shady, Lucas, JRK, Kara House 2L. And now coming to the stage, their last chance in the wildcard matches, it's Kungarna. Max, Brando, Michael, Famous, Kais, they must win this game, it's Kungarna! Another big wildcard contest. Good luck to the teams competing to conquer!
Thank you, Matt Andrews, for that awesome introduction to both of our teams. Kungarna coming out here once again up against Kara House. And as we did mention, Kungarna, they need to win this match or they're out. So you get a last chance here getting third place in your group. You do get to go to the wildcard day, but one of the teams gets out, two of them make it in. And even if you do make it in, you are up against some really strong Chinese teams that are waiting for you in the round of 8.
Yeah, I feel like for Kungarna at least, this should be a more favorable match than the last one for them. Kara House hasn't looked too good lately in their recent matchups, especially their last one only getting 2 rounds across 2 maps. So I feel like Kara House is in a more vulnerable position right now in how they've been playing. I think the missing piece in that first set was Famous just not coming to life in the same way we would expect him to. If they can bring that into this series, play with a little bit more confidence, I think this could still be a match they walk away with. But it is going to be a tough road to get there if Kara House also comes in a little bit stronger than what we saw against Baisha.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't have much hope left for Kungarna. I just talked to Famous. He didn't look too confident today for some reason, so... And I mean, this match just proved right that they relied too much on Kais and Famous. If they don't show up, it looks really scary for Kungarna coming into this one. Also, the maps, most likely Mexico will be played once again, and again, like... Ranking just revealed how to counter them on the specific map. Then Karos like to play Kompot and Ankara, and again the big maps I think doesn't suit an A playstyle at all. Like on Ankara against Imperial, they had no chance, against AG also no chance obviously. And even if they ban Ankara once again, Compound also doesn't suit them, so I feel like they really have to win Mexico, and then maybe hope for the decider map, which could be maybe Port or Subbase.
Yeah, and Mexico can definitely be a bit of a toss-up, like you mentioned, a bit countered on that one eventually. Ranking Esports did look pretty fantastic, though. I think they came out really strong right from pretty much, 4 or 5 rounds in, and everybody on their team that you would expect to perform to a high level was, especially Humio and Ice Cube picking up just incredible numbers in that one, whereas on the other side, Famous and Kais, they had like decent times, but not really enough to carry the team, so... something needs to change. I don't know what it is, really. I mean, Kara House may be a slightly more passive team compared to, like, Ranking Esports, who seems to be, like, constantly peeking you and going for almost over-aggressive plays, as you guys were talking about. But Kara House definitely... It feels like on paper should be a more coordinated team and should be able to like put something together. But yeah, I don't know how they're going to bounce back from that Baisha loss either yesterday, which looked pretty sad to watch. But definitely a strong team that we know. And this is, backs up against the wall at this point. So Kara House really need to put up some numbers today.
Yeah, when I look for players on this team I really want to see step up today, Dola's the #1 in my mind that needs to have a strong performance. Last year at CFS, we talked this guy up as one of the rising stars in the scene, and I feel like since that event, he hasn't really come to full life in the same way. And I really want him to have a good game and not play so aggressively on his own, because it seems like he kind of got this chip on his shoulder of like, I have to be this person for my team after last year's event where he was that player consistently, and he just hasn't had that same life since.
Yeah, it also feels like Kara's having some serious issues, because usually this team used to compete with Chinese teams a lot, and we're always able to compete with them, right? And yesterday, for the first time, it felt like they have zero chance, and it felt like they really gave up the match, right? They didn't care too much. This is how, this was my impression when I was watching this match. So I also think for next year we might see a big roster change coming in. And like you mentioned, Kyle, Dola was one of the rising stars here for this lineup against AG at CFS Vietnam. He had a massive performance, was the MVP when they beat AG in a terrific match. But yeah, this year also Shady, for some reason Shady was known always one of the best AKs, best IGL. He's also having a hard time. Rambo, at least in this tournament, he's playing better, I feel like, than before. I also think for this roster, a neckbreaker was when they lost against Ranking in the Vietnamese Pro League, because they used to beat Ranking all the time. And for the first time, they lost against them. So yeah, I think this was not very good for the team mentality.
Yeah, you know, especially a lot of firsts, as you're mentioning. You know, like once you're feeling confident, everything's going right, but then all of a sudden, like one thing goes wrong, and then another thing goes wrong. Things that you've always been really good at, like beating Ranking or, you know, challenging Chinese teams, and now it's like all of these barriers are being broken towards the negative side, and it's like, you know, I don't want to see them slump, but it might just be the worst timing at this point. Also, I do feel like there is a potential chance to, maybe not on port, because that was just kind of Baisha like bopping him over the head, but maybe on sub base they can say, it's really obvious the way that Kara House want to play this map. Maybe we can like throw this in and see if we've got a good chance, because although when you do watch Baisha against pretty much any team, it is kind of just like, okay, well, they just outgun them and they're really crisp and clean, and I'm not sure that Kungarna is going to be able to mirror that exactly, but maybe you can get some decent information from watching those matches and say, hey, maybe we can do a similar thing on sub base, or hey, you know, we liked the strategies that Baisha were using on port. Maybe we want to throw that in, because the Mexico, as you mentioned, almost feels like that was a little bit solved, and now we're not even that confident in Kungarna to take that map.
Yeah, I almost feel like the best option for Kungarna would be Eagle Eye and subbase in this series. Their subbase hasn't been the worst, and I feel like when you look at the issues that Kara House is having on this map, they're very easy to exploit if you're Kungarna, who is pretty good on the blacklist side as well, because when you look at the GR from Kara House, it's always Shady and Dola pushing that B control room early on, going for those early picks by themselves. And if Kungarna is ready to shut that down, I think Kara House is going to have a bad time on those close quarters maps. But I think a lot of that comes down to, has Kungarna done their homework for this veto process here to give them some strength outside of Mexico?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Kara's looked kind of weak on subbase so far in this tournament. So I also think Kungarna, they shouldn't pick Mexico this time. But yeah, anyway, we're gonna hop into the map ban pick. So we'll see in a few seconds what Kungarna will pick this time. But yeah, I would suggest them to pick subbase instead of Mexico to kind of surprise Kara House.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page here. Sometimes that happens where we all kind of agree on something, and then the teams are like, nah, we're just gonna play Mexico. Which might happen. I think that's okay if it does happen. Although, you know, we might not be too happy with it, but perhaps it's the best for the team. Let's see what they do decide to go for, as it will be Kara House actually with the first ban, as they will take away that Eagle Eye. So, Kyle, you were talking about that as a potential choice. Not going to be the map that does come out here.
Yeah, I think it's a good ban coming out from Kara House. It's one of the good two options I think Kungarna had here to pick outside of Mexico. And Kungarna, they have to be pretty cautious with what they ban out here. Ankara, definitely a strong choice, though.
I think it's the right choice to ban Ankara. Strong map for Kara House, one of the weakest maps from Kungarna, so banning either Ankara or Compound is a no-brainer for me. So as you can see, Kara's picking Compound, not a big surprise for me.
Yeah. Compound selection does come through. Now this is kind of the pick I'm most interested about. Will we see Mexico? Will we see subbase? Or will we see something entirely different if they, you know, took some time in between the matches to say, okay, we're just going to send it on Black Widow. Like, this is just going to be our choice. They did just get to play it. It didn't look great, but also ranking, we're kind of charging up, especially towards the end of that map, to really crush them there. But let's see what they do go for. It will be the Mexico, so they're going to go back to tried and true, or at least practiced and true. And we'll see if it works out for them this time.
Yeah, it's a really high risk here as well, considering the big thing working for them was that blacklist side, and they're going to have to start on it again, but it didn't work at all against ranking. So I feel like the Vietnamese teams on their GR side are very strong, and we even saw it in the stats before this match. They have around a 70% win rate for Cara House on the GR, even though they've actually lost a lot of their series.
So now we have Port, Black Widow, and Subbase left in the map pool. Not a big surprise. I mean, Cara House also got stomped by Pacific Magda on this map, right? 10-2 scoreline. Didn't look too good for them on this map. So I think Subbase would be a decent third map for the A team.
Yeah, I think it's the right choice here to go Subbase for it, but actually they ban it out. I'm surprised to see Port as the final map in this series. Maybe they just feel strategically a little bit stronger on what they can do on that map, and I do feel like Cara House has a lot of issues on Port as well that could be taken advantage of, so maybe that's their play here, but they've got to hope they can make that distance here. I think Compound is going to be a tough place to start this series, just knowing Cara House should be a lot stronger on this map, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely rough for Kungarna. After going 10-4, 10-3, they got to play on a really strong map of their opponents with the first map pick going the way of Cara House. So now it's like, better step it up. Otherwise, if they get crushed on this one, I don't know how you can really stand mentally after that. Like, as a team, as a 5-man unit, can you go into Mexico then and say, okay, we're going to beat them now, and actually truly believe that after suffering another loss? Now, it's not a foregone conclusion. We still will play out Compound, of course, and also curious about the mental state of the other side of Cara House. You know, can they bounce back in a big way? Will they be able to play their top game? Will Dola step up to the plate, or maybe Kungarna come back with a fury after that loss, and all of a sudden Cara House get behind, and they're kind of getting flashbacks from yesterday?
Yeah, the one nice thing about playing back-to-back is at least your shot's warmed up, you're ready to go. It might give them a slight advantage in the aim game if it takes a moment for Cara House to kind of come to life in the aim game in this matchup. So I think, you know, maybe having their opponent's map pick first might not be the worst thing in this situation if Cara House isn't really warm and ready to go.
Right, I agree. I feel like the issue in Compound is you need 5 consistent players on this map because you need good team play, good cohesion. It's much easier to carry your team, for example, on Mexico or Subbase on smaller maps than on Compound, you know, when it comes to rotations, good communication, good team play. And I feel like overall, Cara House, they just have the better player pool, just have the better players on their squad. Because on Kungarna, I mean, okay, we saw Brandon stepping up to the plate on Mexico at least, but besides of that, only Kais and Famous had some good performances, I feel like. So on Compound, it should be like 80-20 in favor of Cara House, in my opinion.
Yeah, you are right. I mean, it's pretty rare that we do see like 1 or 2 guys really step up and totally carry this map of Compounds. We saw it a little bit actually with Anubis with their sub coming in and 7-on-Zin actually kind of doing that for the team, which was pretty interesting for many different reasons. But yeah, it's pretty rare, and Anubis still went on to lose that map as well. So you got to be really crisp on this one. A very strategical map, a lot of rotations, a lot of executions that will be very important. As Shady says, I gotta leave, but we gotta start the show. There's no time for the Shady. Sit back down.
Oh man, it's gonna be a tough one here, I feel like, for Kungarna. I want to see Famous pop off this game though. I was really hoping for it in that first game, and it was a bit disappointing for him. I think Kais was the only kind of shining star we saw in that first matchup, but we know Famous has the capability. I mean, this was the 90% headshot man in the openers for his team, had 20 kills a map, and then when he needs it most, it's just nowhere to be seen in this wildcard so far, but it's going to be a tough road ahead to make it happen against this team, but
Cara House, a little bit shaky as of late. Would love to see a good game from them as well. They kind of need it at this point. I mean, when you have 10-1, 10-1 back-to-back, I mean, both of these teams going into the series off of some pretty harsh 0-2s.
Actually, I believe it's the first time that Famous is playing Compound at an offline event, because back then, when he was competing for Carbon, there was no Compound in the map pool, right? So let's see how it goes for him on this map. I mean, Famous is known to carry his team on Mexico for sure, as well as Subbase. But again, on Compound it's tough because of long rotations towards B and A side. I mean, Baby, for example, is known to carry Baishon on the specific map. Let's see what Famous can bring to the table. Seems like Cara House is hyped, definitely, to win this one.
Yeah, it's good. You know, I think for getting your team back on the same page, that's really important. Like the team bonding aspect after a tough loss, definitely going to be extremely important. Make sure nobody's tilted coming into the next day. Make sure everybody's on the same page in terms of, you know, trying their best. Everybody executing the right strategies together and stuff like that. So good to see that. And we should be just about ready to hop onto this first map of Compound in just a moment, as it will be Compound, Mexico, and Port. Pretty interesting map pool for this one.
Yeah, I feel like Compound over the years is getting more and more prominent in the map pool. However, we have seen a lot of Eagle Eye for some reason in this CFS so far, so not going to be drawn in this one. But when we talk about first time on Compound for Famous, it was his first time on Eagle Eye as well, ever. So I feel like that's a good sign, at least for what's to come potentially.
Yeah, he dropped like 30 kills on that map too.
Yeah.
It was quite the long one, as it did go 13-11, but lots of time to continuously carry, and we'll see if that'll happen this time around. I want to see a close map. Haven't had one of those in a couple of matches now, and maybe this one will be the one to deliver. As we hop onto this one, Cara House will start on the Blacklist side. It is their map pick, so Kungarna electing to start on the GR side.
Early on here, it's going to be Mercs and Famous going for that A-long control. Cara House taking that top mid position, trying to poke around and see what they can find here. They do have the bomb alone outside of the B-long position, though. Not a huge fan of bomb carriers playing alone, but they are starting to group up for this full B take, which puts a lot of pressure onto Michael. He's forward and alone on this B side of the map.
Yeah, generally, if you are going to go for this, you got to be ready to back away right as soon as you see that, and that is exactly what he's going to do. Just a little peek. Just going to throw a smoke, trying to buy some time, and yeah, pretty common strategy we've seen many, many times, just to push into pillars and then kind of back away and say, okay, we're going to rotate elsewhere, generally through mid, and then choose a site.
Nice flash there onto Famous, forces him out of position. And Cara House, they're quickly working into this B split. There's only two players to try and hold it off. Brando has to play safe here in that pit position. The rest of his team trying to rotate in for support, but Brando, he's got to stay alive and connect on some of these shots. He just can't hit it, though. Michael on the rotation in, though, gets a huge double kill. And now it's wide open. He gets the triple as well. Shady left alone on the back of the bomb site. Kayas has to get in quickly, but Shady still can't recover this C4 successfully. Michael, he's held the line perfectly, gets the fourth kill. Huge shots from Michael.
Impressive stuff from Michael, stepping up finally for his team. I think this was by far his best run in this tournament. But yeah, Brando looked kind of shaky here, covering GR base from this B main angle. Maybe he should adjust his positioning, because I think if you want to cover GR base, you should maybe choose a different angle, maybe like behind the door on the left side. But yeah, anyway, Michael basically saved him and got the 4-piece. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, Michael was actually not bad in the last map that we did see in the match before against Ranking. So he looked pretty angry as he got the 4K. I'm not 100% sure why. Maybe he's not happy with the way, you know, the team's getting rotated on, and it seems like there does seem to be a lot of open doors into the site. So, but either way, I mean, he got the job done, and maybe he's feeling himself right now, and that could be good news for the side of Kungarna. as Cara House as well. Going to be met with yet another loss and kind of a unfortunate situation. So we'll see if they can hold it together.
Very similar setup coming out from Kungarna as well. And again, it's going to be Michael contested towards this B-long position alone. He's going to spot a player through the window, throws the smoke, backs off, calls for that support from Brando. And again, Cara House kind of just doing the same thing here, rotating back into mid. I'm wondering, though, if Famous might play a little bit differently this time around. You can see he's moved early over towards that B bomb site, kind of expecting a similar approach from Cara House.
Yeah, and would expect him to be a bit crisper on some of those entry, well, I don't even know what you call it, but the guys that are running at you, just headshot them as they are running in. And it does look very similar here from Cara House. Will it be towards B? They do have the one guy towards A room, though, so maybe just execution onto A. And it might work at this point because the only guy who's covering this is actually Mercs. There is Kai's as well in the spawn that could look through. That was a pretty clean one, as he is going to call for some help. Throws a flash, some utility, trying to buy some time for the team, as they will leave the A site open, as they will look for a retake.
Famous, though, not going to check the tower position, goes down quickly to Rambo. Thankfully, Brando trades that one out. Kungarna hold on to the numbers advantage as the bomb goes down. Counter flashes already being thrown in. That is a perfect flash over the top of site. Lucas, he's just trying to play for time here, but it doesn't matter. Kungarna just explosively retakes this bomb site and takes the 2-0.
Yeah, although Kungarna gets this run, I felt like it was unnecessary to take this gamble, like to basically stack three guys on B side. I think Michael should play a little bit more aggressive towards long B, so he gets information. Okay, no player from Cara House is there. We can rotate towards A side, but anyway, good retake. I think it looked kind of scary because they only had one M4 player. And yeah, like retaking A side is tough. If you have no M4, there's so many like boxes where you can go for a wall bang. But anyway, it still worked out.
Yeah, Cara House not really able to set up a good enough defense there on that site. Also down a member after the trade in the tower. Famous did go down, but still they had enough guys to just sweep over the A site. And that's a great start here from the Global Risk side. They are pretty comfortable and confident from here. They didn't look quite that strong on GR on some of the other maps, but they come into Compound and things are starting off pretty well. I do feel like Cara House is kind of, you know, they've opened the book of Compound strategies and they're like, okay, plan A, let's do that twice. And it's kind of, you know, pretty predictable. Kungarna has been able to respond to it the first round. Obviously, a little bit of a clutch from Michael to help them out with that. But yeah, it seems like they've got a good read on what's going on from Cara House.
Yeah, you can see the same start here as well. A lot of presence towards the B pillars. This time they're going to push through it, though. Michael having to hold this off with Brando playing the corner box position. Cara House, they seem ready to go in, but are they going to check this corner? Nobody really looking there just yet. Brando peeks a little bit too early, gets taken down by Dola. Michael on the follow-through, not going to find anything Famous. He's snuck into this corner pocket position, and this is where he has to find some massive value in the round.
Yeah, Brando played way too aggressive from this angle. He didn't even have an AK. It's tough to peek from this angle with an M4.
Yeah, and he only did like a little bit of chip damage. I mean, the timing definitely seemed a little bit off. They could have just felt the pressure, maybe wait for some teammates to come on over, which at this point, you're only 3 guys against 4. A lot of utility coming through, though. Famous should be able to line this up. They don't check the pocket, and he picks up 2. Mercs as well lands that headshot from the bottom of servers. And now it's only JRK who is going to be taken out. That's 3 in a row to the side of Kungarna. Thanks to Famous this time, kind of in a very sneaky spot to pick up 2.
What a mistake from Cara. This is one of the most obvious angles you should check before executing towards bomb side B. But yeah, Famous was happy about it. I think could even get like 3K in this round, but whiffing some shots at the end. Anyway, Mercs closing out the round here for Kungarna. And yeah, now leading 3-0.
Yeah, really liking what we're seeing so far, and honestly, one of the most well-rounded performances so far as well from Kungarna. Everybody stepping up in these rounds to make sure they can hold on and grab them.
And this is the team we were hoping to see in that opening match against Ranking, but on the other side, Cara House, I still feel like they're having a lot of the same issues, not checking their corners correctly, going in a little bit one by one. They've got to find a way to answer that soon, otherwise they could be staring down another similar fate in this match.
Yeah, I mean, consider Cara House's position. They've won 2 rounds in the last couple of days. It's not exactly a good feeling. And now, I mean, they're going to try to mix up the strategies this time straight in. And this time, Brando is going to at least get the 1 kill. And honestly, that's all you expect and all you want from him. You've got other guys like Famous who will just light them up with 2 headshots. And Mercs is stepping up here as well. Was a little bit absent in the first match today, but he's stepping up. And it's 4-0 from the side of Kungarna. They look like the much better team so far.
Yeah, what a flick shot from Famous. I felt for 1 second that his positioning was kind of off in this situation, but he still managed to get the 2-piece. It was interesting that this positioning from Brando worked out, because usually I think it's not the best position if you have an M4 especially, but he still got the entry frag.
Now it's kind of back to the drawing board for Cara House, testing their luck a little bit towards A long. Kungarna has 2 players stacked in this room ready to go for it. But Cara House, they're just kind of bunched up here, hoping a pick comes their way. But Kungarna playing very, very patient.
Yeah, Kungarna have not played that style that some of the Chinese teams play, which is understandable, where, you know, they're always like peeking out looking for information. And Cara House aren't going to get a lot of value by just kind of standing here as a team. Let's see if it works out as they do push into the A room. Famous and Mercs get 1 apiece, and now Famous going to pick up 2. They can't root him out. He's got 37. Okay, finally, Dola is going to be able to take him out, but a lot of casualties on their way. And now it's 2 against 3 from the Blacklist side. Things are already not looking so good. Let's see if Cara House can put something together with Dola and Shady.
It looks like they are going to go for this mid play. Dola actually arm in hand, pretty uncommon for him. Trying to find that pick onto Kai's. They know Kai's loves to play this backside position. Doesn't matter, he gets a kill before going down. And now it is on to Shady, the 1v3. Down to a 1-on-2 here. Trying to sneak across. Brando and Michael have the right idea, though, across on that doorway in case he tries to push through. Now they've got the quick double up for the retake. They know he can't be close by on that doorway. And now Shady, he has to play this timing to perfection. He's going for the full wraparound. But if Kungarna goes in and just sticks this bomb, there could be no time for him to make this happen.
And they might read this, although they are clearing out all of A long first, so not quite going to get the angle. And now shelling from the tower is Shady. Already doing a lot of damage here to Brando. He's going to land those onto Michael as well. And there it is, the headshot. Didn't even necessarily need it as Shady had taken some damage, but still, they will welcome it as Kungarna clean up a 5th round in a row.
I can't believe Brando got this frag at the end. But I also felt like it was a crucial mistake from Karos here, long A. Because, for example, Baisha, when they send Xiao long A and he spots someone jump spotting there, right? They will just back off. They won't commit because they know there will be at least 2 players. It's a common setup, right? It's a common long A stack. For some reason, Karos decided still to commit towards long A, and Famous got this 2-piece. Also, Max got 1 frag. So yeah, I think this was a mistake from Karos taking long A control.
Yeah, it almost feels like in recent history, seeing these guys, this team just feels kind of shattered in how they're playing. There's no cohesion in what they want to do, and their strategies seem to be some of the weakest we've seen overall in this event. So I'm hoping they can find a way to maybe conquer that, but at the same time, it presents a really good opportunity now for Kungarna to maybe bounce back and even take that #1 spot. If they get a 10-0 on a map, they could even redeem themselves from the first set.
Which would be kind of insane. As we're going all the way back here, actually, to the Michael clutch and seeing multiple replays, actually. And yeah, a lot of these, I mean, that shot, very crisp, very clean, even a headshot. As Shady still highest ADR in the lobby. And that, I think, is mostly because on the side of Kungarna, you see everybody's pulling their weight. All 5 members are at least, you know, 70 plus. And that's going to be enough.
Yeah, I think moving forward, Kara House got to do a better job of setting up on these post-plant situations and just getting in a little bit cleaner as well. They almost leave too much on the table and how they're taking these early fights. They've got to know what they're up against. It's not like Kungarna's doing anything crazy and unpredictable here. They're just not securing trades on common angles. And for Kara House, it's very bizarre to see because this is normally a team that knows exactly what they're up against, but now they're just going to full send it all the way through mid here onto the A bomb site. The pressure is on to Kais very quickly to hit the shots. He already finds himself one, looks for the second. Not going to happen though. Kara House, they steamroll their way into the bomb site for now.
Yeah, they're going to make their way in. And you can see that the setup from the side of Kungarna had kind of Famous playing mid, and then you've had Brando and Michael kind of leaning towards B. So actually a pretty nice rush play to isolate the sniper on the A site, throw in some utility over the top, and just get in there with some entry frags. Now they've got this plant, and all three members of Kungarna going to try to go in the same direction as Michael does pick up the one, but you can see that this hold is going to come through as they finally get around in this match. I mean, it seems few and far between for Kara House, but they get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Kara House, they need everything they can get to close out this half. It is still a GR-sided map, so, you know, maybe they find themselves 3 or 4 rounds out of this half. It's not a bad positioning, considering they are a very GR-sided team as well. When we saw their stats earlier, it was close to a 70% win rate for them on the GR side, even against some of the stronger teams they were up against, obviously aside from Baisha, where they didn't get any rounds there, but still overall a good position to be in, knowing they are a strong GR team if they can get maybe 3 out of this half instead of a huge stomp against them.
Let's see this rotation in from Kara House. This time it's mid in through pillars, but Kungarna haven't really made any big changes in their defensive setup. They have had some of those, you know, A long kind of setups like Seven was talking about, but generally it's, you know, you got Michael and Brando playing the one side. They're covering B. You got Famous kind of playing flex. He's going to both sides depending on the pressure. And then they're just waiting for Kara House to make a push, and it's been working out, so especially with smokes like those, which not gonna help the mental state, perhaps. Not gonna make Kara House feel very happy. The spray here going to kind of whiff, but Brando's gonna come out with the M4, picks up 2, and that is going to be now 3-on-3.
Yeah, the rotation here, though, from Michael going to be key in this round. He's kind of being held by Rambo, but it doesn't matter. Kai's good for 1 in mid. But the push comes through anyways. Dola takes down Mercs, gets control of the B bomb site, but Rambo, he has to take this fight and win it. And there you have it. He does find the kill, but Kais is still alive, trying to isolate the 1v1 onto Dola. He has to push him on the plant here. Almost catches him. Rambo saves the day, though. And hey, it's a second round.
Yeah, what a play from Rambo, going for the flash instead of peeking first, and then Michael obviously was blind. Rambo knew the position, just goes for the wall bang. This was definitely the key frag in this round.
Yeah, gets them total B control, and then Kai's got to push in a pretty difficult position. He almost got the drop on Dola, I think, who was planning that one, but it wasn't meant to be. He couldn't hit the one tap, and then Rambo just swings, picks up the kill. And yeah, 2 in a row, so bit streaky from both sides. Kara House finally look like they have woken up a little bit here in the series. And perhaps Kungarna kind of sitting back hasn't worked out for them a couple of times. So now, trying to get a little bit more pressure in through the pillars. They do have 3 guys around this area as Kara House, similar strategy to last round, trying to clear out from this angle. Let's see what Famous can do, as he is about to get the information. They do not check this one. He picks up 2. And now Brando trying his best, but he's not quite going to hit those shots. Michael as well from the backside. Extra defense. The setup here from Kungarna going to allow them to trade equally.
Still a bit of a misplay, I feel like, from Brando there. He had the opportunity to even grab another 2. He just couldn't hit those shots when he needed them. And now Kara House, they've got even numbers on the blacklist side. Not the worst place to be. And certainly spreads out the defenders as well. But Kai is not the challenge you
you really want to be taking here if you're Kara House. He's going to have a chance for one, gets it, looks for the follow-up onto Lucas, and you can tell Lucas, he's got the bomb in hand. He does not want to risk this.
Yeah, he will take his time. Still a minute left, and Rambo is kind of going Rambo. He's going in by himself. Lucas as well is going to get a very clean shot there onto Kais. That flick is huge. It's Rambo and his buddy Lucas going to be able to get a couple of picks, one apiece. And now Michael's got to go 1v2 in a very not easy situation now.
Yeah, the time's ticking. He's got to move a little bit faster than this to get it to go his way. He's got some utility to work with, a flash and a smoke here, so maybe he can make this happen, but he has to move quickly to clear out all of these angles on site. Lucas and Rambo, they've got a perfect trade set up on the backside of this. He's just going to try and stick it, though. Certainly not. It's not going to happen. No time there. The push comes through. Maybe if he sticked it, he had a chance, but just a tough one.
I still don't understand why Michael and Mercs didn't rotate towards A side, because Kais has the information that the two guys long A from Kara House. So instead of staying B side, just go for a crossfire and mid, play a little bit more aggressive, because Kais had to basically snipe towards 3 different angles at the same time, because he was alone on A side. And yeah, I think at least one player should have rotated off towards at least mid, but for some reason both players were staying on this bomb side B, which cost them the round in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely some sluggish defensive rotations, you could say, from the side of Kungarna, just trying to hold on to their bomb site. But it's not the right play in that certain situation, as you highlighted. So, yeah, we'll see if they can kind of mix things up. But this is the last round before the half, so 3 in a row going the way of Kara House means that perhaps with this momentum going into the second half, Kara House can get something done themselves. As Michael getting some good information. Just going to hop by. He knows that, you know, the crosshairs were right on that door, but he's able to get out and just going to hold a defensive position here on B.
Yeah, now Kara House, they're going to back off here. Not really trying to force this push in towards B. Kara House, a team that usually prefers to execute out of the middle of this map. Seems likely they're going to take that approach again with 3 starting to group up for it. The bomb working its way towards A long for that split as well. Though they do leave Rambo in the tunnels for now. Looks like it's going to be a full grouping here in mid, though. The mid to B, usually not too bad of a call here on this map, especially if you can take down this player holding the corner. It is going to be famous this time around, playing that off angle. Mercs as well underneath for the support, but Kara House, it's a bit of hesitation here. The nades finally coming out to smoke off this A bomb side entrance. They're going to go ahead and try and sneak across here. Mercs pushes through the smoke. Maybe a bit of an error on his end. Now Michael has to hang on alone on this corner, but they're doubling back to A off of that play. Dola, good for one. Kais has to find something here, but Dola takes him down alongside Lucas as well. Rambo holds the rotators off. Brando in a 1v4. It doesn't seem too likely.
Yeah, pretty good read from Kara House. They got that pick onto Mercs, who went for the early peek, and then they just said, well, Famous is probably over by B or in the middle. Let's not even try to go that way. We've opened up the A site already. Let's just hop in there and isolate Kais, who's probably going to be there. And, you know, the side of Kungarna were playing very similar positions the entire half. So at the end of the day, just able to isolate Kais, and they move on to A and take a pretty easy round. So 5 in a row for Kungarna, and then 4 in a row for Kara House. What does it mean?
I mean, it looks quite good for Kara House, right? It's GR side at this map, and Vietnamese teams are known for their very good setups, and also, unfortunately, Kungarna is not known for their good executes. So I think the momentum is slightly shifting in favor of the Vietnamese team.
Yeah, right now, very forward as well from Kara House in this opening round. 3 players in pillars. Nobody on the other side. The timing just not quite perfect here for them to meet up. Kungarna starting to take that pressure towards the B bomb site. The bomb's still down in mid, though. We've got one lurking over towards A as well. It's going to be Famous just holding on to that A long position. But Kungarna not really taking any ground just yet, waiting to see if they can find more of these players posted up on these sites, but Cara House playing extremely safe in the opening round.
Yeah, nobody's peeking. Defensive, kind of hopping by the door over by JRK to make sure nobody's coming in through B. Just feels like, you know, the teams have swapped sides, but they look very similar in terms of their setups. You know, a little bit of early action in the pillars from Cara House, but other than that, was also thinking that Kungarna was going to go mid, but it does look like kind of a split into B, actually. As Famous going to push through the smoke, he picks up that one headshot, and now as a team pushing in onto JRK, but the rest of the team got kind of just cleaned up in mid, actually, as they were pushing in, and now it's only a couple of guys here, Michael and Mercs, who have to try to push into Cara House, and the momentum is gone from this push.
Yeah, a lot of hesitation here on taking this side as well. Michael, I feel like he could have got in if he had gone a little bit sooner. Now Mercs is alone. It's not going to happen in Cara House. 5 in a row to tie it up.
Yeah, I don't get why Kungarna only sent 2 players through GR base, because usually it's much more difficult to push GR base towards B than through B machine room. So I would have sent 3 or even 4 players towards GR base, and then maybe sent like Michael, DRK as kind of the lurk role towards machine room.
Yeah, I do agree. Kind of maybe a lot of reliance on Famous to just say, okay, Famous, go kill, like go run through mid, and you can open up the map. Kais is going to get a little snipe here in mid, actually, as now Brando trying to get aggressive onto JRK as well. They know he is here now, trying to look for the double peek. This is pretty good, as they are able to isolate him. I remember Chow yesterday was just able to get 4 free kills in a row, getting single peeked over and over in that exact spot. As Kai's this time clean with the Colt. As Rambo still alive, though, trying to hold on to this one 2v4, but a pretty decent setup here for the side of Kungarna.
Lucas, though, gets the backstab onto Michael. The 2v5 quickly turning into a 2-on-3, but they're running low on time to get this. Look at this angle from Rambo. I'm not sure if he spotted Famous there or what, but Brando, he's now stuck in this position. Rambo has the sneak on him. Doesn't matter, though. Famous swings wide, and Kungarna finally put a stop to the madness, getting their first round in quite a while.
That's what Cara also should avoid, right? Like just giving them entry frags for free, basically. Because again, Kungarna is not known for the good executes. If they just play passive, good setups, the Vietnamese squad, I think they should take this map. If they keep playing aggressive, they basically give them rounds for free.
Yeah, you got to be really careful, especially with the way this map has gone so far, where it feels like either side could really just burst out into the lead. If you give Kungarna even a tiny bit of momentum, maybe they just win 5 rounds in a row again. I think it would be less likely from the Blacklist side, given the team and the map, but I mean, Cara House haven't looked super solid themselves as well. So Kungarna waiting for some more aggression. Doesn't look like it's going to come through this time, although there are 4 people from Cara House waiting for a push through mid. And then they've got, you know, JRK over here at the B entrance, trying to hold this solo, as you generally can.
Yeah, I really like the setup coming out of Cara House. They've got 4 players pressuring mid, kind of anticipating that mid execute either way. And only JRK holding on to the B tunnels, but this could be a really good read, but they are slowly moving out of this setup, losing a little bit of that presence they had on mid. They can kind of shift into it, though, quickly if they anticipate the push. You can see they're moving towards this mid hold. Dola under pressure, finds himself a kill. It's not going to be anything more, though. Shady backs off instead of going for the trade, still gets that little fadeaway onto Famous, and now they have the numbers to retake this one pretty comfortably. The bomb's still not planted as well, but the time is ticking. They've got to plant it soon.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if Cara House are able to sweep in after the plants. Shady coming in here a little bit early. He's got that M4 and is going to be key, but very nicely done by Kais to get that pick off, and he gets another one as they're trying to pressure Kais, and he just doesn't give a damn. He's going to pick up 2. He's going to pick up a 3rd as well as he is defending this by himself. And now it's just Lucas, and they know where he is. They're even going to give this kill over to Kais. Might as well a huge round from Kais to save this one for Kungarna.
Yeah, what a 4-piece from Kai's here, and also like the decision, like going for the aggressive play here towards C. Because, I mean, Kairos were up numbers, so you have to do something, especially because Kungarna didn't have any M4 players towards A side. So yeah, Kai's saving the day here for the A squad. I love to see it.
Yeah, really good stuff to keep them out in front. Kara House, they had the numbers for the retake. They just couldn't get things rolling together in the play. And that seems to be their biggest hindrance overall, just not being able to play as a cohesive unit on these retake situations. Now Kungarna, they are 3 away from taking a first map in this series, starting to put that early pressure into Pillars this round as well. And again, Kara House just playing extremely safe here, not going for any risk in this round.
Yeah, I mean, especially after that last one, probably want to slow things down or just take a moment to breathe, as it's not going to be an easy pill to swallow. Michael with the entry kill onto JRK, who I think JRK right now is at like 3 and 10. He's not having the best map. This is, again, Kara House's map pick, and right now Kungarna, it feels like, again, the momentum is swinging in their favor. You give them a couple of rounds, and maybe this is all they need to take off. Let's see if they can continue to put on this pressure and get some clean executes as well. Here comes Kais now. He has been relied on alongside a Famous to try to look for these entry frags and look for these pickoffs before they do go for plays.
Kungarna creeping their way towards the A bomb site. They've got their whole team focused in this direction, leaving Michael in the mid tower to try and catch the rotators as they come through. Famous leading on the entries with Mercs. They're ready to go into this one and just full send it, but they've got to be careful. Dola and Shady both on the other side of it. The timing, he looks away. Dola goes down without a fight. Michael catches the flank in mid, almost gets the drop shot onto Shady. Mercs secures it. What a headshot, though, to flick over and get it done. And this could be the start of the end of map number 1 here if Kungarna keep playing like this.
Yeah, Michael just won this round with Kungarna. First he gets the entry frag, then he goes for the fake flash towards mid. This was the main reason why Dola was also watching mid, and then Famous could easily pick him up. So credits to Michael stepping up to the plate here.
Yeah, absolutely. We did get another look at Kai's play. As speaking of which, going to open this one up. They feel the pressure. Kara House are really just sending it, and it is not working for them. As Kungarna once again going to get the big upper hand onto them. This is about to be 9-5 unless JRK can pull off some insane kind of clutch. Look at Michael on the map as well. He's about to get the flank coming in from behind, but JRK is going to try to push it. Down he goes, and that is 9-5 on Kara House's map pick. Kungarna are about to run away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, after that first match, I wasn't feeling too good about my prediction, but you know what?
Same.
Now I'm feeling a little bit better. Kungarna stepping it up, but it almost feels like at the same time, Kara House is handing over a lot of these rounds. It's not necessarily Kungarna playing overwhelmingly well as a team. They're just doing what they need to and kind of reading into the hand of Kara House playing a little bit overly aggressive. This time, though, Shady gets the pick on to Michael. An early round number they haven't found in a while. Kai's almost equalizes there. Rambo down to 30 HP as he sneaks away.
Yeah, just hitting him in the ankle as he was hopping by. Rambo getting away lucky with that one, especially with how Kai's has been playing. Not even necessarily the Famous show, or, you know, if you're going to look at one person, it is Kai's with a couple of clutches and some big numbers so far. But also just as a team, Kungarna keeping it together for longer than Kara House. I feel like it was so close. And then sometimes this happens where, you know, one team just, a couple of their strategies fail, and then it just feels like they're kind of donezo. As Kai's not going to hit that one. But the team looking to push in to A at this point in time is JRK. Again, not going to be able to hold them off. Lucas trying to come in here from behind as he is not spotted. Does pick up 2, but again, decent spot here for Kungarna on the site, 2v2.
Yeah, Shady really the key in this round. Rambo doesn't have any health to work with, but neither do Mercs and Famous. They're both under half HP. Shady, he can do a lot in this one if he plays his cards right. The C4 still yet to be planted, and this is the big risk in the round. If the plant goes down and they get caught during the process of trying to plant this bomb, it's automatically a 1 versus 2 situation. They're not going to have a good advantage in at all, but Shady and Rambo, they know that. They're not getting too over-eager just yet. You can see Famous using that nade to stall any potential peek on the planter, and now this is where Famous has to step up, gets the first kill, and now it's all up to Rambo. He gets the first shots though, Mercs. The newcomer to this team, can he do it to close out the map? The bomb already down to halftime. Rambo has to get moving, but Mercs, he's gonna run into trouble. The utility being thrown on him doesn't matter. They get it done, and Kungarna take the first map 10-5.
There you have it. Kungarna going to step up to the plate here in the second match with their backs against the wall after a rough loss against ranking ESPORTS 0-2. They do come in here and take down the first map of Compound up against Cara House 2L in a 10-5 victory. And especially after the half, you know, it was pretty close before the half. They had won 5 in a row. Cara House had come back really strong and actually won 5 in a row themselves. Got tied up at 5, and then immediately Kungarna won 5 more in a row. So very swingy kind of map. Not sure. It definitely feels like a lot of mental gymnastics are going on both sides, trying to figure out how to figure out each other and figure out the opponent teams. So a pretty interesting one to start us off.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. They're very momentum-based teams, and you could see that in how the rounds kind of played out. But I also feel like Kungarna had a little bit of a hiccup in the middle, started getting picked apart a little bit too much, and then Cara House almost wanted to abuse that by being even more aggressive, and that's when Kungarna was ready to punish them and really put up a good showing. And you can kind of see it in the score lines here as well. I feel like this is the most well-rounded performance we've seen from Kungarna so far in this event, and what a time to pull it off. And of course, the newcomer as well, Mercs, actually earning the MVP, and you know what? I would hand it to him just off of that last round alone. That's a lot of pressure as a newcomer into CFS for the first time. To win that match for his team is just massive.
Right, I agree. It's actually the first time we see all 5 players on the squad stepping up to the plate. I also have to give huge credits to Michael. Like, he got many key frags, some smart plays coming out from this guy. So yeah, maybe now Compound is the way to go, not Mexico, right?
Well, we're going to see both by the end of it, as Compound was the first map. Mexico is going to be our second one. Guys, we're going to take a break. Before we do come back for that second map, don't go anywhere.
Crossfire ESPORTS World Championship Tournament.
Welcome back. Hope you guys did enjoy the break, but we are back here for more action at CFS Grand Finals 2023. We're in the midst of Kungarna up against Cara House 2L, and this one not really going the way we expected after the first match, as Ranking Esports kind of clobbered Kungarna, but now Kungarna came out really strong here against Cara House. So definitely feels like a lot on the line for these teams here at the wild card, and it is messing with some of the mental states of these maps, as it seems like Cara House is really struggling nowadays, the last couple of days especially.
Yeah, I feel like this team's kind of just on their way out now. I feel like they kind of go into these matches playing overconfident, playing individually, but there's no strategy behind what they're doing a lot of the time, and it's costing them so many rounds, and it feels like we're almost watching a broken team just try and figure it out.
I mean, I would even argue if Cara House will lose Mexico today against Kungarna, for me, they're the biggest disappointment at this tournament, because Cara House reached third place last year at CFS. Their lineup looked pretty strong on paper, at least, but for some reason, like you said, Kyle, it doesn't feel like it's a team, right? Just like individual players going for aggressive plays, especially on GR side, which don't work out at all. And yeah, I mean, the only hope for me is that they watched the match on Mexico, right? So they should actually know what to do now. Just play passive on GR side, let Kungarna go for the executes, because Ranking just showed how to play it on GR side. Passive, good setups. This is actually enough to defend it, but let's see. I mean, right now, the scary part for me is it's for the first time we see all 5 players stepping up to the plate. So if they keep up this momentum, they might even win Mexico. And to be fair, most of the time we only see 2-0s right here at this tournament. So maybe once again it will be 2-0.
It does feel like we are heading in that direction with the momentum of even just that first map was so swingy back and forth. One team wins and they win all the rounds in a row. And yeah, I do feel like Cara House are really struggling, and especially, Ranking Esports, they're a team that it feels like everything's going right for them right now, whereas the other two teams, even Kungarna included, were pretty much kind of struggling coming up into this wild card. Ranking Esports are almost getting stronger coming into this one, especially with the really good showing there at the beginning of the day with the 2-0. A lot of individual step-ups from all the guys on the side of Ranking, especially Ice Cube and Humio as always, but on the side of Cara House, you don't really have like one specific guy that's been stepping up, even occasionally. Like Lucas said, I think in the first couple of matches, or maybe even just the first match, he was like the one guy that was pretty consistently putting up some good numbers, whereas everybody else wasn't really, and they did lose that one. And now it just feels like even Lucas isn't able to put up the numbers, so nobody's really carrying. Does feel like the team is a bit fragmented, and now Kungarna have the momentum from that first map to kind of go into comfort and maybe take this 2-0.
Yeah, which puts Cara House in a really scary position, knowing what Ranking already did to Kungarna. If you go down 2-0 to Kungarna, Ranking is going to feel just a world of confidence going into that matchup, knowing what they already did to Kungarna. They would have to think, okay, this is an easy 2-0 to get out of the wild card for us. And for them, they're going to see this opportunity as well, because they much rather face X-Rock than Baisha coming out of that wild card, which is definitely going to be on their minds going into that final match later today.
Yeah, I also talked to Rambo today morning, and of course they want to reach first place right here in this wildcard stage to avoid Baisha, like you said, Kyle. But yeah, it seems to be like unlikely, right? Against Ranking Esports, like overall, Ranking Esports looks so much stronger, especially individually, maybe like team play wise. They are also lacking like cohesion, like we said before. But Cara House for me, it just doesn't look like a team. Like it's just like watching 5 individual players going for aggressive plays, and that's basically it.
Yeah. Not much to build off of that, although they did have a decent string of 5 or so rounds at the middle of that last map, so maybe they can dig into whatever was going right there and try to do something better. You could say, okay, well, maybe Kungarna were kind of faltering at that moment, but I do feel like there are small glimpses of what Cara House could do right. Hopefully they can pull that back. They're going to need it as they do move on to the second map here. Kungarna's map pick of Mexico. It's do or die for both of these sides, trying to make it through the wild cards into knockouts tomorrow. Let's see who's going to take it here on Mexico.
All right. Kungarna, again, going to be starting on the more difficult side on this map. We've seen it work for them a few times, and earlier today, not so much. Maybe they've learned on their end as well.
what they can change up on this Blacklist side of the map. They're also a lot warmer shot-wise than what we saw earlier in the day. You can see, here comes the jump peek from Mercs. How are they not ready for that? The trade's finally coming through, but is it too late? Famous and Michael trying to pick up the pieces after that awkward exchange in mid. Famous good for one, but Rambo already takes down Michael, but Famous still a 1v2, not completely out of the question for him.
Yeah, this is going to get pretty interesting. Very aggressive play here right from the first round. Maybe trying to continue with some of that momentum. Obviously, you know, you got like 10 minutes in between the end of the last map going into the next one, so they want to get right back on the horse with an aggressive play here on Mexico BL. But yeah, now it's going to be a 1v2. No bomb here for Famous. He's got to just pretty naturally push into this one. He does have a couple of utility, you know, maybe can throw in a grenade, try to weaken one of the guys. Also, JRK has kind of been struggling, whereas Rambo has been doing decently for the team. So kind of an interesting duo of guys that he has to play into. Maybe if he can pick off one of them, could win the trade against Rambo or something.
This is a really smart play from Famous as well. I mean, he's already snuck in behind them. I don't think they're going to be aware of his position at this point, and they've also split up. Even more risky in this positioning from Kara House, which should just be them holding the bomb together. Now the bomb is exposed. Nobody's really defending it now other than Rambo sitting on the back of this site. JRK is in a position to try and help trade, but Rambo gets caught off guard, still hits the shots anyways. A little bit too close for comfort, but they still get it done.
It looked a bit shaky from Famous with the M4. That's why I also told him just stick to the AK. I think he's one of the strongest AK players here in this event so far, so I think the M4 playstyle doesn't really suit him. Actually, it looked quite good for Kungarna, like they got to open us, but I think I didn't expect the third guy waiting in the shadow area.
Yeah, definitely got a bit stifled on the push. Kungarna now going to slow things down. Not too surprising after the way the last one went. Could still try to go for, you know, slightly delayed push in through mid, but did seem like Kara House was pretty ready for it the first time around. So let's see what they do want to go for. I wouldn't even mind trying to send, you know, Famous or Kai's down underneath into water and maybe look for picks, because those two guys have been pretty good, especially if you do get Famous on that AK you were talking about, although doesn't have it this time around. Actually, 4 M4s trying to push through mid. That is the game plan here from the side of Kungarna, but it is not going to work once again, as they do a decent amount of damage, but no kills just yet. They finally take out Dola, but Kara House 2L are holding strong in mid.
Yeah, Famous really needs to find this other kill as well onto Lucas. They've left him in position for too long. It's Famous just pushing through alone. Taken down. Kai's stuck behind this box, but Brando, he's swooping in here, able to find one. They should know that Lucas is in this corner position, but Kai's, he's not ready for it. Brando goes down as well, and Kara House again winning on these mid-control plays.
Yeah, I'm surprised Kais wasn't aware of the position from Lucas here. Maybe there was a miscommunication. I also feel like if Kungarna figures out, okay, Karos is playing mid-aggressive, then they should definitely go either for alley executes or water executes. Because challenging them in mid didn't work out yet.
Yeah, you could say maybe they're feeling like it's close, so they kind of want to run it back and see if it works the second time. But now 2 in a row, it's like, okay, gotta change something up. You know, throw smoke in the mid, maybe try to throw in some smoke and mirrors, and then just run through the alley. They do have a couple of guys in here, actually 3, but still a pretty large contingency of Kara House 2L members here on the A side, as Mercs not going to be super clean on this entry. Does get the 1. Dola, though, is holding it down, picks up 2, as now Famous in mid is not quite able to land those shots, and it's Michael alone. Maybe he's the clutch master for Kungarna today, but it's not going to happen in that round. 3 in a row for the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, and this is where I think maybe this map pick wasn't ideal in this situation. I mean, they've given up a lot of information already on how they play it, and Kara House seems pretty prepared to shut them down on it. Kungarna have to get back to the drawing board quickly and get something working for themselves. At least 3 is kind of the requirement on this side of the map to do it on the GR, but even then, we've seen them struggle a lot on their GR side on this map. This time around, though, at least Kungarna's winning these duels. 1-for-1's going each way, but it's actually Kungarna who gets the better of it. 3-on-2 now, Dola down to 20 HP, and maybe they'll finally get their first round here.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why they went this aggressive on the side of Cara House, but you know, maybe if they got the drop on them trying to catch Kungarna off guard, it did not work, as Kungarna were just kind of waiting for them. And now it's Dola v2. Famous and Mercs going to stick together, as you normally would. They have the bomb. Dola could have potentially gotten a flank there, but now he's just going to go all the way around, as he doesn't know exactly where these guys are.
Dola in a good position to set up quickly for the retake on A. But getting through the double doors with only 16 HP doesn't seem like it will go his way. Famous has a nade in hand, potentially to throw as well. But Dola, he tries to sneak and catches him with a nade out, but thankfully, Mercs seals the deal.
Another striking example where Cara House shouldn't play aggressive on GR side, same on compound, right? Every time they play aggressive on GR side, they keep losing those rounds. So
at least Dola having a pretty good game, I would say, so far. And honestly, over the match, he's stepped up quite a bit compared to what we've seen from him individually. And now it's up to that team play to try and close it out for Cara House on the second map. They've got a great start to work with, but you can see Kungarna starting to adapt here to what's being thrown their way.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, like Seven was saying, I think that Kungarna is going to be ready for those pushes. It's not suiting Cara House well. Kungarna is feeling the pressure. They're waiting for that kind of pressure. And I think all you got to do is just wait for Kungarna to make a move and just play solid defensively, and you'll be totally fine. But they gave it one chance. They tried to mess with the tempo. It did not work out very well at all, although Dola almost did get the clutch, but almost is not good enough when it comes to trying to pick up round wins. See Kungarna once again just waiting for pressure. It's not going to come through this time. Cara House have given up all of mid, which could be, you know, they're going to use a lot of utility to make their way in here, but Kungarna now do have control over the middle of the map.
Yeah, I really like this execute setup coming out of Kungarna. The mid to be very aggressive. JRK not super ready for this one. Still able to find one. Gets the repeat though for 2, and Rambo helps hold on for just a moment. He's still stuck here on the back of site, but Michael and Kais have caught all of the rotators off guard, and now it's an even 2-on-2 situation. Kais though goes for the repeat. Dola almost goes down, somehow gets out of that one alive, but the C4 is still down in the hands of Rambo.
Yeah, Rambo is the owner of the B site. Nobody is allowed to build on his land at this point in time. You see that they were trying to 2v1 Dola, who they knew was isolated over on A, but instead now they're just going to push as 2, try to get Rambo all alone. The flick is good, as Rambo will be quick on the trigger, and he's not going to hit this one on to Michael, as Rambo will go down to Michael. 15 seconds left, as he's got to make a move. Dola's going to go for the peek early, and it does pay off this time around. And Cara House 2L will pick up their 4th round.
I'm not sure Michael was clearing A side first, because, I mean, bomb has been dropped on B side. So, and then in the end, he was under time pressure. I think he had if he had 20 more seconds left on the clock, he could play a little bit more passive, more patiently. And this costs him the round in the end.
Cara House as well. They had a 3-stack on water, but quickly moved it away. Maybe at the worst timing here. JRK now left alone, spots the first player on it. Kungarna not full committing just yet to this positioning. They got the spot on their end as well. Here comes the smoke screen to stall them out.
Yeah, not really gonna actually go for that play. So just poking in, see what they can see. Maybe they get a pick. Not going to happen. JRK's playing it very passively, as you should. Almost begging Kungarna to push in through there, as his teammates would be ready to shut that one down. And Kungarna certainly struggling to really put 2 and 2 together here on this blacklist side of their map pick. It's, you know, it's the way it started for Cara House, I suppose, playing BL on their map pick of Compounds, but let's see how this one goes. Rambo is not going to hit that shot. Takes a bit of damage himself, and he's been mostly left on B to hold it by himself. As now down the stairs, here comes Lucas, going to clean that one up. As Brando will go down early, Dola's got a very nice angle as well to shut down the push and the bomb, putting that one on the ground. And now immediately Kungarna, not a lot of position here to go for this push. They are pushing through the doors, and they will easily get cleaned up. As Cara House 2L were there to stop them.
Yeah, nice angle from Dola, good off angle. Also rare to see playing someone playing from this angle. And I think if Karos keeps playing like that, just passive onside, 3 guys on A, 2 guys on B, they also might take the last 3 remaining rounds here in the first half. Because Kungarna just don't look that good when they're about to execute towards bomb side A or B.
Yeah, I feel like I almost have a little deja vu from back when they were in a semifinal against most of the same roster on this map, and they kind of choked it pretty hard on the side of Carbon back in those days, but it's a similar situation. I just feel like the NA play style on this map specifically doesn't work too well against the Vietnamese teams. They're really good on the GR side of Mexico, and this is kind of what worked so well for Kungarna to get these earlier games, was just having a dominant performance on the BL side where most teams wouldn't. And when you don't get that, even if you only put up 2 or 3 rounds, we've seen Kungarna kind of suffer on the GR side of this map. So hopefully they can find something more out of this half. You can see the pressure play coming towards the middle section here. JRK left alone, taken down. Kai's jumps his way to a double kill. Brando goes down, not gonna matter. Kai's good for 3. Almost a shot at the 4th, but it doesn't matter. Kungarna, they have the control play on the B bomb site successfully, and it leaves Dola alone, but he's already snuck through by himself. Dola gets the double kill as well. The 1v3 down to just Michael in his path. The C4 out of his hands, and you can see Dola here dancing around that smoke, trying to find that opportunity, but he's got a good chance now.
Yeah, you see he's reading this pressure very well. He knows exactly the different routes Michael's going to have to come in onto this bomb site. And might just get the drop here onto Michael if he's not looking the right direction. He's coming in quick, and that will do it. Dola is able to outnumber him, and he has really been the key member, left many times at the end of rounds to clean them up. And he will do that once again. Nice entry from the side of Kungarna, trying to take advantage of maybe passive positioning, but it still does not matter in the end. They hold on to Cara House. And now 6 rounds already with 2 more to go on this half. This is looking very clean from them.
I felt like Famous could have played a little bit more safely on this B-bomb side and just wait for Michael, and then they could just swing together and get the frag onto Dola. But also great clutch from Dola. I think this lurk towards B alley was the right play, because Michael didn't see that coming.
Lucas waiting on the off angle towards the B bomb site. He's got 4 Kungarna players on the other side, but look at this from Cara House. They've got 3 ready to peek right into this stack. It's going to work pretty well initially. Still a 2-for-2 trade, but Dola alive on the back of it. Holding on, gets 1 as well. It's all on to Famous here. 1 versus 2, Shady down to 10 HP, but Rambo still very full in this one.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue here for Famous. I mean, you could maybe deal with Shady, but if Rambo holds on to a site or maybe even peeks early here with an could be good. Oh, he must have seen that. And Rambo has no idea, but he's not able to end it. He's not able to hit the shots, and Shady has the off angle, immediately puts an end to any of that funny business. 7 rounds on Mexico for Cara House. They're looking unstoppable now.
Yeah, this is just rough here for Kungarna, and a really tough one to get out of at this point. Even with 2 rounds on the BL side, it might not be enough to get this map back into their hands. Dola as well, 14-5. Finally, a really star performance from him in this one. We were waiting all tournament long for when Dola might step up, but this is the ideal time to do it. Backs against the wall, tournament life on the line, and Cara House are finally playing like they want to keep themselves in this tournament. Kais, though, starts off with the opener, takes down Lucas. Still a lot to be done to get this round across the line, but a good start.
Yeah, I did think I would like to see Kais kind of pick up the Alm here on Blacklist once again, because if they're just kind of sitting and waiting, you can maybe look for pickoffs before you do go for the executes. If it's 5v5 and Kungarna try to just push in, they've had pretty much no luck, but if you can kind of turn the tides, tip the scales towards your direction just a little bit, it's always going to be beneficial, even if the Alm isn't the greatest weapon. Maybe rely on your other teammates to get the entry done, but this is going to be a pretty nice pickoff. Again, you can see where he did go down. It was a pretty aggressive position. And again, that's the one way that Cara House really have been losing anything on this map. It has been going for aggressive peeks from GR. This time around, though, Rambo is going to get the 1v1 in the sniper duel and might just be able to hold down the A site.
Dola getting aggressive as well, and Ali takes down one early on the push. And now Kungarna, they're kind of stuck here on the top side of mid. Famous at least able to take down Rambo. Now they can try and sneak their way onto the A bomb site, but Dola is still here, gets the double kill, and Famous, he is just left alone. No way out, 20 HP. He's gonna have to hit all of the taps today to save his team.
Well, he's got an AK now. Might be a little bit of a benefit here. He hits the one before. That's going to be another. He's just tapping on the heads. This is what he does. And Shady trying to play pat. He's going to get it. He gets the jump down, sprays him down, also gets the headshot. That's 8-1 in favor of Cara House 2L from the GR side of Mexico.
For some reason, Michael wasn't checking this alley position, even though Dola got one kill there before, so this was the key fact. Dola should have got a two-piece there. If they trade him, they might get this round, and now 8-1 seems unlikely that an A squad will start a comeback. Yeah, I agree, Kyle. I think picking Mexico once again was a mistake.
Yeah, 2 rounds away from victory for Cara House on this second map. Still a third on the way if that does happen, so Kungarna not completely down and out if they go down on Mexico, but it has not looked good for them at all here. Brando not having that kind of standard Mexico performance either. He's 3-9, but to be fair, Dola, after being quiet for so long, not really expecting this kind of performance from him, but 17-6. What a time to step up and make sure this one happens for his team. Kais, he's still been playing decently on his side, but it hasn't really seemed to matter with the team getting a little bit more well-rounded on this one for Cara House. But when you have someone just kind of popping off like that as well, it's so hard to shut down.
Yeah, it's definitely a good look for Cara House. It does feel like one of those things that they were missing that they used to have when they were winning. Is, you know, have 1 or 2 guys popping off and more clean play, more balanced play. Or a couple of times where they did go for pretty aggressive peaks, but they kept it under wraps for the majority of the map so far. And now, let's see what they're going to do with this one. Still a minute left from the Blacklist side of Cara House. Will they eventually push into mid? It's taking quite a while, 50 seconds. They got to take over mid and do something with it, but Famous is going to tap on the head, immediately trade it back. As they do push in through mid, that's going to be the end of Mercs, as he does get sniped down by Rambo.
Yeah, now they've got the numbers to work with. They're trying to work their way in towards this A bomb site, but they've had a lot of issues on the BL side with their coordination here for Cara House. They're running out of time, 20 seconds to get the bomb plant. Kai's already able to find one on the cross. Spots out Rambo as well. The bomb's trying to sneak its way alone towards the B bomb site. It is Lucas to find one. They still have the numbers to work with. The bomb plant will go down, but Kai's, he's already got that opportunity to work on this clutch. You can see Michael knows that flank is there, waiting for them to make the mistake. But the timing is actually everything here from Rambo. Gets right behind them just in time to maybe catch them going into this bomb site. It is going to be a complete shutdown here, and another round for Cara House.
Yeah, what a play from Rambo, just buying time for his teammates, not committing to the fight against Michael and Kais.
Yeah, really nice plays here being seen. You can see Dola as well continuing to turn the tide for his team. 9-1, Famous gets the opener, but will it be enough this time?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they're coming in pretty quickly underneath. This is going to be red. The spray from Kais should be enough. It's only Dola. He's been good, but he's not immortal. As down he will go. Second round finally picked up for the side of Kungarna. You can see they're not too happy at this point in time, understandably. Probably even just thinking about the next map. Although, who knows? Maybe you can tie it up from here. You're always given that chance. But looking pretty unlikely at this point. So now they're just trying to spray through the boxes. Perhaps just trying to run a little bit too much at Kungarna. And that didn't work in the last round.
Yeah, this is where Kara House has to show they can play as a team. They can't go for these individual picks to try and get the job done, even though they're feeling their shots and feeling good about this match. This is exactly what Kungarna wants. They want that opportunity to get back into this map given to them, as Kara House has done in the past. And again, another player pushes out alone, gifts the pick. It's already a 5-on-3.
This is what happens when Famous plays with an AK. Would have been nice to see it. Obviously, I understand trying to use the M4, trying to get aggressive with those sprays, but just 3 taps on the heads. Now they're just kind of running at Dola, who is going to pick up 2 kills. He has 1 HP. It's not looking too good for the side of Kara House, but let's see what they can do. Dola going to pick up the Alm here, low on health.
Oh, what a shot there. I mean, Dola, he is wasting no time trying to get this one closed out. 3 kills already in the round. And with the Alm in hand, it wouldn't be crazy to see him get another here as well. JRK has to be the one to help seal the deal here, and that's where I'm not necessarily so sure. Brando able to find Dola, JRK left in the 1-on-2. The positioning not going to be checked. Kai's able to find one, a little bit of frustration there in the spray down, but you know what? They've got to find their way back into it somehow.
Kai's making sure that JRK is really dead, right?
Yeah, I think after the way this one has gone, maybe you do need to check on that, although probably might want to do that to Dola, you know, if you're trying to make sure someone is going down. He's really been the main carry. JRK's kind of just been the supportive player so far on this roster for Mexico. And now Kara House considering a play through the alley pretty quickly. Kind of forward positions here from Kungarna. Not sure if they're going to get a read on this on time and be able to rotate back.
Michael, Famous trying to hold this one off. The flash is perfect though. Dola sneaks into sight. Doesn't matter. Michael and Famous getting 3 between the 2 of them. And now JRK is left all alone. He does manage 2 from mid, but it's not going to be enough. Kai is able to secure the round, and Kungarna might have some life left on Mexico after all.
I mean, this is getting pretty interesting. It's still very early on for any kind of comeback scenario, but 3 rounds in a row at least feels good. You're getting some momentum back. It's not a 10-1 at this point. 10-4 is not great either, but it feels better than 10-1, and you can at least bring your mental up to a better spot going into the final map, if nothing else. Also gives you a chance to, I mean, this entire match has been quite streaky, so maybe you can begin your own streak and say, okay, well, we're going to go on a bit of a one and try to challenge Kara House. Would have been good to do that before they got 9 rounds, but, you know, it can never be perfect with the timing. Kara House have very much backed away from anything at this point, trying to feel the pressure, and they're not even looking into mid at all just yet.
I like the spot choice, though, from Mercs in this round, playing very forward, trying to catch them off guard. We'll see if it ends up working out. It can be a dicey position, playing that corner pocket. trying to bait into it, but Kara House, there is so much hesitation on this push. They want to make sure this is the final round for themselves to cross that threshold, but they're having a lot of difficulty actually getting into this map control position. You can see with Famous on that ramp, everyone is so scared to challenge, but Brando runs into the fight here. Dola good for the double kill, and this could be the start of what they needed. Shady good for a third in mid. Dola on the cross. Spots Famous. That's 3 for him on the round. Michael left alone on the A bomb site, and they've got everything they need to close this out, but Dola, he is looking for more here. Might even get a little bit greedy on this position. Spots Michael, takes him down to 30 HP. Dola wants to be the hero in this map, and he's just going to do it. 10-4. It is going to be Kara House to tie up the series.
Well, we finally have a tied-up series here between a couple of teams. Pretty interesting. I thought maybe we were just going to get the 2-0 again. But finally, we do have some competition to conquer in this CFS Grand Finals. And, yeah, Kara House able to pull it back here with a big win on Mexico. Both teams winning on their opponent's map pick. This time around, definitely a good showing from the side of Kara House. Starting off on GR of Mexico, they were able to put an end to that pretty early on.
Yeah, I feel like this game was really just lost in the bans and picks. I feel like this was a really bad pick to draw against Kara House. You know they're a really strong GR team on it, and historically this team is also lost to the core of this roster on this map. So I felt like even though Mexico early in this tournament was strong for Kungarna, at this point it was just a really bad move for them to try and close out the series with this pick. So now moving forward, I think they still have a chance going into map number 3. I actually think this is a stronger map for them. I think they just have to show us a little bit more, and also just hope Dola doesn't have that kind of performance back-to-back.
Yeah, definitely a questionable map pick here from Kungarna, which lost them the round basically. I mean, even Chinese teams, when they play against Kara House, or like even back then Freedom Gaming, which is basically the same core roster, they always ban Mexico against them because they know this is by far their strongest map. And even the last match, you could tell that Kungarna couldn't really compete on Mexico against the other Vietnamese squad. And to be fair, like Kara House looked so weak on sub-base, right? So against Baisha. So I think sub-base would be the ideal map pick for Kungarna.
Yeah, we were all calling for that one, but it seemed like Kungarna was not too confident to pick that one up against Kara House for one reason or another, and ended up banning it out. So that's not going to be the map that we do hop onto here for the third map, which is actually slipping my mind at this point in time. We're going on to Port, right, for the third map?
It's a good question. Like, Ankara is banned, so we have Port or Black Widow?
Black Widow is banned as well by Kara House. So I believe it is Port that we are going on to, yeah. And thought it was an interesting pick because it was one of the two that Baisha kind of clobbered Kara House on. So I was saying, like, well, we feel like sub-base is probably the best choice, but Port comes through, so maybe they've got an interesting idea coming into this one with some extra information. As you can see, really, this was the Dola show. Famous also, you know, especially once he moved over to GR side, started picking up some big multi-kill rounds, but wasn't enough in the end, as we get the big heart from Dola, as he's finally back.
Hopefully it's here to stay, though. They still need him to continue this moving forward. I feel like he was a strong part of their win condition in their past matches where they were this very strong and dominant team, because if they're playing well, it's because Dola's leading that charge.
Yeah, absolutely. Dola's doing really well, and that is a scary prospect for their opponents. But guys, we're going to take a quick break before we do hop onto the third map of the series. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back. We're here on the desk after a big comeback from Cara House 2L on Mexico, taking them at 10-4 to tie up the series, as we will move on to Port for the third map of this one. And again, this is a big match for both of these teams, because if Kungarna lose, they're out. They're done. You know, you can't go 0-2 and make it through a wild card. You're going to get third place. And as well, on the other side, for Cara House, if they go down here, you're up against Ranking Esports in the next match. They were performing really well in the first match of the day, so then Cara House are at risk of going 0-2 in sets. So both teams with their backs against the wall. It's one map to do it. It's Port. Who's going to win it? Who's got it?
I feel like a lot of it comes down to who's going to be the star player. Is it going to be Famous or is it going to be Dola in this map? And I think that's going to determine quite a bit. I feel like Kai's, if he's awake as well, could do a lot for them because comparatively on the other side, I feel like Rambo's had a pretty tough event, to be honest. Hasn't really done anything overwhelmingly positive for his team. So I think Kungarna's still in a good place to maybe bounce back and grab this series. I think just them getting Compound in itself was very surprising and gives them a chance now to take this all the way in a third map. And I feel like Cara House, they're going to get in their own heads a little bit as they have been.
For me, it's really 50-50 now on Port. I mean, Port is quite similar to Compound in terms of rotations, in terms of like, you need very good setups right in this map if you want to win this one. And I think if Kungarna has an A game like they had on Compound, they can actually beat Cara House, even though for me they're slightly the favorite here on this map. But I mean, even if Kungarna wins this one, they still have to hope that Ranking doesn't lose 0-2 against Cara House, right? Because if Cara House wins 2-0, even though they will lose Port maybe, they will still be second place and Kungarna would be third place, right? So it's also a scary situation for Kungarna, but no matter what, they have to win this one to claim a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, no matter what, you got to win. And, you know, at this point, as you mentioned, tied up, whoever does lose this one basically has to beat Ranking, I guess in the sense of Cara House, if they do want to take first place out of Wildcard. So it's going to be rough. Definitely a lot on the plate for both of these teams, and Port's going to be an interesting one. Cara House did get very much bullied on this map by Baisha. It was not close, and Nine was basically just running down the middle of the map and finding perfect timings over and over and over again. And the executions from them, from the BL side onto Cara House, were pretty devastating. And you could see Cara House was very much like huddling as a group onto certain sites. They're like, okay, they're going to push A, like everybody go A, and there's like 5 guys on A and they still get wiped. So I would say in that facet, Kungarna, you know, not necessarily having the same experience, you could say, and maybe we'll feel a little bit better coming into this map. But perhaps Cara House learned something that we haven't seen from that match, and they can take something like that into Kungarna. But I think it's going to be close. It's hard for me to call who's going to take it from here. I think Mexico, I kind of agree with you guys, was a bit of a mistake, and Kungarna just kind of let that one run away from them. I don't think that means that now they automatically go into Port and they're like mentally done or anything like that. I think they can kind of regroup, and I think it's going to be a close battle. I think these two teams are pretty evenly matched, actually.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of it comes down to the BL side for Cara House. It's been kind of their weaker point throughout the tournament so far, and even earlier today on Compound, they didn't look great on it. And I feel like they have to have a really good side there to make it happen for themselves. Not only that, a little bit less reliance, I think, on Dola, because I wouldn't expect him to replicate that same performance twice, though it is possible. It's probably less likely knowing they're ready to deal with him on this map a little bit better.
I think one advantage could be that Cara House couldn't study Kungarna on Port. Every time we see a new map from Kungarna, for example, Eagle Eye doing a good job, also on Compound today. So this could play a crucial factor because obviously on Mexico they knew what to expect, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I would be IGL now for Kungarna, I would send Kais towards bombs at A, Famous towards bombs at B, and then let's just hope that both of them will get at least 2 or 3 kills when Kara's going for the execute, but there. Now they basically need all 5 players stepping up like they did on Compound, and yeah.
Yeah, it will take a full squad, I think, to do it this time around. And, you know, you were mentioning, like, first time for Kungarna on maps, even Mexico the first time. That's when they took down Imperial.
Imperial, yeah.
10-5. So, seems like when they're unstudied, some kind of extra little thing they've got going on, and the teams just don't really know exactly how to handle them. Maybe a little bit of a unique style that some of these other teams aren't used to because they come from NA, and they're the only team from NA, and these teams don't often play against them, so maybe that's enough to barely get Kungarna over the line, and then you'd be hoping for Kungarna's sake that Ranking could take out Cara House 2L as well in the third match of the day, as Port it will be picked a lot less in 2022. We have seen a decent amount at this tournament, though.
Yeah, I feel like it's still a little bit undervalued with Eagle Eye and Mexico getting a lot more picks than they used to once they were in the pool. So it is going to be a tough one, but I'm eager to see who pulls this off.
Comes down to this one map. There is no more best of threes to talk about for Kungarna. Backs against the wall. Similar for the side of Cara House 2L. You got to get it done now if you want to have a chance to make it to the knockout round tomorrow. As we hop on a port for the third map, the decider of this best of 3.
Yeah, for Cara House, the big advantage they have here to start it off is that GR side being theirs early in this half. So it is going to be tough for Kungarna, knowing on the BL side they had so many struggles in the previous map. But maybe they've got something new for us here in map number 3. A lot of attention already towards this A side of the map from both teams, really. It is JRK who gets the opener. Rambo finds another, making a double kill from the top of sight. And Kungarna, they are forced out of this one.
Well, that was quick. I think the second that JRK made himself known, Kungarna were trying to swing onto him. There was a lot of smoke. Didn't matter. Rambo still able to line up 2. And even went for that third jump shot just for a bit of flair and maybe a little bit of extra on the way out. But yeah, that's a huge stop already from the side of Cara House. And now Kungarna, 2 guys left, are sitting in the spawn. And you can see the position here of Dola trying to pick up a couple of kills for himself. Mercs is going to check it. Very nicely done. That's going to be the first 1v1 of many they'll have to win if they want to come back in this round.
Yeah, the big thing for Cara House here is just making sure they set up to trade. If they give a couple 2v1s over to Mercs and Famous, they're right back in this round with a chance to win it. You can see already they're targeting another player without too much support. It's going to be Rambo, who's already found 2 on the round. Here comes the pressure. They find another 2 for 1. And just like that, it's a 2-on-3. JRK down to 10 HP.
Yeah, I mean, essentially anybody's game. And look at this. I mean, Famous just put an AK in his hands. Like, just let this guy do this, and you will have success. And Porta's a great map for it. So they're going to line up for it, especially when they're pushing into A. JRK pretty low, as you mentioned. They're not quite able to root him out. Lucas as well looking for the peak, but that is just another headshot. 3 for 3 as Famous looks to be unstoppable. JRK, I think he's got the read on where Famous is, though. Nice shots already going in. Famous looking for the aggressive peak as JRK is not able to land any of those jump shots, and Famous picks up a 4-piece in the first round to bring it back.
Yeah, what a play from Famous, but also JRK, like, okay, jumping once, it's fine, but why 3 times? Of course, like, when you keep on jumping, Famous will kill you, bro. Like, unnecessary play from this guy. But, like, some crispy headshots here, especially this one on Shady is super tough, I can tell as a player. Hitting this shot is super unlikely, but not for Famous. Yeah.
That's exactly what they needed. Their win condition kind of back on the table for Kungarna. Famous already getting a kill in this round as well. On to Dola. And if you can stall out Dola, that's a huge move in the swing of Kungarna.
This is it's not only the first round here, blacklist, port, you know, etc. It's just the manner in which they won it. You know, it was looking so good for Cara House with Rambo like jumping up, picking up 2 kills. JRK getting the first kill. He's been struggling a bit. And then Kungarna just said no. They were like, no, we're going to take this. Famous especially, obviously. And now starts it off early in this round, and they're taking it very slow. Maybe trying to wait until Cara House are going to make that first false step as the aggressor. But, yeah, Cara House is going to wait for it and chill out for now. Let's see where Kungarna decide to go, as it looks like a B execution is brewing.
It's going to be early pressure here onto Lucas to hold the line all by himself. 1 versus 5 for the side as well. Lucas, though, good for the collateral. Lucas looking for more here. They can't find a way to take him down. Shady able to swoop in for the support, but Lucas, he is still alive and kicking from the backside of Pit. Rambo finds one over the top. The nades are coming through, but Famous trying to do all of the heavy lifting again. This time it's not going to work out, though. Shady saves the day in the 1-on-2.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Lucas just holding down the site by himself, buying enough time. If you can get those initial kills, as we'll take another look here at this headshot, it's a really perfect spray And one of them lands. Famous also picking up 2 more headshots, and inevitably somebody is going to peek him and take him down. He's got 7 kills in 2 rounds. Rest of the team not able to pull it through on that B aggression to get them a second round, though. So you can get as many kills as you want, but if the team is not executing and picking up wins, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, I feel like if you want to rush B side, you need at least one player who's going for the wall bang, no matter if there's one player covering or not. Because, yeah, this was the main reason why Lucas was even able to pick up 2 there. Shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, definitely felt pretty free. And he was able to get away scot-free and survive for way too long. Bought a ton of time.
This time, though, Shady, he's got boosted into the A connector. He's already up top here. And look at this peak. They're not really going to be ready for it here. Shady able to get that nice one and done and fall off. Brando as well, taking a lot of utility damage. Down to 20 HP himself, and Shady, he can still hold on comfortably to this position. But Kungarna, they've got nowhere to run towards other than B.
Yeah, that looks to be the target here. Carhouse, though, 2 guys on B for now. And they've got Lucas nearby. Could always rotate on over if necessary. If they do get the read. Especially with Shady still in that same spot, he can peek into mid, say, okay, well, they're not mid. And we know they're not A-long yet. So definitely watch out for B. There's 3 guys stacked here for Carhouse 2L. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them to break into. Famous, though, will be reliable with that headshot. Brando gets 1 as well. But Lucas and so many guys just on the site, it is so difficult to break in if they are just ready for it. As now it's Famous in the 1v2. He's getting flanked right now by Shady. Will he look behind him? He does. But it is a little bit too late. Shady just going to spray that one down. And that's going to be another round here for Carhouse 2L.
Yeah, really solid positioning here on the site. They knew they kind of forced them into that B execution, so they were able to stack 3 players on the site and get a lot of value. But also just Shady at the start of the round, forcing them there. Did so much work from that top A connector position and put them in a very winnable round now. Kungarna early on tries to go for the B tunnels, actually stalled out by the utility presence from Carhouse, putting 3 players here early on. And now again, they put the early presence in one side of the map. They try now and back off towards another. I like this approach from Carhouse, but Kungarna, they're starting to catch on, and it looks like they might re-execute into it towards B. They still have Lucas underneath in the lower B tunnels. Brando whiffs that entire spray, though. Somehow Lucas hasn't been addressed. Finally, Famous says, hey, I'm going to go get this guy finally. But, I mean, Famous, he's the only one getting the entries here. Finds himself a second on to Shady. And now they at least have the numbers to work with. But this is where the rest of Kungarna has to get something done.
Famous has 201 ADR at this point. I mean, he is like the only reason why Kungarna are in this at all. And that's just not going to be enough. You know, maybe if this was like a best of 5 rounds or something, but that's not the case. You need to have consistency from the entire team. JRK is trying to get the peek here. That's going to be a free Brando kill underneath as this push is coming in here. Rambo has been pretty clean from up on a top. And now Dola's coming over. JRK as well got the angle. Famous does get 1, but that's going to be it. It's only Famous to pick up 3, and it's Carhouse to pick up the round.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad for Famous. He really needs some support. At least 1 or maybe 2 more players should step up for Kungarna. Otherwise, it's unlikely that they will get more rounds. Even if Famous gets like 3 kills, it still feels like it's not even a close round.
How does Kais have 0 damage per round?
Yeah, that's...
It's been 4 rounds.
That's rough. Especially because up until this point, they were kind of the duo for this team that could get it done, and now there's just nobody even close to Famous on this side, and he's had 3 rounds with 3 kills that they've lost, which is crazy to think about because 3 kills from an entry fragger is way more than you normally would get, but the rest of Kungarna has to find a way through here, otherwise this could be over very quickly.
Let's see how Kungarna are going to elect to push into this one. So far, they've been taking these early rounds pretty slowly. Just waiting to see if they can get some picks. Dola, you know, trying to peek a couple of times. Shady as well on the connector has been a bit of a nuisance, but this time just up on the bridge. So no big peaks from the side of Cara House. You see that Kungarna wait about a minute, and then they push in through B. Let's see if they do commit to this site. They've still got 2 other guys that are not with them at the moment. Just trying to get some information, but especially on a map like Port, you know, it's hard to know exactly how many guys are going to be on B unless you're making a lot of noise elsewhere. So, yeah, just 5 guys now in mid, actually, from Kungarna. Kais is going to up that ADR by 20, picks up the 1 kill, and could be pretty crucial. Takes out Lucas here on that long angle into B.
Yeah, now they've got the numbers to work with, working towards this B bomb site, potentially a split out of mid as well. Mercs going in, but he's going to be caught with the bomb. Rambo downs the bomb carrier. Now Cara House just collapse onto the bomb and get a 3-on-2. Famous, he's still alive, so you've got a chance. But Kais has to make a move out, but still, the bomb is down in the GR spawn. Famous stuck in a 1-on-2, and he has no time to work with. 15 seconds, spots the first player, surely not in the 1v2. He gets it! What is that second shot?
No way! No way.
What on earth?
Famous is feeling it, but also questions, why was Kais carrying the bomb in GR base? Should have been Famous.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's okay if Famous can get 13 headshots and 14 kills in 5 rounds. Yeah, they're relying a lot on him, but maybe that's enough to try to get them ahead, but he is going to go down to Dola this time around. And he is really trying to get this team hyped up. Can they follow up on it? So far, not in this round. Kai's the only one left available, as they did try to push into B, but they were met with a pretty stiff defense on the side of Cara House 2L. So looking pretty good for Cara House, unless Kai's can somehow turn this ship around.
Yeah, he's got the bomb control at least, but still, 1 versus 4. Dola alone on the site, so maybe if he can find a quick way to take him down, but even then, Shady now there for the support to make sure they play this in a 2-2 setup. Definitely the right call. They almost lined up for it, but still, Kais, he's going to be spotted, taken down to 12 HP. He's kind of just trying to run away here, but there isn't anywhere to turn. It's an entire team of Cara House peeking him down and securing themselves a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, honestly, I've never seen a team which relied that much on just 1 single player. I mean, the good news, at least they got 2 rounds. Port is still GR-sided. If they get maybe like 4 rounds on Blacklist, they can take this one. Yeah. This was insane. The second one, flick shot onto JRK. Timing was totally off of Famous actually, but he still managed to get his clutch done.
I mean, it just doesn't get crisper than that. I mean, that's pretty much as good as you're going to get. Famous picks up another headshot here. 14 for 15. And, you know, good news, he's got the bomb this time. I think the team has slowly realized, okay, just give him the bomb, let him do everything, and we'll just be their support. You know, 1 guy go in first, Famous will immediately trade it back. That's what happened just there after that initial pick. And now look at this. It's only Lucas. He has an Alm as, again, Mercs to jump in and be the bodyguard as Michael is going to be the one who cleans that one up, actually. Famous still high on health, and he's letting his team do the work this time. Kai is able to clean it up, picks up 2. And that's good news for Kungarna. If anybody else can step up with Famous this hot, you're going to be good enough to take a lot of rounds.
Yeah, they're in a great position now, already keeping this one close on the BL side. 3-4, not a bad place to be in. If they can find themselves at least 4, they should be feeling really good about how this half has gone down, considering they probably shouldn't have more than a round if Famous wasn't playing as well as he has been. But now they've been kind of given this gift to take this match back into their hands, and it seems they might just find it after all. The whole team in this round grouping early on towards the A bomb site. They've got to contest Rambo here, and this is where Kai's has had some struggles. Rambo hitting the shots pretty successfully on this A-top angle.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if you really want to take this battle, as Rambo's going to get the shot, immediately ducks down. It's very nicely done from Rambo, and there's really just no ability to trade it back, although Rambo did get quite low in the trade. The kill is still extremely valuable here. So again, they try to push out on A-long. It doesn't really go their way, and they'll have to select a new route to go in here, although Mercs is still holding the bomb over there towards A to see if anyone tries to follow up for information. Not exactly the way that Cara House has been playing, though, so just got to wait and make a push somewhere, see if anyone pokes at a B, perhaps. Kais is going to come up here towards Shady. Oh, he actually hit him. Gets pretty close, but again, 2 close kills, but no kills to the side of Kungarna.
I think Kai's aware that Shady got a leg shot here. Should definitely go for an execute, because also Rambo is super low HP.
Yeah, they've got enough to make some pressure here. Famous still being alive as well. Means they've got a pretty good chance of making this one happen, I would say. I mean, 14 headshots out of 15. Still over that 90% on headshots in most of his games, but now they've got an execute they've got to nail here. 30 seconds on the clock. You can see Cara House getting a pretty good indication the speed push is coming through. Famous Brando and Mercs just charging in. Dola immediately finds 2. Brando trades it out, but it's all Famous alone. No time on the clock. 15 seconds, needs 4 kills. He's had some big clutch moments, but it won't be here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're just very low on time. It's pretty predictable at that point where they're going to be coming in here. You see Rambo, he hit that shot, and Mercs nearly trades it back, but was not meant to be. And so eventually kind of a flimsy push is taken down towards the B side. We got 1 more round here. If Kungarna can get a 4th, that's going to make things really interesting going into the next half, because it's still really anybody's game from there. Even 3-6 is not that bad. And, you know, we'll see what Cara House can do from the Blacklist side if they've got any momentum going in there.
Yeah, Michael trying to find that pick, expecting Shady to be up there in the A connector, which he is for like the 3rd or 4th time in this half so far. So it's not a bad shout to be holding that angle and watching for that flank. But it does leave them fairly exposed on the B bomb side. It's really only Dola in this position. He's been pretty decent, though, at securing 2 before going down if the B push comes through. But this is where Famous wants to try and work his way through the middle of the map. I like this call. He has a lot of success in taking these close quarter fights, and they could potentially find something out of this one. Mercs as well, poking around here, seeing if he can spot anyone on the GR spawn wall. Sneaks out. Does he have the timing to catch them? Yes, he does. But look at this flank from Cara House. Lucas and Shady shut that down really, really quickly. Mercs, he is just stuck here. No way out. Famous, it's a 1v5. There shouldn't be a chance, but maybe there is here. Famous, 2 taps back to back. Finds the first 2. JRK and Shady, they are nearby, but Famous, he's not going to have enough in him to pull off the 1v5.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? It's 3 rounds, and, you know, the guy's got 152 ADR. He's 17 and 6 with 16 headshots. 0 assists. Doesn't need any of those. I just... If just one other guy steps up, just like anybody is able to get in there, you've got a decent shot. But Cara House are playing as a team. I mean, you look at their scores, 9-9, 8-7-7. Everybody's pulling their weights. They had a very nice little flank execution from the GR side there as the push was coming in. Seemed like they read the play very well, and that kind of took all the steam out of that push as well. So Cara House definitely looking pretty good from the GR side. Can they close it out? Just 4 rounds on the Blacklist side, and you make it into the next day of competition.
Honestly, I don't get why Kais and Famous covering A side. Both of the best players from Ghana. Defending bomb side A, so it really comes down to Brando, Michael, and Merck stepping up. Because I have no doubt in Kais and Famous they will defend this A side. So B side might be the weak point. Anyway, it seems like we've seen A execute, which are good news for Kungarna.
It'll be good news if it actually comes through. But right now, there is some hesitation from Kara House finally starting to make their way out towards this bomb site. Kai still has to hold the line with Famous here. Nothing going their way just yet. Famous going to be good for one. Kai's, though, goes down quickly, but look at this response from Doha and Rambo to just steamroll their way into sight. Now it's already a 4v1 Mercs. He is left alone, and there is just no way he's going to be able to retake this bomb site.
Well, he gets the drop on Dola for free. It's a good start for him. But, yeah, still he's got the weight of three guys that are all about to peek him at the same time, potentially. Lucas comes out, Shady gets the job done. And, yeah, that was a really swift and aggressive play. That kind of looks like what Baisha did to them. Maybe they learned a thing or two. Just throwing over a slightly delayed push as well. Like they threw in a grenade and flash, and then they're like, oh, we're not actually going to do it. And then, like, 5 seconds later, they just pushed in so aggressively. And you saw that Kungarna was just not able to hold that off.
Yeah, great play from Dola here. That's also what lacking on Kungarna's team, I think. One good entry fragger with the M4. Because when Brando and also Mercs trying to go for the entry picks towards B-set, for example, didn't work out at all. Especially on Port, you need at least one good player with the M4. This is really key on this map.
It's going to be a slow start here, but favoring towards the A site for Kara House. They've got their whole team grouped up and ready to go in for this mid and A execution. Rambo just holding on patiently to B long. Michael almost spotted there through the double doors in mid. But again, like you mentioned, Seven, I do worry if this goes towards B. Two players not having their best of games, both holding down that site could potentially spell disaster if they catch on to it. Thankfully for Kungarna, it does seem it could be another A push in the making. But just as I say that, you do start to see a little bit of a rotation here towards that B bomb site.
Yeah, 3 guys over there already. They have flashed Lucas into this connector. And that means he gets, you know, a bit of chip damage with the grenade. But again, this time it's almost like they're faking that they're going to do the same thing. But it's actually a big push on a B. And you can see that Mercs is here. They've got Brando nearby, but this is going to come extremely fast. I don't know if they're going to be ready for this one. Mercs gives the call, throws out the utility. Brando near as well. Nice little peek from Mercs as they don't actually commit to it. It's just JRK in there alone, and he's going to be taken out, but they immediately rotate away from this one, not expecting the follow-up, and now Kara House are onto the site for free.
Just a crazy over-rotation there. They got one pick and thought the full retake was going to have to go towards A, but then they just give up sight completely. Just doesn't make sense to me at all, and now Kungarna, they are stuck here in the GR spawn. Dola just poking around at them here, along with Rambo and Shady. There's just no way back in through this funnel, and you can see it. Kai's no way out, goes down, and it's an 8-3 game.
It's such an obvious double fake actually from the Vietnamese squad, and for some reason Mercs was rotating off towards GR base. This basically cost them the round because he got the entry frag onto JRK, but then rotating off towards GR base. And yeah, in the end, retaking B side is really tough.
Yeah, it really came back to bite them. And at this point, Kara House, multiple rounds in a row, even after the half. Something like 4 or 5 at this point, really kind of taken off with this map. We've seen this happen many times between many different teams after the half, just winning multiple rounds in a row, just running away with the map. And Kara House definitely looking like the better team this time around. The GR side for the side of Kungarna has looked a bit weak in multiple facets, but also the aggression and the pace at which Kara House 2L are playing has been quite fantastic, and it's been enough to get them over the line multiple times against Kungarna.
Yeah, right now Kungarna, they've got to be careful. If another B push comes their way, there's no Kais, there's no Famous. They've got to hold these players, have no time to waste. They've got to step up now. make sure they can win this round. Brando gets the opener, a good way to get it started. Mercs stuck here up top, but he's got the support for at least a moment. Mercs able to get one on his way down. Michael not going to find anything out of that, though, and that could be potentially the round now for Cara House, but it's Famous on the flank, who still has a glimpse of hope he could bring this team.
That's pretty rough. I mean, they got totally wiped over there, as that is a really nice angle from Famous. He's going to take down Shady. But yeah, afterwards, Kai's just kind of running in as Famous was nowhere near. And he gets isolated 2v1. Now, though, Famous able to make it a 1v1. Might just be another one of those Famous rounds, but Rambo has been performing quite well as well. 12-6. And now he's just hanging out in the GR base, trying to get a read on where Famous could be.
It's a bit of a gamble for Famous to go all the way back towards A. He thought the rotation would come through, but now he has to play full retake in the 1v1. And again, he has to put the weight of his team on his shoulders and make this one happen if they don't want it to be a tie or die situation on this map. But the time's already halfway down. There's so many angles he's got to clear here to retake this bomb site, and he has not worked fast enough to make this one happen. Rambo, all he has to do is wait for the defuse. This is a free kill here on the bait. But again, he's just looking in the wrong angle. He can't clear everything. He has to force stick this defuse, but Rambo, he's not going to matter. It's there's just no time. Unfortunate for Famous. The round will fall to Cara House.
Yeah, unlucky Famous took the gamble and just waiting at this A side. I felt 1 second that the bomb has been planted on the wrong spot actually from Rambo. So maybe even Famous could have just sticked it on the first attempt. Anyway, still a clean headshot, but yeah, just no time left to defuse the bomb.
You saw the stats. It's 4 top stats for Famous. And the team is 3-9 in round score. He's definitely pulled his weight and a lot more, as Lucas does take a bit of a leg shot there, a little peek from Kai's or someone. Able to get some damage done. Famous here now on the bridge, trying to be a little bit more aggressive with his positioning, maybe get an early pick off before Cara House go for one more of these devastating executes.
Famous, though, wants to take the risk, able to find one from the A connector, but that is a quick trade from Cara House. Kai is trying to hang on, finds himself one. Michael spots another underneath, but loses the fight to JRK. Kai's has to be the hero in this round, but it might not happen. Mercs, he's got the wraparound, a chance here to maybe find this shutdown, but it is do or die for Mercs and Brando. They don't have anyone else to rely on to save this map. JRK spots Brando and Mercs in the GR spawn. They've got to move in here, but Cara House, they are in full lockdown mode.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time. Not going to plant it just yet. Trying to maybe see if somebody on the side of Kungarna will poke out first. Brando is going to pick off the headshot onto JRK. Now Mercs comes over trying to double team onto Rambo, but Rambo and Shady about to look for some peaks themselves. They get that damage done. Mercs is clean with the one, but not with the second. It's 10-3 as Cara House will get on to the next round. We're back here on the desk. Cara House 2L able to pick up the 2-1 victory here over Kungarna. And with that, that does mean that Kungarna is 0-2, so they are the only team that can be knocked out of this wild card, which means we will have one final match after this one to decide who's going to be the first seed out of wild card and face X-Rock in the round of 8, and who's going to be that unfortunate second seed that has to play Baisha in the round of 8. So nobody wants to be that seed, so this last match certainly, definitely a lot on the line for both of those teams. But yeah, we do say goodbye to one more of our teams in Kungarna, as they are not able to make it onto the next round with the 0-2 scoreline. And yeah, you know, I feel like they had some really good showings. Obviously Famous and Kai's even from times, definitely some good stuff. But this wasn't enough as a team to get across the line.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer to see the first 4 teams going out being all of the Western teams at this point now, but you know what? Vietnam stepped up today as a region, and I feel like even Cara House in this match showed us a lot more than what we've seen from them so far. They're starting to get things kind of back closer to the old form. I would say they're not quite there yet, to where I would say they have a really strong chance against ranking for this final match, but they're definitely looking a lot better than what we've seen previously.
Yeah, congrats to Cara House, obviously in the end a well-deserved win, especially on port, convincing performance. But yeah, it's sad to see that there's no West team in the top 8. I think this is the first time this is happening since 2013 second season when Ice9 got eliminated in the group stage, as far as I remember, but I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I think the only hope left now for Cara House in this tournament, because I think they will still not win any match anymore in this tournament. I think probably will lose to ranking, then they will lose to Baisha in the quarterfinals. The only hope for me is Dola. If Dola keep playing like that, maybe they have a chance, because yeah, he used to be one of the key fraggers in the last 2 maps, at least with the M4 especially. If he steps into the plate alongside Lucas and Rambo, they might have a shot against ranking. I still feel like ranking overall looks like the stronger team.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I think that you can even just draw direct comparisons from the first match today and then the second match today and say, you know, ranking, especially a couple of those guys like Humio, Ice Cube, really stepping up, like absolutely dominating those lobbies. And it does feel like as a team they haven't gone through as much hardship, you could say, as Cara House 2L in terms of the teams they've had to face or the teams that they have gotten clobbered by. Of course, I'm speaking about Baisha. But yeah, I don't know. Cara House may be able to bring in some momentum from this series that they did just take, and maybe they'll show off a good performance. At least another 3-mapper would be nice, because we haven't had a lot of those, and getting as much crossfire as possible is always very enjoyable. But yeah, definitely on the same page with you, 7. I think ranking esports should be coming through for this last match to take this one down. And it's big, because I think on a good day, both ranking and even Cara House, even though they haven't really shown a good day, could challenge X-Rock. But I don't think either of these guys can even come close to Baisha.
Yeah, I feel like Baisha's kind of reserved for maybe a semi-final before they face really any hardship, but I feel like moving forward for ranking, if they can keep evolving, I could see them being a really competitive team in this one. Cara House, I wouldn't say this match gives me any sort of confidence just yet. It's a good start, I would say, but they still have a lot of issues that they need to work on if they want to make it further in this event.
Look at the stats. Famous 2.33 KD, and the rest of his teammates basically didn't even show up. That's how it feels like. But yeah, I still hope that we see Famous next year once again at CFS. It's just so enjoyable to watch this guy playing Crossfire. Definitely one of the best players of all time in Crossfire West.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the scoreline very interesting, actually. It goes 10-5 in one direction, and then 10-4, 10-3 towards Cara House. So you can see Kungarna started off really strong on that first map, but at the end of the day, wasn't enough to get through the best of 3. We can always say, what if this tournament would have been best of 1 group stage and wildcard? Who knows? You know, LCK with the win over All Gamers, Kungarna over Imperial that one time. Kungarna maybe in this series as well. Could have been pretty interesting, so you can see kind of how the format changes things. But yeah, I still do think best of 3 for the best competitive nature of this one, showing that Cara House the better team after a while. Although I was really worried about them after the first map, because I'm like, what's going on with this team? They're better than this, and they finally did show it, and I hope they can show a bit more in this tournament.
Yeah, I think now it's going to be up to them to really prove something in this next match. It's a team they've beaten before. They know what they're up against. It's not like ranking is an unfamiliar opponent for them, and they know what it's like to take them down. So I would like to see Cara House completely bounce back in this one and really show us a strong performance, because ranking kind of had a similar start. They just bounced back even quicker, I think. Their first two matches were actually pretty bad for ranking. They didn't look great. I didn't think they were going to do anything in this tournament, and then all of a sudden, they take it to a new level.
Yeah, it is very true. I mean, it's rough. I mean, that's why you get to play 3 best-of-3s, I guess, right? You start off a little slow. It feels like this kind of direction that they're going in is probably better for ranking, to start off a little bit slow, but then you kind of get some wind beneath your sails and you slowly take off. That's very nice. But yeah, Cara House, I still feel like jury's out. It's really hard to say because, yeah, they did take out Kungarna, but it was a 2-1, and they looked pretty weak in the first map. So, especially if they go down to ranking, I feel like against Baisha, it's just going to be insane. And, yeah, it's going to be interesting, though, when we do get into the round of 8, which will be starting off tomorrow, and we'll get to see who's going to make it onto the playoff stage of this tournament, which is essentially double elimination best-of-5s. We will play best-of-5 starting tomorrow, by the way, in the round of 8, and then we will get on to, whichever team does make it through that first best-of-5 goes into that double elimination bracket. So you're really going to have to be consistent. Whoever makes it through, if it is a ranking esports, you can't have what happened in the beginning of this tournament happen again. You got to be there again and again, and you do get that extra chance, but it's best-of-5s, and it's against the best teams in the tournament, so will be interesting to see if either of these teams from the wildcard can make a splash once we do make it into playoffs.
I'm still kind of hoping actually that ranking will beat Cara House, because I think ranking actually have a shot against X-Rock, because I think Cara House, no matter if they play against X-Rock or Baisha, they will lose against both teams, but I think actually ranking, they could even beat X-Rock. This would be interesting, right? If we see Pacific Market in the semifinal maybe, and then also ranking like 2 basically new teams. And yeah, this is what I'm hoping for. But yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I feel like Pacific I'm excited to see in the quarterfinal match as well. I feel like them against Vincent's probably going to be one of the best-of-5s we could ask for in that round. It is unfortunate only one of them will make it to the double elimination stage, but I feel like that on paper should be the most interesting quarterfinal on our hands.
Yeah, it absolutely should. Definitely a lot of interesting ones on the way. Again, we're just waiting here for the interview that is about to take place with one of the members of Cara House 2L after their victory, just to get a sense of how they're feeling about that match and if they're confident going into their opponents, because, it always was Cara House 2L on top, but you can't really say the same about it so far in this tournament. So where their confidence level is at going into ranking esports that do look like a very strong team. And I'm getting the word now that the interview is in fact ready on the stage, so we're going to throw it over to Matt Andrews and talk with one of the members on that stage.
It's Dola who's the MVP. It's Cara House who are the winner of that match, and that secures them into our top 8 teams. So commiserations to Kungarna for losing those battles. Dola, congratulations. We will see Cara House in the top 8. Are you relieved to have made it out of the wildcard day?
Chúc mừng em, đội em vừa rồi đã thắng trong trận vừa rồi, thì hiện giờ đội em đã vào top 8 thì em có cảm thấy nhẹ nhõm hơn không?
Theo em thấy thì nó vẫn chưa phải là nhẹ nhõm hơn, khi mà trận đấu sắp tới của em thì nó khá là căng thẳng.
我现在还感
No,
不是很轻松。
it's not that relaxed and not that relieved, because for the next match, this is a very fierce competition.
Yes, it is. We'll get to that. Compound. Seemed like Cara House were always behind on the first map and trying to catch up. Why was that?
Trong cái map đầu tiên chạm vệ tinh thì tỷ số bên em luôn bị dẫn trước rất nhiều. Sau đó bên mình thì đã cố gắng để kéo gần tỷ số. Tại sao lại như vậy?
thì tất cả mọi người trong đội đều cố gắng bảo nhau là anh thôi anh em cố gắng map này thì để mình cố gắng sang map 2 thì nó sẽ tốt hơn.
我们队的所有队员
So
都在
all
安慰
the
自己，
players
就是在
comfort
这
each other
个地图上
because
努力
in this
赢
map
得比
we
赛，然
want
后
to win
在
this game.
下一个
So we
地图
encourage
就
each other.
会
So
更容易
for
一
the
点。
next map, it's much more easier for us.
It was easier for you. Mexico and Port, both much stronger maps for Cara House 2L. Was there anything else that you changed?
Trong map hai map tiếp theo là Mexico và Bến Cảng thì bên mình đã đánh rất là dễ dàng và giành được chiến thắng. Thì có phải là bên mình đã điều chỉnh chiến thuật không?
Lúc bọn em thua map 1 thì bọn em có ra nói với nhau là thôi anh em cố gắng map 2 map 3 thì mình làm lại được, thì mọi người cũng động viên nhau để cố gắng map 2 map 3 mình sẽ làm tốt hơn.
我们队在输了第一个
So
地图以后
after losing the first map,
然后就以安慰就
So
互相安
we
慰
comfort
我们
each other.
在下一场下一个地图
So
会
for
做
the
得更
next
好
map, we hope we can
一
do
定可以
better.
取得胜利的
Then we believe that we can win the victory.
Okay, belief goes a long way. You will play Ranking Esports next. What will the score be?
Trận tiếp theo của bên mình là sẽ đánh với đội Ranking ESPORTS và em có thể dự đoán cái tỷ số giữa trong trận này được không?
Theo em thì trận đấu sắp tới bọn em bắn với Ranking Esports thì nó sẽ rất là căng thẳng và cân kèo.
对我来说，下一场就是
So
非
for
常
me,
激
the
烈，
next match
两
is
队
very
会打得非
fierce.
常焦灼。
The two team will play very hard.
But what will the score be?
Em có thể dự đoán tỷ số được không?
Tỷ số sẽ là 2-0 nhưng mà không biết về ai.
比分是0-2，但是0
I
是
think
谁，2
it's
是谁，我
0
还
to
不知道
2, but we do not know who is 2 and who is 0.
Your teammates enjoyed that as well. 2-0, but we don't know which way. What a good answer. Thank you, Dola. We will find out soon. Don't go anywhere. The last match of the wildcard day. Will it be a 2-0? Who gets the win? We'll find out all together next.
Hello and welcome back to the desk here at CFS 2023 Grand Finals. We are in the midst of the wildcard day, and already we know which two teams are going to be making it on to the next round. The real question is who has to play Baisha in the round of 8 and who has to play X-Rock in the round of 8. I'm Valdez, with me is ZZXQ, and now Elfish Guy joining us here for this one. Before we go any deeper into this one, I do want to go ahead and thank our sponsors, Open Mind Alienware. Alienware is supporting the CFS 2023 Grand Finals with all of their devices, the monitors, and all of those great accessories out there. Thank you so much, Alienware.
Yeah, we'll also give a big thanks to Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. And whether or not you're in the midst of an intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
Yeah, excited to get into this next match, though. I feel like this is one where even though there's not super major stakes, there is still something pretty big on the line here. You don't want to play Baisha, but at the end of the day, I mean, even for ranking, it's, you know, do you want to play the enemy you know that's already taken you down 2-0, or maybe roll the dice on Baisha? You know, maybe they're a little bit overconfident. I personally would definitely favor X-Rock in this situation, but I am interested to see how they'll play against each other in this matchup as well, because I feel like this is where both teams can really show us what we haven't seen so far, because it's a match where they're going to be automatically, I think, a little bit more comfortable facing off.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to be a bit of a contrarian here, and I'm going to say I think the stakes are incredibly high for this matchup, right? Yeah, obviously they both do make it through to the next stage, but the circumstances are so different playing against Baisha or for X-Rock. I mean, Baisha, to me, it just seems like a death sentence. It seems like you're just going to get knocked out 3-0. I cannot fathom a world where Baisha does not make it through to playoffs. Like, how ridiculous that would be after what we've seen from them in the group stage. So I think taking first seed versus second seed out of the wildcard stage is going to be hugely important for, obviously, both of these two teams if they can make it happen. And especially for Ranking Esports, who were able to play so close against X-Rock already, to have another crack at that team, I think is a massive reward if they do manage to take first seed out of the wildcard. So I think it's, yeah, massive, massive opportunity. This one, best of 3, could potentially take you a lot further in the entire tournament, because again, the next stage of this is also single elim best of 5 against either Baisha or X-Rock, but X-Rock certainly feels a lot more beatable, and if you do get over the line against them, then it is into the top 4 for you.
Yeah, especially if, you know, Ranking Esports are able to come off a really big day today, even though they looked pretty weak against X-Rock and against, you know, the other team that they did fall to earlier on in the tournament. They've really bounced back in a big way, and I think that this could be a great way to finish off the day with a big win and potentially have a good chance up against X-Rock the second time around. As we already did take a look at Kara House 2L. They did just play against Kungarna and take the win 2-1. Only our third 2-1 so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Dola, I guess, is the talk of the town at the moment. Big step up from him individually. Felt like Dola's been a little bit missing, actually, for Kara House in this event up until that game against Kungarna. And obviously, big asset. And wow, looking at the match record, how do you make a sense of that? At least looking at it on paper, it certainly seems like Kara House is the favored team in this matchup, though I wonder what things are going to look like when we get into that prediction graphic. For me, I feel like actually Ranking have looked like the better team at this event so far. And certainly in terms of snipers, Ice Cube has had the better of it in comparison to Rambo. I mean, the thing about Kara House is they do tend to throw that ARM around a little bit more than Ranking obviously does, so it may not necessarily be quite so representative, the statistics that you're seeing there, but generally speaking, I feel like Ice Cube actually individually has been a massive standout, and here's where things are quite interesting. We see a massive discrepancy between our opinions on the English broadcast and the Chinese opinions, obviously, on their broadcast, and not something that has actually happened very often. Normally, we're quite unanimous, but I feel like we're kind of seeing the game in a bit of a different way to the way that they are, which is, something to break down, I suppose.
And there's only one based Chinese caster, Gua1K. That's it.
Based.
Everybody else,
what a Chad.
Not getting it.
I think he's right. I mean, hey, I'm on the same side of it. I feel like Ranking has shown a lot more in this event. You think back to the Baisha game where Kara House just like had nothing to offer and just got steamrolled. And besides that, I mean, even in some of the matches where they were favored to win, they didn't do well, like Pacific.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it all does play out as we are getting ready now to introduce our teams once again. If you missed them earlier on today, let's go back to the stage right now.
An all Vietnamese match to round off the wildcard day and really important seeding to fight over. They return to the stage after their big battle just now. It's Kara House 2L. Dola, Rumbo, Shady, Lucas, and JRK. Kara House 2L. And they know this team well. From the CFBL, it's Ranking Esports. Ice Cube, Nevis, KT15, Fatcon, and Humio are Ranking Esports. Fighting for the wildcard places 1 and 2. Both these teams will be in our top 8, but who goes where? They'll compete to conquer.
Thank you, Matt Andrews, for that wonderful introduction to both of our Vietnamese teams here. This is going to be the one time they have played so far here in this tournament, but obviously, as we have seen from the last couple of years, they have played each other many, many times in the CFBL and all that fun stuff. It was funny to me that Ankara is 9-0 in favor of Kara House, and in general, a lot more favored to them on pretty much every map. But a unique kind of day where we meet here in the Grand Finals. Ranking Esports looks like the stronger team, just coming into this one and at the start of the day. And maybe the script gets flipped a little bit here.
Well, I guess that depends on who you ask, right? Because at least for us, we think they look like the favorite. The Chinese casters, again, on their predictions.
Gua 1K.
Almost unanimous for Kara House. And I actually wanted to touch on that a little bit more. I think maybe what's going on there is like we're looking at the more recent results. We're sort of taking into account the performances at this event with a little bit more emphasis. Whereas for the Chinese casters, they're looking at the more historic results, and then that's obviously playing into their decision a little bit more. I think that might be where you're sort of seeing that discrepancy, and I guess it is really just it depends on what your mentality is when you're making those predictions. Do you value the longer history, in which case you probably would predict Kara House? Do you value the current form? Well, in that case, I would make the argument that that is going the way of ranking, and I think we, at least here on the English desk, are valuing the current form. But that is not to say that Kara House can't win this matchup. Obviously, seen them step up a little bit there against Kungarna. Seems like a positive sign. Dola back into the conversation after having missed out on things quite a bit at this event so far. So I also think sometimes it gets a little bit weird when you're talking about these regional matchups. It's different when you're watching a team that has never played against the team before, and you know you're looking at them on paper and thinking this team might be stronger, this team might be stronger, X or Y might happen. But when it comes down to these regional matchups, these teams have so much experience against one another, which you see on that graphic as well. And not even just that, but there's no doubt these teams would be scrimming each other in their domestic region as well. So it goes beyond just, well, what maps are good for these teams, how have they been performing in this event. It also comes down to mind games, tendencies, how comfortable and familiar are you with your opponent? Is there anything else that comes into play in a matchup like this? And it certainly feels like when you have two teams that have competed against each other for the better part of, you know, the 12 months that we've had this year, there certainly are a few more things to think about than what you would have in some of the other regular matches.
Yeah, I feel like when I look at this one, a lot of it's going to come down to what maps they're actually confident in playing on the side of ranking. You know, knowing you have a history of a map like Ankara where even if you're feeling like the better team, it's a 0-9 history. You still probably don't want to approach that unless you're really trying to throw a curveball into the mix here. So I think map selection is still really important in this one. I feel like it would be interesting to see a Mexico face-off considering they both looked pretty equal against Kungarna in their matchups, doing a good job of exploiting them on that map. And it could go really either way, but there's some maps with how Ranking's been playing, I would probably favor them on. The more long-range maps, maybe like a Black Widow, I think Ranking could do very well on, or even a Compound in the series could be an interesting pick for them.
Yeah, it'll come down to how they're feeling, as you mentioned, in this tournament, as well as those historical datas that we did just take a look at there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling the Ranking esports overcoming the history here a little bit, and I do think that in this best of three, it is a best of three, right? You can see that one of these teams is going to go pretty far ahead, I would say, in terms of starting off here, and then maybe you see a big comeback from the other side. But
sure,
it's really going to come down to how they're feeling on the day. Who's feeling more confident today? And for me, that's Ranking.
Well, one of the other things we should probably talk about as well is like momentum coming into this series, right? Because Ranking, they had a fantastic start to this day with that win over Kungarna, 2-0, 10-4, 10-3, super easy, super clean. Would have been feeling great after that one, but they've now had a break. They've had a time to reset, which after a big win like that might not actually be what you want. Cara House coming in hot after their win have still got that momentum flowing. They're still feeling good. They haven't had to reset up on the stage, right? They just have to sit back down at the PC, 20, 30 minutes later and kind of kick it back into gear. So it might take Ranking a little bit longer to get into this series if they start cold. I think that's definitely a discussion to be had, but going into the picks and bans here is where things do get pretty interesting. Black Widow picked from Ranking earlier today, and for Cara House, they went for Compound. And I think that could actually just be the map pool here again. Eagle Eye's going to be taken away by Ranking to kick off things.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise just considering their history. These maps are going to be a lot of close quarters, I think, coming out here. Ranking, maybe a Mexico pick could be strong, or a Compound. I think that's where I would lean if I was them in this series to have a good chance. Subbase is also pretty strong for both of these teams, so I could see that coming out as well here. But for Ranking, I'm really surprised they've left Ankara on the table, because that's got to be Cara House's pick here.
They're going to pick it first.
YOLO.
They're like, you can't pick it if we pick it ahead of you. I don't really understand that.
I mean, they had a good game against, or a decent game against Vincent on it, and they had a pretty good game on it against X-Rock as well. So
recent results.
Again, it's like those recent, and look, end of the day, I mean, yeah, they also beat Anubis on it 10-5, right? So they've actually kind of been picking it for the most part in this event. And yes, the history certainly will show that Cara House is more favorable on Ankara. But again, you lose to them 9 times in a row. You probably pick up a thing or two that you might have done wrong. So they've got a lot of data to take a look at. And as you predicted, Kyle, Mexico in the pool here for Cara House. I actually think that's a pretty bold prediction considering how well Ranking played that against Kungarna earlier on.
I feel like for Cara House, though, it is still one of their stronger maps. I feel like Ranking, though, this is actually kind of a good power move to make. If you can go against a map you've historically lost every single time against Cara House in map number 1 and then win that, it could kind of shatter their mental game.
Yeah, it definitely can. This is a very interesting map pool. Like the first couple of maps coming out here on Cara, 0-9, will we flip that script? Is the recent result of Ranking against other teams going to be enough to overcome Cara House on that map? And Mexico, I agree with you, Kyle. I think that Cara House looked incredibly strong, especially on the GR side of that one. Not going to start on that side, obviously, as it is their map pick. Subbase and Port are banned away, which means we will get into Compound for the third and final map of this series. Who are we liking for this one after seeing these maps?
I'd say Ranking for sure. I feel like these maps play into them pretty well. Also, when you look at the history of Cara House in this event, the GR side is where they've thrived, and they don't get a start on that for any of these maps.
I mean, it is you know, like it's wild that you would say ranking because, again, Cara House have won Ankara 9 times in a row. But then again, you kind of got to play that mind game same way as ranking are. And like if they're bold enough to choose Ankara into a team that they've lost it against 9 times, who are we to doubt them? You know, like that's basically just throwing your glove on the table. Actually, no, I'm going to retract that. It's picking your glove up off the table, slapping your opponent in the face with it and saying, come at me, bro. So, I don't know, Ankara, Mexico, I mean, I have no idea. I really have no idea. I feel like this one's such a hard one to call. Like I said, my personal feeling, obviously, with the prediction is ranking is the better team currently on the day at the moment. But that could very much change over the course of this series. And the map pool, I kind of feel like you can make a really good argument either way, right? If you're a ranking supporter, you can say, yep, they've figured out, you know, maybe what they did wrong on Ankara. They know that Cara House is good on this map, but they've also been picking it all tournament long. They've also played really well on Mexico. They beat Kungarna there, and Compound's definitely in the wheelhouse for ranking too. But then again, on the behalf of Cara House, well, 9-0 on Ankara, there's definitely that. They also beat Kungarna earlier today on Mexico, and so, I mean, Compound, again, same thing. They play a lot of Compound Cara House, so it's definitely a map pool that feels like you can really just make an argument one way or the other, depending on who you're supporting, depending on who you prefer. As we've said, my preference, ranking, but Cara House, they did look better in that last game, and if Dollar can show up again and print some dollar bills, then I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great point you make, especially there at the end, the dollar bills. I really like that. I think
he was fun.
That's very poignant. I do think also on this desk, we are biased towards the ranking esports side, and that's fine. I do think that, though, I think we're going 3 maps in this one.
You know,
I think the teams are going to win their map picks. I think Ankara has been really good for ranking esports. They're going to come out strong. And it might get close because this is a map that I would expect Cara House to also have a lot of confidence on, but I think ranking will be better this time. And then I think Cara House will eventually pull through on Mexico.
You know what's funny about you saying that, though, is that like I actually come into this tournament with bias for Cara House. And over the 3 matches of both teams that we've watched thus far, or now 4, I've actually been more convinced by ranking. So it's kind of like, you know, yeah, there is that bias coming in now for ranking, but actually it has been swayed by what we've seen at this event.
For sure.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like Cara House has looked really underwhelming, even against Kungarna. Yeah, they still win those 2 maps somewhat convincingly, but I feel like the first map was just really sloppy from them.
Yeah, and the third map was 5v1s.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing against the other guys, but, you know, Famous was putting up some incredible numbers by himself. Sometimes you got that one guy. But yeah, Cara House coming together as a team, getting the job done. And so now we move on to Ankara. So picked up here by the side of ranking esports, and Cara House select Blacklist for the first half. So let's see how that does work for them. If they can get a decent start there, they've been so good on Global Risk, and maybe they just pull it through on Ankara anyway. Both sides getting fired up as we do move into this incredibly important wildcard matchup.
It's a good way to put it. Incredibly important, I agree. It's Baisha or Xrock, and Baisha just feels impossible to beat at this point. Xrock have maybe not looked quite so indomitable, so it is still a rock and a hard place, but I guess you'd prefer one over the other. At least that's my thought.
In a hard place?
Yeah, I really could have gone for that one, couldn't I? Either way, let's see what Cara House can do here. They'll be kicking things off on the attack on the Blacklist side. And ranking, I have my eyes peeled to see where Ice Cube is setting himself up. And right now he is just watching mid from the tower.
Yeah, Cara House playing pretty spread out so far. Really hoping for one of these opening picks to be found. There is some trade potential towards the A-bomb site, but for the most part, it's a pretty individualized approach that they're looking for.
Again, double Orm setup, though, from Cara House on the attack, and it's something that we have seen from them a little bit in the past. Rambo and Shady do tend to share the sniping duties in this Cara House roster. It doesn't really feel like they have one dedicated sniper. And obviously what that indicates to you, if you're going to run double sniper setup, you want to play a little bit slower in that blacklist round. Like, you don't want to be going for any rushes. You want to be trying to find picks. You want to be slowly working the angles exactly as Rambo is doing and kind of clearing things out one by one. But if you don't inevitably find one of those opening picks, it can make it a little bit harder to entry into the site because you just don't get quite as much versatility out of that weapon as you do a rifle.
Yeah, at the same time, we are going to see Shady getting off the now. Definitely smart not to have two when you go for that full push, especially if you're going towards this B side of the map. You've got to be ready to hit those trade shots. Rambo still holding it in mid. The rest of Kara House here trying to work their way in slowly towards this B bomb side. I like the lurk as well, still sitting on this A bomb side. It's actually going to be a full fake here as well. Shady going A with the bomb here, and these two players towards B are actually trying to draw off the full rotation, and it could work here. You can see Humio thinking about rotating off, and now here comes the play onto the A bomb site. There's actually nobody to defend A, and even though these players go down on the B bomb site, Kara House have a free A bomb site.
These are the mind games. We're already seeing it from round one. These two teams know each other so well that I'm sure Kara House are like, okay, this has worked before, or maybe they'll just never expect this because we haven't done this against them before. As now trying to set up a defense here against this retake. Very nicely done so far as one by one the dominoes fall on the side of Ranking Esports. As JRK picks up, I believe, a 3K as well on the defense. Very nice strategy and completion there for the first round.
Was indeed a 3K. I think part of the issue actually there for Ranking is that the bomb went down so fast, and even though they rotated across pretty quickly, like, they really didn't have a lot of time to go for a two-pronged retake. They were all filtering through from the same angle. They're all pushing in through a smoke. There was no real nuance to it for Ranking. They didn't have a lot of util to get them back into that side either, and they just get farmed on the way in, pushing through the smoke, which is obviously very likely to go wrong. So Kara House will be happy to kick things off. You heard them making a lot of noise. Smokes down here on main from Kara House, but again, another opener from Lucas. And you're starting to wonder, is Ranking maybe a bit out of their depths on this map? Humio is going to push to try to equalize the numbers, though he's not quite able to finish off JRK, who's more than happy to sit around the corner and preserve his life.
Yeah, I like what Kara House is doing as well. You can hear it from them on the stage, just kind of trying to intimidate Ranking and make them think this is an unwinnable game for themselves. And it's a solid approach. It might just work here. Humio, you can tell he's a little bit shaky on the aim so far on this map. Hasn't really had a chance to shine. He's playing a little bit more reserved than he usually would as well. Normally going in, swinging early, trying to find these picks on the GR side, but they're almost giving Kara House a little bit too much respect, I think.
Yeah, well, is there an element of the fact that Ranking are not warmed up? They have had time off the stage, whereas Kara House did play in that previous match, so they'll still be feeling a little bit more comfortable in their positions. Might take Ranking, you know, a good 4 or 5 rounds actually to get into this game, which at a certain point could feel a little bit too late.
Yeah, especially if they start to build up this momentum. Playing 3 maps back-to-back, quick break, coming back about 20 minutes later. Feels pretty good for Kara House 2L at this point in time. Ranking, as you mentioned, Kyle, maybe just a little bit too much respect, very passive, as now we do have at least one guy pushing up through mid, but Ice Cube, ooh, should have seen that barrel, I would imagine. Yeah, that's gonna okay.
Bit uncharacteristic.
Yeah, he doesn't miss those generally.
No, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. How warmed up are these Ranking members? KT15, he's going to be able to strike onto Rambo, but stuck behind a smoke, and the plan has gone down, so time working against Ranking. Not only that, but also the numbers. Humio wants to try to get involved here, but so far it is just KT15, and oh dear, a 2-on-5, is that possible for Ranking? Maybe it's a little bit out of their realms of possibility. And again, the noise being made on the Kara House side of the stage.
Yeah, it's a tough start, but it definitely feels like Ranking has a mental block against this team so far. They've got to get around that, because that shot underpass, Ice Cube, he never misses that. Never.
No.
And then all of a sudden, It's like a different player here in this situation. This time, though, he will hit the opener onto JRK. Lucas quickly there for the trade, but you can tell Ranking, they want to get aggressive this time. All 4 players pushing out of this A bomb site. They're trying to go for the info play. Kara House just waiting to see if they're going to take the bait here. KT15 wants to, but it's Rambo. He's set up. They're waiting for this. They know exactly what Ranking wants to do here.
Yep, it's the mind games. Kara House has played against Ranking a lot of times on this map. They're going to be aware of their tendencies. They're going to be aware of their adaptations. When they are ahead, Kara House is thinking, well, what is Ranking likely to do in this scenario? And they anticipate that aggression. Didn't anticipate Nevis sitting around the corner there, and they maybe don't anticipate him finding a 1v4, but that's definitely feeling on the cards at the moment. He has hit a couple of beautiful shots there initially. And now it's down to Dola and Shady, though Nevis has gone in the wrong direction to stop this plant going down.
Yeah. Could always wait on a site and see what's, you know, if they do come to B, maybe you can get a pick off, delay the plants, but if they do plant A, you're in a 1v2 anyway. And now he's actually over by B and also able to look over by A to see if a plant is coming down. Very central position, spots Dola. Not quite able to take his head off there. He does do a little bit of damage. But yeah, gets the information early and is able to rotate on time.
It's not an impossible retake, but isolating duels is going to be pretty difficult coming through from A main, though Shady now has been spotted. But the fact that he falls off the line there is a good thing. Gives Dola the chance to swing, though, but the 1v1 given over, and Nevis, oh, he spots out Shady. It's so doable. Time a factor. Shady will win it. That was scary for a moment. 1v4 was definitely on the cards, and honestly, it kind of feels like Ranking needs something like that to get them back into this game.
So unfortunate, though, Nevis.
What a shot.
It looked like he was going to have it after that last shot onto Dola, but it's just not enough. And Ranking continue to struggle here so far on this pick, but this is what they wanted. They wanted a chance to take it to them on Ankara, but they're kind of getting what they asked for, it feels like here.
Yeah, I mean, not sure really what they expected, although, you know, Ranking Esports also starting off very slow, and then they try to challenge out outside of A, and they just kind of get rolled over by Rambo and Lucas. The two of them absolutely have been putting up some numbers. Funnily enough, Kara House 3-0, Dola 0-3. Not sure how you manage that, but, you know, not everybody has a perfect day every day. Dola was fantastic in the last series. Hopefully he can turn that one around, and Lucas has really stepped up. And they're certainly doing better than Ranking Esports at this point, so.
Yeah, I guess Lucas was the one that we were sort of talking about for Kara House prior to today. So I guess that's how you do it. 6-2 for Lucas. He's been leading from the front. Shady's been having good impact with the Orm as well. And look, end of the day, I do just feel like Ranking is a bit cold at the moment. This is not the same Ranking we saw earlier today against Kungarna. It's not the same Ranking we saw a couple of days ago get their first win in this event. And I'm going to be so disappointed if this ends up being an easy victory for Kara House because Ranking doesn't play well. Because I really feel like the storyline has been shaping up so nicely. It's been like a fairy tale for Ranking. They started so badly, and they've looked better and better as the event's gone on. And to kind of falter here would be really unfortunate because I think it would be the end of their tournament, forcing them into a game against Baisha. But first time in the map that we've actually seen the opening pick go the way of Ranking. Ice Cube able to connect with a shot. Does force a 4v5, and this one now really is must win for Ranking. Otherwise, their momentum just goes down the toilet.
Yeah, Ranking here. They've got to hold on to this A bomb site. Only 20 seconds. Kara House really running down the clock here. It's already Lucas to find one, and now they just can't hold on. It's going to be FotCon stuck here on the fence line. Doesn't matter. Can't take the fight and win it. And look at this. They're not ready for the flank at all. Lucas gets the back stab. Ice Cube left alone. 1 versus 3. They already know he's going to be coming from this GR spawn. Lucas spots him on the shoulder peak. Ice Cube, he's going to have to connect. Doesn't matter. Lucas continues to hit the shots.
I'm so sad. I am really sad. Like,
it's okay, they have a pause.
I know, like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really matter to me which team actually wins this. Like, I have no dog in the fight, or no horse in the race, so to speak. But I just feel like ranking can do so much better, and we're seeing day 1 and day 2 ranking here. We're not seeing day 3 and day 5 ranking.
Yeah, it also looks like Kara House are really on point. I mean, outside of Dola, obviously, but everybody else on the team is getting just really crisp entries. Lucas especially. On Kara, at the end of the day, even 4v5, you could see that if the enemy is not in a good position and you get a good entry onto A, you know, a couple of flashes over the top, a guy walks up the stairs, just takes the one guy who's playing top A, and then all of a sudden, you know, Lucas right through mid, very nice execution, almost N9-esque what he was doing on port to Kara House with the timings there. So yeah, I think that Kara House are playing it really well. They're really warmed up, you know, in terms of talking about that specifically. This is the timing from Lucas here.
Yeah, Ice Cube's felt like mostly a non-factor. Humio hasn't really got going. It's not as if anyone's really not doing anything, you know, like everyone's getting 50 ADR, they're getting a kill here and there, but you don't have a standout. You don't have your star players popping off, which is what ranking really do rely on in a lot of cases. And you definitely look to probably Ice Cube 1, Humio 2, Nevis 3. None of them are having the great performance. They're all having a middling performance, and that's fine if someone else is having a great performance. But if everyone's just going to be average, then you're going to get an average result. And that's what we're seeing right here. 4-0 for Kara House. And ranking must be wondering, why on earth did we pick Ankara?
Yeah, it's not seeming like a great pick so far. There is still time to recover, though. Only down 4-0. We've seen already in the day, we can have 5-round streaks back and forth pretty easily in the wild card, but for ranking, it's going to be another tough round that they're up against. 3 players on the A bomb site, and 3 really moving into them here for Kara House. It is going to be the bomb carrier. Playing pretty safe, though. JRK trying to poke around towards the vents. Lucas working his way into A connector. And again, they kind of just spread out here. And for Kara House, normally I would say this is a bad idea, but it seems to be working quite well against ranking so far, just not winning those aim duels. Specifically Lucas, though, here, 9-2 so far in this matchup, over 2 kills per round, really making it difficult to get anything going for ranking.
3 players stacked over toward the A site this time for Kara House. Part of the problem has been that almost every time ranking have hit the A site, there's only been 2 players there, and the first frag has always gone the way of ranking. So it's pretty much ended up being like a 1-person site hold. And it's not the kind of site that you can hold as a solo member, because there's multiple entry points.
Here comes Kara House right down the middle, trying to mix it up a little bit.
Good call.
Might as well, I guess, although Ice Cube is looking, he's not going to hit the shot. And now the swarm is coming in. Falcon has a very nice timing. Ice Cube at least trades one. Falcon trying to get the jump on him. Will anyone look at the window? Yes, they will, of course. Lucas will not mess it up again. Well, I say again, he hasn't messed it up yet. He is just going to be so clean. JRK on the entry onto B as well. And this will be all Kara House to make it onto the site. 3v2 as well. So unless Nevis gets a big string of headshots once again, this is not going to look well, as Rambo just going to take him out.
Well, I was going to say, this is where Humio normally does his best work, right? 1v3, 2v3, but Rambo shuts him down, and again, so much noise from Kara House. They surely have to be getting in the heads of ranking right now. This is just a drought. And believe me, I'm from Australia. I've lived through a drought. It's not fun. You had to have 4-minute showers. They gave everyone an egg timer. You stick it in the shower on the wall.
Wow.
Not fun. 4 minutes.
Sorry about that.
You barely even get wet. And, geez, I mean, ranking are experiencing it right now. Like, they just cannot find a round, can they?
It's kind of ridiculous how far away this has fallen already from ranking. On the precipice of a 6-0
This doesn't work.
KT15 though, hey, there's one, almost two. The trade's there. FotCon makes it at least somewhat valuable. Doesn't matter, Lucas right there for the double himself. And he's got the C4 pickup now. They can go back towards A, 3-on-2. And again, Ranking, they're just not winning the fights when they need to.
Yeah. Look, I understand why Ranking has to go for that. They're down on numbers. They have to try to do something to equalize things. They feel like they're losing control of this. It's just slipping away from them so fast. They want to have some proactivity. But at the end of the day, you need to be doing a little bit more early in the round.
Yeah, it's just really rough when Rambo now is on point. It's almost like Cara House, they're like, all right, we're facing a Vietnamese team. We really got to crush them. And finally we see the Cara House 2L that we expected to see all tournament. And they're just not missing a beat. Lucas is so clean. Rambo is hitting his shots. I mean, come on, like, how are you going to beat a team that's this hot right now? And it's not just like a famous scenario. It's a Lucas and Rambo and Shady and even JRK scenario.
They just need to cool them down. They need a bit of Ice Cube, right? Like, it's Ice Cube just completely missing, Humio completely missing. But when they're too hot, I don't know. Ice Cube feels like he's a little bit too cold. And I know I'm going a bit too deep on these analogies, but so many absolute sitters that Ice Cube 100% of the time in all these previous matches would be hitting. Even in the games that they're losing, he's hitting those shots. But he is just not in this game against Cara House. Humio as well. He's like 1-5 or 1-6 at this point. So if you can't rely on those two, Nevis is not really having his impact either. Where do the frags come from? KT15 and FotCon feel like they're, you know, more of the supportive elements in this team anyway, but KT15 is debatably at this point maybe the one that's like looking the best of the Ranking riflers. And sure, it's a blacklist-sided map, but not to this extent. And there you go. Again, Humio is just going to be taken down. But why is he going for that peak solo? Like, there's no control anywhere else in the map. Ice Cube's going to try to get aggressive. I like this in mid. There's 3 players there. Cara House surely can't trade it down. Dola will fall. Numbers are still favoring Cara House. It's just unbelievable. Every single fight is going their way. Even when it looks like Ranking should have the advantage, it slips away from them. Man, Cara House is not putting a foot wrong, are they?
Another one down here. I mean, Cara House just looking good across the board. Ranking clearly just having a mental block in this match, not able to do anything, whether it's aggressive or passive. They just can't find the answer. Humio, 1-7. Ice Cube at least up to 5 now, but Lucas on 13-3. And Rambo having one of the better games we've seen out of him so far in this event as well. Just makes it so difficult to believe there's a way out on this one when you already know, historically, you haven't found it either on this map in the past. So I feel like this one's already over at this point. Maybe they've got something in the next 2 maps of this series, but Ranking, there's just no trades working out for them. They go for these peaks at the start of the round, and they still are just met with disaster after disaster. You can see KT15 trying to sneak in here, but finally gets something to work out. Takes down Dola, can fall off, and now they finally have a good situation. But Lucas, yeah, he's already on the backstab here, gets the shots onto FotCon. JRK takes down Humio, and how do you let this happen? Time and time again, Ranking, they are just not paying attention to what they need to here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you only have so many members, right? If you're going to send 3 out of office to push spawn, and you put 2 guys on the one site, you're not going to have any guys on mid. And Lucas, again, his rotations, his timings have been incredibly crisp, and he is going to set up this win in this round, you would have to imagine. I don't even I'm already calling it a win. It's not over yet, but Shady now is hitting all the shots too. That's 3 in a row in the same vent.
Who are these guys?
It's 8-0. It's 8-0.
I don't know what to say. I mean, look, yesterday night we had Baisha vs. Cara House 10-1, 10-1. We were thinking, are we going to get our first 10-0? Well, we didn't get it there. I'm going to bring it up again. Is this a 10-0 angle?
Yes.
This is not the game I would have thought we would have got it in. I thought this was actually going to be a highly competitive fight, and it has been anything but. best case scenario now for ranking is an 8-1 half, and even though they get the opening pick, I have zero faith that they're going to be able to win this round. It just seems like Cara House can't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, I feel like this one is certainly over here. 10-0 would not surprise me. Fotcon caught. Doesn't even know Lucas is going to be there, even though they have no reason to believe mid should be open because they've already had a player die in mid, and it's just these small errors that are just stacking up completely against them, and now they've got to find a way out in a numbers down situation. They still have some things they can do here. They're just going to go for the wide swing onto mid. Lucas spots them both with JRK, and they are tapped out of existence. Hugh left alone, 1 versus 4. He needs something big here to make it happen, but at 2 and 8, I don't think he's got it in him right now.
We need a huge miracle.
That was his second kill. And he was like the main rifler of the squad. They've just totally fallen apart. He's trying to check every single angle, but he does not check the one right direction. It is 9-0.
Have we had a 9-0 half so far?
No.
All right.
It always ended at 8-1 and then 10-1.
This is it. This is the 10-0. It's the angle.
You know, it's either going to be one of those like, okay, Baisha or All Gamers beating up on like a lower ranked team, or it's just this where it's like, you know, two teams that know each other so well, and one of them just gets so far ahead of the other that it's just a huge mental block. It's so obvious at this point.
Kind of would be a little bit poetic though if Cara House get 10-0 on Ankara to bring up the 10-0s on Ankara, because they've beaten ranking 9 times.
Oh no!
And I think it might be happening 9 times to 0, and they're going to 10-0 them for the 10-0. I just don't believe it. Ranking, you have to have a good hard look at yourself after this one and think, why did we pick Ankara? That could have possibly not gone any worse. And Nevis is now here in the 1v4. Cara House have just, I mean, they've put them in the bag, they've thrown them in the bin, and they've taken them out onto the curb for collection, because this has just not even been close at all. Nevis, he'll get one onto Shady. Can he be the hero? Absolutely not. 10-0, the first one of the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals will go the way of Cara House.
All right, we are back here on the desk with the ranking esports predictors, and we are looking quite silly after they get 0-10'd by Cara House 2L. And yeah, not much else to say. That was just an absolute blowout. There was one team that was playing really well. The other kind of just fell apart. Cara House, they have mental supremacy over this team. I mean, it started off pretty one-sided, and it only got worse as ranking esports could not find a way to stop the tide.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to believe ranking could pull this off. It seemed like even with the Ankara pick, maybe they had something ready for this one to go, something different, and they had been playing really well leading up to this point, so everything was pointing in the right direction for this team, and then everything is now just slipping away from them, and it seems unlikely they even get a map now.
Yeah, certainly. Just have a look at the stats here and read and weep if you're a ranking supporter, which is exactly what we are. You're going to hear a lot of sad noises on this broadcast because that was just domination. I mean, choose anyone you want, really, on the side of Cara House. MVP's going to go the way of Lucas. I have to say, I think ranking have been mind-controlled at this point. Like, how on earth has that happened? They've picked Ankara in the map that they've lost now 10 times in a row against Cara House, and that was their first pick in this series. We tried to justify it in the picks and bans, and I felt like you could make maybe an argument for it, but after seeing the result, there is absolutely no argument for that pick. You have to just wonder what the hell was Ranking thinking.
Yeah, well, 10-0 is the scoreline in many different ways. To start us off, that is 1-0 now in favor of Cara House. We're going to take a break and come back for the second map of the match, which will be Mexico. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the desk. We're here in the midst of a Vietnamese battle, which wasn't much of a competition. Actually, it was just mostly conquering from the side of Cara House 2L over Ranking ESPORTS. 10-0, our first of this tournament. First I've seen in a long time of casting Crossfire, but it did happen here. And yeah, the mental block just seemed really huge. And we're going into Mexico, which Cara House already looked great on. And I'm just expecting a quick 2-0 from here. I don't know how you can bounce back from that.
What is there to say? Like, you go outside as ranking, you think, well guys, what could we have done better on that map? And then someone just says, everything.
They took a timeout as well.
Literally
Remember
nothing
that?
worked. I mean, the strats didn't work. The individuals weren't firing. The shots weren't hitting. The picks weren't, they weren't converted. Ice Cube wasn't even finding anything with the orb. It just felt like there was nothing at all. Like they weren't able to clutch. I mean, you get 10-0, something obviously goes horribly, horribly wrong. Even more so if it's on your map pick. I mean, look, I guess the silver lining is that Mexico is definitely not a bad map for ranking. It's something that they can go into with a degree of comfort, but how can you realistically make an argument that they're going to be able to win this map after having seen them get 10-0'd?
I don't think you can. I feel like it's definitely in favor of Cara House at this point by a pretty significant margin. I mean, just the mental block they already had, combining that with a 10-0 on top of it, makes it seem unlikely there's going to be a way out of this for ranking. As much as I believed in them coming into this match, it's just there's something about this Cara House team they are not mentally prepared for.
Yeah, this happens sometimes, across many esports, but also in CFS, where it's like, okay, well, we haven't had to deal with these guys in a long time. We were having fun playing against other regions, and now we have to face our nemesis. And they just couldn't step up to the plate, got in their head. A lot of shouting across the stage, or just shouting in general, not even like, what Real was doing.
Do you guys think they've been louder, Cara House, in this matchup? Do you think they've been louder?
Than who?
Than themselves in previous matchups?
Oh, yeah.
It's like a thing they've tried to get in their minds. I think they have, yeah.
Definitely. And it's working. Don't change anything. Your Cara House, they do have to play Blacklist side of Mexico. I don't know if it matters, though, to be honest.
Well,
at
right
this
now,
point.
yeah.
It's like, when we watch Baisha against anybody, and we're like, okay, well, they just won 10-0, and now they're like, have to go to a slightly unfavored side. It's like, it doesn't matter because it's Baisha. They have to play, Blacklist Port. Doesn't matter. Like, they're just going to 8-1 you, as happened yesterday. So it's kind of my mindset at this point. It doesn't matter what map or what side or where in the universe you are. Cara House is probably going to dominate ranking esports, but I hope that's not the case. I really do want to see more competition.
I feel like, at least on the GR side first, I wouldn't give them a 0% chance like I might have if they were on the Blacklist side first, because the Blacklist side, you're kind of just running into a brick wall over and over again and trying to fight your way through, versus GR, they at least have a chance, I think, to get comfortable on this half and maybe use that confidence to get back into this game. If it was BL for them first, I would have said this is already over.
Yeah, I would have to agree, as the yelling begins once again early, although I feel like both of these Vietnamese teams were doing it at least at the beginning. But as Elfish Guy did mention, seems like it's part of the strategy.
Yeah, has to be at this point. Getting in the heads of ranking esports, show them who's boss. But the series is not over. And if ranking was somehow to get a win out of this series now, then what a storyline that would be. So let's not count them out. It is time for Mexico. Map number 2, the choice of Cara House after they have just won on Ankara. 10-0, the most dominant map in the event so far. Surely got to be in the back of the minds of ranking, but you'd hope to forget about it and focus on the next two.
Already ranking. They're going to do something on the GR I did not expect. Full aggression into water. 3 kills going their way, and this is the ranking we wanted to see. Not letting them get into their head and already putting that pressure onto them. Ice Cube gets the kill as well. Rambo left alone in the alleyway 20 seconds in. This is a completely new ranking.
Yeah, it's really important that they actually got that round on the board really quickly, right? It's the perfect mental reset, right? You come out of the 10-0, you think, that just wasn't our map. You have your 5-minute break. You go into the next map, and it's like, okay, new map, new me. We're going to turn over a new leaf. First round starts with, in theory, what should be a decisive victory. And all of a sudden, you're feeling much more mentally refreshed and feeling like, yep, this is actually possible to come back from. So I like the decision. I really respect the call from ranking, and I appreciate that they were able to get a very favorable trade down there in the sewer. But still, look, Rambo's not dead yet. The round's not over. though you have to imagine this one's going to be a little bit too much for him, and that'll be the perfect start to the map for ranking.
It's looking like it. You'd see Shady, his reaction time pretty slow because he just wasn't expecting 3 people to be down there that quickly. As okay, a little miss from Ice Cube, but that's fine. Pretty low on health here is Rambo. So at the end of the day, looks like maybe it's just going to send it through water, see what happens. Maybe that's going to be the least protected area, and to start off, it will be. If he goes to B, I mean, I've seen crazier things happen, especially because they're just holding on to the sites. Rambo holding on to Small Hope, low timer in this one. He's going to go all the way around onto B.
I mean, look, if he wins this duel, it's definitely actually winnable. Is he going to get the timing onto Hugh? He will. Oh, okay. Now the round actually becomes winnable. He gets a post plant, 1-on-2. He doesn't have a lot of HP, but, you know, anything is possible. AK in hand, reload time, awkward.
No.
Fuckon's already crossed into the site. Ice Cube cleaned up. No way! Whoa, man. If he would have won that, well, I mean, the script would have been flipped. Even the fact that he gets it that close actually kind of, it does mitigate some of the momentum that ranking at least got back at the start of the round. So, I mean, it feels so long ago that that happened. And it was. He really waited the timer down. He got it back down to the 1v1. One more bullet would have done it. Man, what a nail in the coffin that would have been. In Cara House, they're going to have to deal with the same push again from ranking. This time they're way more prepared. KT15 in will be lucky to get out of here alive. He gets one more before he drops, but that's blown up in the face of ranking in a big way.
It's a bit bizarre, though. Those are one of those pushes you really don't do that twice. It's easier to read.
Yeah.
You could tell Cara House was set up for it, very prepared to answer and respond. So I really don't like that play call doing that back-to-back. Now they've got to go into this 3-on-2 situation. Ice Cube's already taken down to 14 health. Fotcon re-engages, though, out of the water. 2 HP, takes the kill onto Shady, but look at the remaining health. This is not looking good for ranking.
2 HP in a dream. He's got the drop here, but pistol's good enough. Good call from JRK. Just to clean that one up. Comes back for the C4. He's going to join Rambo, who's right in the middle. Back here, and that's going to do it, Rambo. Nicely done to clean that one up as the shouting returns.
I would love to know what they're yelling.
Probably just nice.
I can't even understand.
Let's go.
Obviously, we're too far away, and we've got the
Also
headsets
banana.
on. Can't really understand what they're even saying. Even if it was in Vietnamese, and I could understand Vietnamese, I don't think I could, you know, hear it properly. But I mean, yeah, I would love to know, because it could be like, you guys suck. Like, you're bad.
They all just yell that at the same time.
Yeah, I reckon that sounds fun.
I feel like in this round, ranking definitely need a good change of pace. You can still see 3 players giving their attention towards this water position. So maybe regionally, this is something they kind of go to for Cara House, putting that water pressure on, because ranking seem, compared to normal, overly concerned with this position.
For sure. Also a bit of mid-control for ranking this time. It's going to land on Rambo's head, which will soften him up a bit. Oh. Just around the corner. Lucas holding a nade in hand. Timing doesn't look like it's going to hurt him too much, though. Fotcon round the corner, and Evis there as well for a double, but the trades are in. Shady 2, Rambo 1, plus Shady on the assist. And again, you have ranking with an extra man to play with in this round.
You can tell that this is more standard for this region. Like, it's happening so much more with, like, these crazy pushes and the peaks. At least it's happening as a team, and it's not just, like, Ice Cube randomly looking and Humio randomly getting picked off. But, yeah, it feels like both sides are expecting it, and also ranking are doing it more. And it's almost like both teams are just expecting it to happen. As, yeah, I mean, you don't have to do that, but down a member, trying to get it done. Speaking of which, peeking just by himself through the 8 doors. Ice Cube is playing this position many, many times so far. Well, 3 rounds, I suppose. There's only been 3 rounds. Nice flash. Ice Cube still alive, though. looking to take the 1v1 again, and there it is. That's the bomb. Down 20 seconds. And all he's got to do is survive. He doesn't even need to peek this one.
Yep.
And I think he has realized that now.
Yeah, this is the perfect angle to play from. You can just set up on the line with the Orm. Wait for Rambo to cross. Oh, and beautiful from Ice Cube. That's a bit more like it from Ranking. And you would be having words with JRK because he got the info and then he re-peeked, gave up the 1v1 in the 1-on-3. And that was the catalyst for it for Ice Cube. Sure, we'll see it on the replay here. Or maybe not, but look, either way, fantastic 1v3 from Ice Cube, but it does come down to mistakes from Cara House, and you can't be making those kinds of mistakes. You just 10-0'd this team. Don't let them get back into the game. And yet, maybe it's already too late for that. Feels like Ice Cube is starting to come online a little bit. Sure, Hugh Muir is still having a slow day, but give him enough time, and he's going to find a way to make some impact happen. Maybe it's not in Mexico, but if we get to Compound, surely Hugh Muir is not going to have 3 slow maps. So for Cara House, if you've got the boot on the neck, continue to sink it in. Don't let them up for air.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too late for that already. Shady goes down as well.
He wasn't happy with that.
Definitely not. Now it is going to be Ranking. A nice advantage to work with for this one. Lucas already down to half, as well as JRK. Rambo pushing Ali solo.
What?
It's going to work out. How does he get away with the double kill and the fall off? You can't miss those trades if you're Ranking.
No way.
Still got 48 health. he's fine. He's got another push in him.
That is not okay.
You can fit so many alley pushes in this player.
Bad boy.
Yeah.
Slaps roof of Rambo.
Exactly. Well, okay. Falcon is at least able to trade that one back. And now that's going to even things up just a bit. Bit low on health. Some of the members of Cara House. Now they're down a member. They're going to push in. JRK looking to push together. Dolos got the bomb underneath, and he will get isolated and taken out. JRK at least has got the angle, but he's not able to win 2 1v1s as Falcon will trade it back and get yet another round here for Ranking.
Yeah, and this is where their GR side continues to be strong and why I thought they might have a chance given they did start on this side of the map, because it's just so good for them. And we already saw them very successful against a pretty equal team, I would say, on their BL side earlier on today. So this is a really good position to be in for Ranking to try and get that confidence back to really push this towards a 3rd map in the series. And they're starting to play a little bit more like what we were expecting, aside from Humio, who still seems to be struggling in those aim duels. The rest of the team completely online in this one and pretty much firing exactly how they need to. Cara House given mid control as well in this round, but I like this play from Ranking much better than contesting mid.
Yeah. My concern, though, is like Hugh is too good of a player to not have impact forever. He feels like a ticking time bomb. So given enough of an, enough of a runway, at some point he's going to be able to find his feet. Big stack outside of mid right here from Cara House. Or rather from Ranking, and they're going to actually re-aggress into mid. Nevis, KT15, and now Q on the board. That's a little bit more like it. Finds himself the double, 2 headshots. And are those going to be the start of something special? Ranking now up to 4-1, and looking like a completely different team to what we saw on Mexico, or rather on Ankara. Here on Mexico, the self-belief is returning.
Perfect timing for it. Now they've got a 4-1 lead. They can really snowball this into a good map for themselves, and then it'll come down to that map 3 decision. Right now, they've got to keep it moving here. They don't want Cara House to feel like there's any opportunity to get right back into this map. If they can continue to play safe, force these uncomfortable pushes for Cara House, they're going to be in a really good spot.
They're going pretty quick here, trying to up the pace. Not working for that duel with Ice Cube, but getting on top of the B site here. Shady able to entry onto that one. As here's Falcon looking for some kind of pick. He is going to stop this bomb from going down for now. Making it 3-on-3 as this push. More people are coming through the back here as Humio. He is potentially online. He is extremely low, though. In a 2v2 situation, both of them in the back. They're not going to do well against 2 M4s that are just waiting to spray right through that hallway.
Yeah, I kind of like Ice Cube's decision here to go to a bit of a longer angle. That's exactly why it's a little bit easier for him to kind of work with that Orm on the long angle, though this feels like an almost impossible clutch. Lucas has every advantage and will win it for Kara House, just as the timeout does get pulled through. So a fair bit to probably discuss here for Kara House. Why have things changed up so hard from map 1 to map 2? Yes, we're on obviously the blacklist side of Mexico, so that makes life a bit more difficult, but Ranking are looking like a completely different team, and well, so are we, and for better or for worse, then that is causing some problems. So what's the conversation here for Kara House? What are they going to change up? Is there maybe a faster play in there somewhere? A little bit more water control, go back down to the lower side of the map. Haven't really seen that in the last few rounds. Need to see a bit of an adaptation from Kara House, because even that round comes down to a pretty tight one, a 1v1.
Yeah, we can see here in the replay, just really solid entry onto this B-bomb site from Kara House, and Ice Cube, unfortunately, not able to clutch that one up, but Rambo having a really good game so far, 116 ADR, and he's been one of the missing components in every match leading up to this. He really wasn't a big fragger in anything we've seen so far, but today, really stepping up to make sure they can make it happen, even though Dola, outside of the previous match, hasn't been that valuable in this one. Hasn't really needed to be fair, up until this point, but now they really need him to start showing what he can do as well on this BL side. But it is still a very GR-sided map at the end of the day, so 3 or 4 rounds here for Kara House isn't a bad place to be, and they certainly know that here.
Wow, that's a keyboard.
That is a choice you could make. Yeah, lots of different colors, looking pretty cool. Here comes Kara House underneath once again. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Kyle. I think that it's a big round to take. If it goes 1-5, then you're not feeling too confident. But 2-4, and now some aggression. They're going to isolate Ice Cube. They know the second guy's behind the box, and immediately all this pressure just comes through mid. And you see that Ranking is not able to do anything about it.
I like that a bit more from Kara House, right? It kind of feels like they're backing themselves a bit more in this round. They've just said, you know, we need to play with confidence, right? We proved that we're the better team on Ankara, and why are we sort of playing any other way, actually, in Mexico here? Let's just try to take a few aim duels and trade down and make sure our spacing is pretty good, and that's exactly what they do there. I mean, obviously, spacing doesn't matter, trading doesn't matter if you don't lose a player, but it's a better looking round from Kara House, and they're looking a bit more like what they did on Ankara, which is exactly what they would want. Now KT15 and Nevis to try something, but it's just not going to happen. So 3 on the blacklist side is starting to look a little bit more respectable.
Yeah, I feel like for Kara House, they've got the momentum back on their side after a round like that. No players going down. They've got to keep being equally aggressive moving forward to kind of keep their opponents intimidated in the situation, because we've seen how Ice Cube shoots when he's not feeling like he's on the same level as his opponents. So I think they need to keep him with his back against the wall if they want to keep winning in the same fashion. Humio as well, still only 3-6. He had one good round there, but Kara House, they can keep throwing these aggressive plays to keep them on their toes. You can see Ranking, they are playing forward in mid this time, but Kara House, they've got a lot ready to go here in the alleyway towards A.
Let's see how good they can execute this one. Flashes over the top. Humio going to be critical here on the backside of this. He is able to survive for a while. And Dola, the only one to pick up a kill. This is totally stopped on that push, and Ranking will pick up a 5th round and feel pretty good about that defense.
Yeah, Farcon coming in with a lot of frags in that round. This is all while everyone's trying to shoot Humio. He gets a 3K, so sure, Hugh didn't actually get a kill, but he kind of had an impact there.
Just exist.
Yeah.
Just taunt the enemy team.
Just be the decoy.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Be the punching bag. Irresistible, really.
Better than not doing that and not providing anything for the team. So Falcon able to step up there and help out. And now 3-5. Kara House desperately want to get this extra one just to put themselves in a better position for the second half. would feel so nice to go in 4-5. Whereas ranking, they've been putting up a nice show so far from the GR side. And certainly could just run away with 6.
I do like the setup, though, from ranking in this round. Putting Ice Cube on that forward position. He's able to find one. Nevis holds for the double as well. And Kara House, they're not looking too good in this one. Shady at least gets the kill onto FotCon. But it's only a 2v4 to work with. Shady has to get aggressive to try and get this bomb back as well. The mid players having control over it for ranking.
6-3 would feel like a pass score. So it's still pretty important for ranking to ensure that they can convert this one. Kara House, I dare say, on their global risk side, are not going to be feeling too bad about at least getting 3. Gives you something to play with. Rambo with a tough ask to make sure this one gets over the line. Should be peaked by Nevis on that angle in just a second. And so 6-3 is the scoreline at half-time. It's obviously far better for ranking than what they had on Ankara. But it's definitely not enough to guarantee a map victory here.
Yeah, I feel like Kara House still have a lot to offer on the GR side. 6-3 for the GR. Pretty standard here on this map. So it's potentially overtime in my eyes, given the scoreline, assuming Kara House starts off strong on this side of the map. And there's not going to be much hesitation so far, pushing forward for that mid control. And it's actually FotCon, though, who takes down Dola right away, getting aggressive alone there. So it works out for him.
Just charging up alley, not something that Kara House expected. Only got one sole individual in mid as well. I'm not really sure I'm a huge fan of that position from Lucas. If ranking decided that they wanted to push their way into mid, I think he's a dead man and there's no way that he's going to be able to get out of there alive. But ultimately, ranking don't make that decision, so he's not punished for it. And Rambo, with the re-aggression on Ali, is able to bring down Nevis, forcing us back to the 4-on-4. JRK and Rambo well prepared for this push in through mid, and I think you guys were right in your assumption that the water plays are a regional specialty, because there's just no way you would see that much attention being put on that part of the map in another matchup.
I think this is the start of the Kara House road to victory. It starts off with this, but I love how Rambo's trying to get really proactive on the alley part of the map. He picks off one, immediately repositions, is reading the play, and they totally shut down the aggression. Going to take some confidence out of ranking here, starting off on the BL side. And yeah, the second you start to get closer from GR and you pick up some rounds, I mean, we saw how strong Kara House looked on this one against Kungarna. And yeah, it's a different team, and Kungarna were a bit predictable, sure, but I mean, both these teams are so good on the GR side of this map that I think if Kara House can start off strong at all, even just one round that looks really good like that, might just be the beginning of the road to victory.
Yeah, Kara House, I like the way they play this map as well on GR, just because they don't overemphasize mid control. It's usually just like one player holding on to it, which is a lot better than going for those 3-man stacks, fully committing and peeking into mid. It's a little bit lower risk, but you still have that main point of contact that ensures they can't just basically holistically take control of this side of the map for free. So it's going to be up to Humio, I think, in this round to help them find an opening. He's kind of lurking in the water. Pre-fires a spray there, but he's just trying to pull players towards water, and it's not really working. This nade actually lands right on top of FotCon. Shady quickly follows it up, and now they're kind of just completely compromised here. They've got to back off. Ranking, they go for the full reset into mid, and this is where Lucas has a lot of value in this position. But still, Ice Cube goes for the swing onto him, takes him down.
Oh, Rambo's going to push water. Oh, I love that. Oh, that is... If he keeps going, that's really a nice play.
Yeah, the timing is perfect because you wouldn't expect anyone to check it at this time. And you know the push is going to be slow. And he's going to get 2 in the play. You could see he was waiting. He was waiting for the exact right moment. He gets it done, and he will secure this round almost definitely for the team. Picks up a 3rd because why not?
That's kind of hot.
And yeah. No, I can agree. Kara House, pretty sick stuff in the last couple of rounds. This is what I meant. This is maybe the beginning of Kara House fulfilling their destiny of facing off against X-Rock.
Yeah, the crazy thing within all of it, too, is Dola's been quiet these 2 maps. They haven't even needed him yet to get these rounds. If he steps up, it's only just icing on the cake at this point. So Rambo continuing to have a chance at impact in this round. Knows they're pushing up. Water spots the barrel. Already able to find one. Gets the double kill. Rambo looking for more. Misses the 3rd shot. Doesn't matter to them. They got the advantage. Nevis, I don't know why he's trying to re-peek into this. Maybe to steal that bomb back, but it is not going into their hands. Lucas wants to swing right into it, but this could be a mistake here. Falcon gets the kill. At least Dola is able to trade, but Nevis, he has a chance to grab the bomb and get out now.
Why has Lucas just walked in there on his own to try to take a 1v2 fight?
It's very opportunistic, and he's reloading as Rambo's in their base again. This guy is everywhere. You can't get away from him. And very nice timing once again. I don't think that you can push there and then realize there's too many people and then start to try to run away. That just didn't look very good. Drop the bomb as well. But yeah, Red once again on the push, and that has never really worked for ranking on both sides.
3 on the trot though for Kara House, and all of a sudden any weighting towards this map leans quite heavily toward Kara House, although I'll retract my statement for a second because this is certainly looking like it's going to be a dominating round from ranking. That was over before I even basically finished my my thought. So evidence, yeah, that ranking can win rounds on this attack, but I'm just not really seeing the nuance in this attacking side from ranking so far. It's pretty much been, we're going to hold the W key somewhere in water. It didn't work, but they just walked into the A side, and again, they're going to go W key straight into mid by the looks of things, and yeah, it can work, but you're really relying on being able to frag out, and particularly finding those entry frags is important. Falcon, every opportunity there, he actually provides enough of a distraction for Nevis to slide in with a kill. He's on the site, but the C4's stuck in mid, and unfortunately for both these ranking members, they're stuck in isolated 2v1s. Falcons should go down here. Good trade though from Nevis. He hustled to get there for that refrag. But it is now a 1-on-1, which is favorable for JRK. He's got the HP advantage at least. And he also still is in control of the bomb.
Yeah, JRK, this is a huge round though. It's a must win. If Nevis somehow steals this away, they move to 8. And then things really start to look good for ranking on this side of the map with 2 in a row. If you keep it even though, especially after trailing most of the first half, it's got to be a really good sign for Kara House to push forward.
He's in a good spot.
2-0. He does have a good spot here. JRK, I don't think he's going to be checked, but Nevis, if he can sneak this bomb in and out really quickly, maybe not going to matter though. JRK gets the peek onto him, and it's around for Kara House. A very loud one at that.
Yeah, they're feeling it now, and that's a big one. You know, they got rolled over on A in the last one, and it ended in like 20 seconds, and then they read the fact that ranking was going to do it again. They responded much better, even though the push was quite effective. Like, ranking got pretty close, and even Falcon is like in A, just flanking them, getting crazy angles, and yet still they were just barely able to hold on and take the round, and that's got to be a big boost to morale at this point in time. So, yeah, ties it up, and still, again, really liking the chances here for Kara House. Ranking Gaming, it feels like their gambit it's kind of running out of steam.
Yeah, and the entire conversation around this series is ultimately, if it's a 2-0, especially for Kara House, why did Ranking pick Ankara, right? Because they've been competitive here on Mexico, but you'll never know how this series could have played out had they actually gone toward a map which they haven't lost 10 times in a row against Kara. It just seems like a ludicrous pick in hindsight. You know, why didn't they pick Compound, right? But we will never know. We'll never get to know unless they 2-0, or sorry, unless they can go up 2-1.
Reverse sweep
the series. Like a little bit of me really does want to know. Like I really do want to know actually if Ranking is actually the worst team in this matchup, or if they just for some reason completely threw the pick and ban. Because I mean, you can't make an argument for Ankara at this point anymore. But yeah, onus is on ranking to at least force this through to compound to make a competitive series.
Well, how about a water push?
I mean, done it before. That hasn't worked, but this timing is a bit different, right? They've done it early in the round. This time they've actually decided to do it quite late in the round, and so Cara House have kind of rotated off. Have been spotted out early by Rambo, but he's lost his head, and now it's on to Shady, who doesn't quite land his shots, and Dola also falls. So, decisive stuff from ranking, and once again, they are in the driver's seat. 7-8.
Yeah, I still feel like if they don't have a good aggressive push, though, together, they have no chance. There's no start of round that has been slow that has worked out for them. It's really just coming down to these quick team fights where they have a slight advantage when it comes to the gunplay they bring to the table. And a lot of that's due to Ice Cube switching off of that I think it's helped quite a bit on this side of the map. And he's still up at 14 kills. Cara House, though, you can tell they're slowing things down a little bit here, not playing quite so far forward. It's a good change-up to really put that extra pressure onto ranking, because even though they have a one-round lead, getting these final 2 rounds for ranking, as we've seen historically, can be quite the challenge.
Yeah, that unlucky number 8, perhaps, for this team, although lucky in many other aspects. What is going to occur from this point in time? This is such a crucial one. If ranking can get over the line to 9, then they get, even potentially a chance at overtime, a chance to play GR again. You never know what happens from there.
Yep.
But if Cara House win 1 or 2, I don't think it's going to look good. Let's see. Dola's got a pretty nice angle here, as it does look like potential aggression through from the side of ranking. Here it comes. They do isolate Dola immediately, and Shady comes out. He hits 1, but only 1, as the aggression is good once again from the side of ranking.
Ooh. Is it a map 3 on the cards? Are we still on for the correct prediction, boys? I don't know.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance. I'm saying there's a chance. I don't want to... Look, okay, just for anyone who's watching at home, we get the same bus back to the hotel as the Chinese casters, and I don't think I could face that if we all predicted ranking. They all pretty much predicted Cara House, and then ranking just got boomed 0-2 after losing 10-0. I don't want to face that reality. Let's go ranking. Yeah, the boys.
I think they might do it here. I mean, they've got the momentum now on their side. Out of the last 4, they've gotten themselves 3. And this is where we've seen a team like Cara House crumble quite a bit. When things are going great, they can keep that momentum comfortably. But when a couple rounds go against them, they generally get pretty streaky on their losses.
Definitely feels possible for ranking now. But this is where Cara House have to dig deep. They can force it to OT, then the momentum again shifts back in the favor of Cara House. So, important couple of rounds here for ranking.
But those executions have been really clean. Like that attack in through A, it was pretty dry. I mean, they just kind of ran in the front door. It was only Dola and Shady on the site, and maybe just dragging enough people away from the site. Kind of an interesting nade there. With some of the aggression they put in through the bottom, through the water, and yeah, just pulling apart Cara House and really committing. Once you're going in, you're not wasting any time, and that's the way it's got to be, especially on a map like Mexico. You don't really have a lot of options if you are a bit slow. So let's see if they can get just 1 more. They only need 1 more rush like that in the next 3 rounds, or 2.
It's going to go down. The trade, though, is successful. Lucas makes sure they at least hold the equal numbers for now. Nevis gets caught alone, pushing out of the water. Rambo finds 1 as well, but he only has 10 HP to work with, quickly taken down in the trade fire. Humio and Fotcon looking for a big play, and Humio, he wants to go for the fight onto JRK, hits the headshot as well. They want to finish this now here. Fotcon on the wraparound. Is he going to get the shots, though? It doesn't matter. He has the support from Humio. Can Humio do it? Yes, he can. 10-7 ranking. Tie the series up.
Hello and welcome back to the desk. After ranking esports, they turn it around after a 10-0 loss, and they win a map. The choice here from Cara House 2L was Mexico. They had to start on the blacklist side. It was pretty even until actually ranking just ran away with it towards the end and picked up a bunch of rounds in a row with their very aggressive play. Really good to see because, again, we were worried after that first map that they had lost all steam, but it seems like they found themselves again.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of a historic turnaround. I don't think we've ever seen a 10-0 into the other team winning in CFS history before, so this could be one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen, but I feel like ranking, they've kind of earned this right to take the fight to map number 3 because map number 1 was just not the same ranking we've seen all tournament long. They got in their own heads, but now you see everybody on this team stepping up. Maybe not the full life out of Humio just yet, but everybody else in this match really did a good job of pushing it across the line.
That is the problem, though. We have given enough time for him to start to come online. You could kind of see it toward the back end of that map. He was having a little bit more impact, certainly, than he was on Ankara, and certainly was in the first half of Mexico. I mean, I was a bit scared, actually, that Fatcon was going to throw that last round away. He had the C4. He was pushing out of the B site after Humio had already cleared the site into a 2v1, but they got the job done. And now, ranking, can they reverse sweep the series? I, for one, think so.
They're certainly primed and ready to do so. But guys, we're going to take a quick break before we do get into the third map. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're here after that break, and we're ready to jump into the final map of today. It is the third map in between Ranking Esports and Cara House 2L. It's gone back and forth even after the 10-0. Doesn't matter. Ranking Esports somehow bounced back on Mexico. And now we go to Compound for one last map.
You know what? I'm not even mad, right? I predicted Ranking. They lose 0-10 on Ankara. Don't worry about it, bro. Mexico, easy map. Compound, easy map. 2-1 reverse sweep, that's what I'm calling. I think Ranking is slowly working their way into this series. Absolute throw of a veto, but it doesn't really matter when they can win the last 2 maps anyway. And like we said, we feel like they've been the better team in general in this event in comparison to Cara House, and they are maybe slowly starting to prove that in this series, though I think they've still got a ways to go. All I'll say is I think Compound is actually going to be quite a competitive map, because we know both these teams like to go toward Compound every now and then, so should be a tight one.
Yeah, I feel like going into this final map Ranking, they do have a slight advantage, I would say, in terms of side choice and the momentum coming off of that last map. And I think we still have to look at Dola. He hasn't come online in this match in the same way he did against Kungarna, and they really need to see him shine through if they want to win this one, because you could see it even in the last map. Rambo tried to carry a lot of those rounds, but he didn't really have anyone alongside him a lot of the time.
Yeah, it is pretty rough in that facet, and I feel like both teams have had one guy who's been kind of, we're waiting because we know what he can do, but he isn't doing it. It's Humio and Dola, right? And maybe now with this little bit of extra momentum, we do get the Humio factor finally coming through.
So.
But what if Dola matches him? What if we just get like this crazy back and forth where both teams are just playing at a high level? Where we finally get like some competitive crossfire rather. Shout out to all you Seafers out there. Yeah, thank you for watching. So yeah, finally, back and forth crossfire. Both teams who can win. It's not just a 2-0 blowout. So this has been fun to cast.
I think that's the dream, right? Humio stepping up, Dola stepping up, both absolutely popping off, and then like let's say Ice Cube 1v2 versus Rambo and Shady, both taking the Orm, looking solid. It's the dream, right? Just individuals stepping up all over the place, having a banger of a map. That's kind of what I hope we get to see here. I certainly hope we don't get a 10-0. That would be quite the disappointment. I mean, I think if you listened to the cast, you would have heard my disappointment in what Ranking was bringing to the table on that map of Ankara, but yeah, they're doing enough to kind of keep us interested, keep us a bit tantalized. And now it's time to see whether or not the meal that they've been cooking is actually going to be worth eating, and what are we going to get on Compound? Well, we don't know, though. Our suspicion is that it's going to be a tight one, but it is going to be Ranking to walk away with the victory. Big talking point is definitely going to be whether or not Humio can come online at some point in this series. I have been pretty outspoken about it, particularly there on Mexico, saying I just don't think he goes missing for 3 maps in a row. That feels pretty uncharacteristic. And of all of the players in this event, you talk about all the individuals that have like really had super big performances, right? Famous is one of them. Nine's another one. Humio's definitely in that discussion. All of those players have had off maps, but none of them have had a completely off series. So it's kind of time now for Hugh to step up if he wants to remain in that conversation as one of the top players in this event, just at least based on the eye test. Can he at least have an impact here on this map? And I think it's time to step up on Compound.
I think he will as well. When you look at his matches historically, this is a really good map for him. He feels a lot more comfortable on it usually, and is a key entry fragger along with Ice Cube on it. I feel like this map caters to Ranking a little bit better in this situation, just given how they've played it in recent history. And I feel like they're not going to have the same issues they did in map number 1 in playing a longer range map. I think a lot of it boils down to, in my mind, whether we're not going to see the same Rambo again, because Rambo, I feel like, has played almost above his usual in this match, and I don't know if he can do that for 3 full maps against this Ranking team.
I think that's a great point, actually. Rambo, 2 maps in a row in this game, I think he's probably had his 2 best maps at the event in this particular game. So
yeah,
you always question whether or not you're going to see that over the entire course of a series, right? And it's very rare that one player is going to have 3 incredible maps in a row. So again, it's maybe the other side of the coin that we've seen where Humio's not having a great series, Rambo is having a great series. Do they flip, or does Rambo manage to keep that pace?
And it's 10-0 to Ranking Esports.
Yeah.
And we knew all along
Yeah.
They were the favorites.
Like I said, I was talking about that bus analogy, walking in there to the Chinese casters. Hey, maybe we're the ones that are walking in victorious.
It's a pretty bussin' analogy, I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting ready for Compound anyway. This is going to be a fun last map for this one. Winner goes up against X-Rock. Loser has to face Baisha in the best of, well, in the round of 8, in the best of 5s, whatever you want to call it. They want to get the win today here on Compounds. Just one map to do it. Who will rise to the occasion? Who will compete to conquer?
That is a good question. We don't know the answer, but we'll find it out over the next half an hour or so. Instantly, a couple of smokes from Cara House into mid alongside a nade, signaling that they do want to at least dissuade from Ranking taking that area of the map. In response as well, Cara House are going to push their way into tunnel and take control there. And again, it's down to the mind games here. It's like, does Ranking sort of know, okay, Cara House on their first round, they like to go toward the B side of the map. That's why we're going to set up on B. And Cara House is thinking, well, they know, we know, and then we know, they know, and we should go A, but they think we're going to go A, but then we'll go B. And anyway, if you know, you know, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, makes sense.
But who knows at this point, because it is a mind game between these two teams. They do play against each other so much, and Compound is one of those maps that gets picked up in the series quite a lot. So a lot of tendencies will have to change up. And this might be Cara House mixing it up a little bit by pushing into mid early on in the round. Lucas does look like he wants to go in the direction of this stack of Ranking members. And the C4 is on that side of the map as well. So I wonder if Ranking is onto something here.
Got to be careful, though. Lucas on the door. Good for 1, good for 2. He spots the 3rd as well. He's got to know. He's got a chance at it, but he's going to keep playing patient here. Really good patience from Lucas on this angle. He's just going to fall back here, looking for that secondary frag in mid, but Nevis, he wants to go for the trade.
Oh, timing.
The timing's perfect, though, on that shot onto JRK. Beautifully done. He can fall off. It's still a 3-on-4, but now a little bit more winnable.
Kind of insane how he was able to figure that one out, but he got the job done. Now they're in there, but Ice Cube with the jump shot. He is getting isolated quite a bit, but it doesn't matter. He will hold his own up here, and he nearly gets a 3rd. And it is going to be Fakan and Nevis to help him out finally, as Ice Cube is getting really pumped now after that play.
Yeah, huge play from Ice Cube, and a pretty poor call in the end from Cara House. They had the numbers advantage, and then they just sort of miscellaneous pushed themselves through their own smoke into the A site. They were not expecting 2 players still anchoring this site, I dare say, but even then, unable to trade down Ice Cube for so long feels like a bit of a misplay, and Ranking will start with the 1-0 scoreline. Ice Cube, again, able to take a lot of space in the tunnels, but backs off in the end.
Like the call here as well from Ranking, not going for that full tunnel control this time, just playing a little bit safer, 2-on-2 setup, putting that extra pressure onto Cara House to have to play forward in this round. And you can tell they're not really comfortable on the BL side of this map. They move a little bit awkwardly around it, especially towards these B tunnels. Lucas and Dola trying to work their way through it. It is going to be Ice Cube holding the long angle, just that pixel shot. He really wants to find that other spot, but look at Rambo. He is ready. Peaks crouched underneath it to take him down.
Yeah, it was pretty clean. And had the first guy jumping over to it as well, forcing Ice Cube to try to, you know, readjust, and doesn't quite work out for him. That's going to be the win in the 1v1 on battle there, going over to Rambo. And now, again, Cara House have the advantage. Let's hope for their sake that this execution will be a little bit cleaner. They have taken out Ice Cube, which was a key person in stopping the push the last time around, as it does look like Cara House are slowly gearing up here for a mid-push into somewhere. Let's see where they decide to go. They do have Rambo still over in the pillars, so maybe it will be into B.
Wouldn't want to see another advantageous situation go against Cara House here. That would be pretty painful to watch. KT15, though, completely caught off guard, and Nevis, this will be a tough one to salvage. Gets one, but really that's not quite enough to trouble the scorers. 4-on-1 for Fatcon. Don't see it happening. So, one apiece, the scoreline, and as expected, a contested map.
Yeah, I felt like there, KT15, big misplay on his positioning and timing. He should have known a lot sooner that push was coming. He had his back turned until the very last moment and almost allowed them the site for free. And in this important of a circumstance, you don't want to make those kind of small errors that cost your team the round, especially knowing that Baish is waiting for the loser of this match.
You're thrown to the sharks if you lose this. Literally, and yeah, also in the game as well. It's not going to be easy. And X-Rock is no easy opponent either, but definitely Baisha is kind of on their own tier at this point. The way they've been playing, the championship title that they have from just last year, the fact that it feels like they're ramping up this year as well.
It does.
Yeah, they're pretty good. We've spoken a lot about it.
And also, I actually think that the loss in the grand final of the Summer Invitation almost plays into their hands a little bit here for the Summer, for the CFS grand finals, I should say. Just because it's kind of like the wake-up call, right? They make the change of Wunan, I should say, to CZY. That seems like a positive change for them. They're going to be aware that, you know, look, even though we do look like the best team at the moment, it's not a foregone conclusion necessarily. So they're going to be preparing hard for those playoffs, and yeah, they don't want to squander their opportunity like they did at the Summer Invitational. It would be much more painful to take a second here than it was in Vietnam. Trades on the mid-entry do go 2 for 2. Humio gets one more. It's 3 for 3. Now it's on to Ice Cube, holding from the same position as he was in the first round to make an impact. And he goes for the Colt instead of the Orm as a choice. Ends up tossing away the sniper rifle and looking for the M4 instead. But where's ranking going?
Seems like they're still considering a potential wraparound, but yeah, the mind games may be getting to them. Either way, they are going to have position here straight through the front door. On to A. In position, they push with 2 M4s. It might just be enough one-on-one. No, it is going to be JRK who clutches it right at the end. A couple of headshots with the AK holding on to the bomb and pretty much doing it by himself. Nicely done for Cara House.
Yeah, JRK, look at those shots. Perfect to hold on in the 1v2. And now Cara House have the lead on the harder side of the map as well, so a really solid start from them. You can see Humio still having some trouble connecting on the shots. KT15 with a few failures on the site hold as well, but overall still a pretty even game nonetheless. The double OM setup from Shady and Rambo will continue forward. Ice Cube going to be playing towards this B bomb site a little bit safer, but I feel like at Ranking's position right now, I'd be playing a little bit more aggressive towards this midsection, not allowing them to take this much map control necessarily for free.
Yep, I was going to say the exact same thing. It feels like most of the strategy for Cara House has been to exploit middle. Might be a little different in this round, though.
Could still push into pillars and then maybe rotate out. Another compound classic. Do that and then go mid. And then exploit middle again. They did try to, you know, set up the double angle kind of crossfire in mid the last round, but it was only like 1-for-1 trades. Didn't look that clean, so maybe just trying to hold a more passive positioning and wait for Cara House to make a move, and then they will react from there, as it is the push into pillars and then the back away. With a minute left, it's probably just going to be a mid push into B. Once again, it worked for them. KT was very much caught with his pants down the last time around, so maybe this time they're trying to exploit that once again, but looks like positioning this time, at least for RK, is a little bit better.
Question here will be Nevis. Can he have an impact on the rotation through? And he does. He gets himself at least one. That's pretty good for the hold on the B side. You've still got Fuck on there, but he'll be run down. Dola having a huge impact on the round is now down to a one-on-one. We said, what would it look like if both these individuals stepped up? Well, At the moment, only one of them is doing so. Dola, 6-2. Yumio, 1-3. But Hugh is able to clutch it. And talk about impact. He has secured the round for ranking. To apiece the scoreline. Dola not happy with it.
Yeah, I feel like that's really the boost that he needed in this match. Winning that key 1v1 might be what it takes to reignite Humio in this match and make it a lot closer. And it already has, in a sense, 2-2, a lot better than a 3-1 start for Kara House on this one. If you're hoping Ranking can pull it off here. But Ranking also playing, I think, a little bit more in control as a team as well in this matchup. You can still see Kara House, even though it's a close game this time around, still playing pretty individualized, but this is a bit of a change as well. 3 OMs on the table for Kara House in round 5.
It's almost like they're just expecting Ranking to run at them after that little burst of energy from winning the round, but Ranking, as we can see, they do have 3 guys in this room, but they're not actually pushing them too much. Just waiting, throwing out a grenade. And we're going to see some weapon swaps, no doubt, from the side of Kara House. And will they just go into pillars, clear it out, throw a grenade into the room, and then go mid? Is that the play?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, they've got a lot of time, obviously, to play with here. So I suspect they will probably just look to clear out the tunnel and then change up their position. Kara House also working their way around the map at the moment. There's really no information just yet for either team at this point.
But again, Kara House, it's back to the classic. Let's just execute out of mid strategy. It's been a bit hit and miss so far, but Ranking, they've got the response set up and ready to go. It is going to be Ranking putting that extra pressure onto mid. They've got Ice Cube and Nevis holding the off angle from the B bomb site, but Ranking, they've got to be ready for what's coming their way. It is going to be Kara House sneaking past them actually towards the A bomb site. They're going for the full wraparound here. Humio, he's got to stop it, but he just can't. KT-15 goes down as well, and this side is completely cleared out in a matter of seconds.
Not over yet. Nevis fast on the rotate. Wasn't able to have an impact before the plant went down, which I think might be signaling doom for Ranking in this round. A 5-on-3 retake does feel a little bit far-fetched with the way Kara House are hitting their shots. And already Ice Cube down, Nevis as well. Back on the last one. It's just going to be 4-man swung. And Dola lets him know.
Well, he's finally back on the map, and he's having a big impact for the team. But yeah, just a very clean execute, and it didn't seem like the side of Ranking had any idea what was going on. We see 5 Dolas. That means he's in there.
He's doing good.
8-3, 5 headshots. Only 1 assist though, so
yeah.
Honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed.
Always seems to be the problem, doesn't it? The assists.
Yeah. But yeah, he's doing really well, and Kara House looking pretty good here on this map. They have.
Not sure about that one.
Some funky grenades sometimes.
A bit questionable. But the stack is 4 on A, and Kara House, they run right into it. Nevis, good to hold on here with KT-15. Complete shutdown. Rambo left alone. 1 versus 4. Not going to happen at all. So the gamble stack will pay off for Ranking as they bring it to a tie.
Yeah, just absolutely boomed, really. I guess it's never going to work when you're going to go into 4-player stack, but also does feel a bit of a risky setup from Ranking. What happens if they go to B? You've just got 4 guys chilling on A, like, yep, sup. So, works out in this case, but I'm not sure that it's something that you can necessarily rely on. Like, you're not going to make the right call every time on which site to stack. Especially when they're not really doing a whole lot to gather info, right? Like, Ranking are not playing aggressively at all. We haven't seen any push in mid, any push in tunnel, any push on the A side of the map. Like, they have really just been sitting back in their sites for the most part. And again, at that point, you're kind of just making a 50-50 coin toss as to whether or not you make the right call.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Kara House doing a lot of, like, 4 or 5-man pushes, if you do make the right call, feels very nice because you are probably just going to wipe them and then maybe you keep a lot of people alive if you make the wrong choice. But you are right, like trying to retake B can be a little bit of an issue, but works out regardless. We're all tied up. It does feel like this is anybody's game from here. Both of these teams very equally matched at this point in time, and Carhouse have certainly been taking it slow to start these rounds and then trying to make a maneuver towards one side or the other. Let's see what they decide to do here. My guess is probably they're going to clear out the pillars, and then they're going to go into mid and push somewhere.
Isn't that what you said literally the last time?
Yeah, I did, and
That's what they did. Well, let's see. This time they've actually got a little bit less time on the clock. Like when they last pushed into this position, they had about a minute and a half. But now they've got under a minute, though they are still keeping quite a bit of presence in mid. I'm kind of wondering, though, if this is just going to end up being a B split. And it kind of looks like with every second that ticks by that is going to be more and more of a possibility. So it's at least good that Ranking have put 2 players on that side of the map, though they don't have anyone watching the mid push. So it's on to Hugh Mio, and this time he'll step up. He cleans up too. Shady and JRK down. Fatcon working hard, but he's fallen as well, and it's kind of starting to get a bit awkward here for Ranking. They're fighting their way back into the site and doing a good job of it. Now it's just Dola. The Dola that stepped up, but not enough. And another one for Ranking. They'll draw ahead. Cara House getting a bit worried.
Probably at this point, I feel like they're kind of misplaying some of these rounds. You could see that mid pinch onto the B bomb site wasn't really met at the same time. They almost gave the chance for the mid players to be able to fight first, and then they turn around and try and fight the players coming up through the tunnels. The timing just not in sync on that one. And now they're going to have to find a way to adapt here. The only thing I don't like on the Ranking side is I'm not a huge fan of this 3-long stack because Cara House doesn't really go A-long with their entire team too often, so it seems like they're kind of just intentionally spreading themselves thin in the wrong area.
what if they do one time? Then they're totally going to wreck them. But yeah, they just don't. I mean, as we know, they go pillars and then they go mid. And mid split sometimes into B. Maybe this is the time. I mean, they are moving over towards this area that grenade might give them a little bit of pause, but now actually Ranking have moved away from this area at this timing.
Yeah. The positive here is they do still have at least 2 players on site. The third moving kind of in a position where he can support still if the push comes in aggressively. But now it's on to Nevis to really get that information. But he's double coverage now as well. Has to go back and forth on this angle. And if the timing's not perfect, he's going to get ran out on. But again, they just want to go back to mid, it seems, anyways. They don't even go A-long here. It's back to the pillars and mid-split.
Hasn't 100% been working out, though, for Cara House. So I wouldn't really mind seeing them change something up a little bit. But yeah, B split is on the cards once again. The counter util out from Ranking. It indicates they have a pretty good idea of what is going to be coming, and Fatcon is ready for it again. Gives away his position, though, to no frag, and Hugh Mio has been run over as well. Fatcon's trying to pick the pace up, but he would be going solo, and the difference here for Ranking is they only had 1 player defending the B site this time around, so full 4-man retake. It's going to be so difficult. There's so many little nooks and crannies that you can be hiding in, and Ranking look like they'll be giving this round up.
Yeah, not a fan of how they gave up that much site control on B. Just solo holding the hardest site, I would say, in Crossfire to retake is not the play when you have 5 alive.
Yeah.
Nevis, I mean, what do you do at this point? You just talk about what you want to do next. This isn't even a winnable retake situation, and he knows it, but this last round is going to be crucial whichever way it goes.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Fatcon needed to get 1 on the cross there at least.
He like delayed a little bit and was hoping that they would stick around and maybe he could like spray onto 2.
Yeah.
But the first guy just ran by so quickly that he like missed his chance, and then he was like, oh crap, now I'm just cut off and Humio's dead. I let him get flanked. It's just kind of all over from there. And it was, in fact, a much cleaner entry for Cara House.
Snooze, you lose.
And now it's 4-4. It's really anybody's from here. KT looking to get a little little frisky in here.
I like it. This is the round to do it in. Oh, but Lucas, looking sharp, will be quickly brought to heel by Nevis. Information, though, does go over to Cara House that there's a couple of players in that area of the map, and so they can move a little quicker in through middle. They don't commit to it, though.
Cara House just fanning out, trying to get that next pick. They do start to move back towards the B pillars area. We've got 3 starting to group up, now 4 going in that direction. Nevis on the other side of it, though, has been quite solid. 10 and 4 from him in this opening half. Surprising to see him as that player at the top of the leaderboards for ranking, but he's really been hitting the shots today, so hopefully he can keep that up. But there's not a whole lot of presence on this B-bomb side again, and this is where I worry for ranking. Solo holding B is really risky.
And they just keep doing it, and it's come back to bite them at least twice so far.
Ice Cube's moving across, but I don't know if he's going quickly enough to reinforce the site. Still, he cuts off the rotator.
There's nobody else in mid.
Yeah, they've figured that out. I mean, they've got to get a wriggle on here, ranking, honestly. They know, they've got the info. And they do have now a second player in the site, so good call in the end from ranking. And it's going to work out successfully, 5-4. Thought it might be coming through a little bit too slowly, but in the end they do salvage it. And it is exactly as we said. We thought we might get a competitive, very close map on the final map in this series, and 5-4, it can't get any tighter than that at the half-time.
Yeah, Seven was casting the match, the second match, and this happened on Compound where they only send one guy through mid and the majority through B, and he's like, that's not really the way you want to play that. You want to send more through mid, and the second the mid guy got caught out, it was just so obvious, and all 3 people are going through one doorway against a sniper and a guy on site and a third guy who's rotating over, and it just made it so easy to hold for the side of ranking, who pick up 5 on GR. You know, it's pretty standard, very right down the middle. And now let's see ranking esports' BL side here.
We do see Ice Cube trying to find that opening, holding on to the backside of mid while the rest of the team works their way up A long. There are 3 players now on the A bomb side for Cara House. It's going to be Dola and Rambo holding that initial peak together. Though Rambo has quite fallen off, as we kind of anticipated that could be an option in this match. He's 1-7 compared to kind of being that leader for his team in the last 2 maps. Though Dola has stepped up a little bit more than I would have expected here.
Yeah, Dola's been very good this series. Still back and forth across the map. Ranking, they clear out tunnel. Now they've cleared out A-long. Now they might look to clear out middle and then decide where they want to end. Smokes to the left side of mid. Would indicate a push in toward the B site, B split. This is maybe a bit of a better way to do it. Actually, it doesn't even end up being a split. And re-aggression from Cara House into mid is going to catch ranking off guard. Rambo not traded down. Information definitely given across. Ranking, though, still fighting hard. Humio has 2 and Fatcon has 1. It is just Rambo left alive at the end of all the skirmishes. And the B site belongs to ranking. Pause on. Good call. Cara House. The map is starting to slip away from them a bit.
Yeah, Rambo 1v3, not looking like he has a lot of opportunity to find these players one at a time. He's trying to isolate a pick, but there's really nothing to be had here. KT-15 just jiggle peeking the corner, should have the initial information. Rambo misses the shot. Humio is going to be on point with it. Cara House called the timeout at a 6-4.
Yeah, and that one was just a really nice response from the side of ranking. They knew they were getting flanked, and they didn't waste any time. They just, okay, we're going to go. They pushed Rambo back. They actually almost took him out, but they didn't. And then they said, well, we can't just dilly-dally here. They push in. Humio got like 3 entry kills. Pushing through mid, there were a couple of guys there from the side of Cara House as well. Take them out, take the 1 guy out on B, or the 2 that were there, and immediately it's just an open B side. So just like a dagger through the heart, they pushed in and ended up being a big boon for them. Big lead now, 6-4. It's a big lead because it's been so close so far. I mean, finally moving out ahead is Ranking Esports.
Play here real quick. You can see Humio really starting to finally step up in this final match of the series, and what a time for him to come to life. On the other side as well, Rambo falling off. This could be the perfect combination that Ranking need to pull this one right back.
Yep. Like I said, no way you're keeping Humio out of an entire series.
Yeah.
Still, Dola leading in the individual stats department, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to get Cara House the win today. It does definitely start to lean more significantly toward Ranking in this second half, especially with that round picked up in a clean fashion as well. Cara House need to find some success off the back of this timeout. Don't have any more opportunities for a prolonged chat, so has to happen now.
Ice Cube getting boosted over the top and mid. Not really going to spot anything though. Cara House initially playing very reserved. A lot of them towards the GR spawn right now. I'm not sure what they're doing with this rotation. It's a little bit awkward. It looked like they were going to stack the GR spawn or something. I was like, what are you doing with 4 and GR spawn here? But now they fan back out. They put Rambo on long.
Yeah.
And now they switch JRK over here as well to that solo hold position. 3 on mid. But again, they almost seem a little bit too anxious here, going back and forth, putting a lot of emphasis on holding off for a mid to B. But to be fair, between these two teams, we see a lot of mid to B.
We do. That is the strategy of the day on this map. In this match, saw a lot more A play when Kungarna was here from both teams, actually, funnily enough. But not the case in this one. Ranking Esports, though, will push into the A tunnels. Try to at least clear it out. They did this, I think, on the first round. And then they did maneuver back. Just clearing out all the flanks just to go mid. It is the way of the compound.
Yeah, but, I mean, honestly, Ranking have been a little bit more successful than Cara House with these kinds of pushes. Lucas almost found a timing there. He's going to be run down by 2, and Hugh only just getting the trade. He himself actually falls back quickly to Dola. It's a little more awkward, a little bit more difficult now for Ranking. C4 pushing forward there alongside Fatcon, so he needs a bit of assistance. He's not quite getting it. It's a 2v1 now for Ice Cube. He needs to win it and can't. But where's Nevis? He's in the backlines. Unexpected. Rambo trying to hold on. His position was last known. Nevis doesn't land the shots that he needs to, but at least gets some damage down. He's just got to take this fight. Has he spotted Rambo out? Head down, ducks below. And Nevis hasn't spotted him. The shot's missed though. Oh, Rambo. Only just wins the round. Maybe a bit of shaky aim. The nerves getting to him.
Yeah, with how shaky that looked, I don't know if I'd be yelling after that one. A little bit lackluster of a performance to say you went all out there, but you've got to keep that intimidation factor high, I suppose, if you're Cara House. It's what worked so well for them in the first map, not so much on Mexico, but Cara House, they are a GR-sided team, so they do have an advantage, at least in being on this side to try and close out a series. So I would give them that slight benefit just on the side here in this circumstance. Ranking, they're going to change things up a little bit. Early pressure towards A long, 4 players, but I've got to believe we're probably going to see a mid push at some point in this round.
I thought they should have gone into B the last time around, but it's hard for them to have all the information that we do, of course. Didn't look like there was as much fortification defense on the B site that time around, and a lot of eyes looking at exactly where they were coming in onto that A site. But let's see where they decide to go this time around. They clear out the A side just a little bit. Now they're going to go over to, or maybe they're going to push a little bit earlier. Maybe try to mess with the timing a little bit. And go into B?
Oh.
Okay.
Shady with a nice little tap there. Through the box. Takes down Nevis. Exactly what you want to see at the start of the round here for Cara House. Shady looking for the follow-up into mid. Not going to get the challenge he was looking for, but Rambo might. The counter flash goes perfectly onto Ranking. Blinding 3. Shady looks for the repeat on the flank, downs the bomb carrier, and that is massive in the round. KT15 can't do it, and Fatcon has to find a way through, but he's going to be busted on the other side of the map by Dola.
Fatcon was really the key there. If he could have got something done on the flank, then there might have been a chance for Ranking, but now a little bit too much to ask for. Oh, though Ice Cube has just done something special, and he's going to try to cut off the rotate. JRK, he'll have no idea. Oh my word. Ice Cube was so close. If he had a little more HP, that was his round. If he just hit the headshot, oh, that could have been something so special from Ice Cube. Probably would have been the round of the tournament.
And they nearly pulled it back. It was like 2v5 at that point too.
Yeah, it was.
And it just barely not enough to get across the line. And they take a timeout here as 2 rounds go the way of Cara House, and it's actually pretty dangerous territory here. Just with the momentum and the map we're playing on. Ranking Esports, they had the one good round. That was quite clean, with Humio kind of getting in there and going a little bit nuts. Other than that, it's been pretty much all Cara House to stop the aggression. So I like the timing of the timeout pretty early on before things get any more out of hand.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like actually a lot of the teams have called their timeouts a little bit too late at this event. And you don't have the time to adapt. Oh, can we get to see Ice Cube again? One. He gets such a clean couple of good kills here. The flick around there is disgusting. I really thought he was on for it. I really did think he was on for it, but unfortunately not for Ranking. And fortunately for Cara House, it'll be enough to get them an equalizing round.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting round coming out of this one for Ranking. I feel like they really need to find this one, even though it's all tied up. The GR side has a lot of advantages on this map, so even though Ranking had 4 early on, it's just not enough here. Cara House going into this side has really pulled it back. And they look like the better team on this side of the map. Rambo starts to step up as well. It becomes an interesting story here for Cara House, but JRK actually aiming over Rambo, kind of interesting to see.
Might just be due to positioning, just the fact that he's looking into pillars, but I mean, it is pretty surprising that Rambo wouldn't at least also pick up an alarm, just maybe expecting the aggressive pushes to come in. They don't want to get too run over.
It's kind of come down to a lot of those more brawly situations where the rifle is going to be a bit more useful, multi-frag potential.
Rambo has it now. Holding a couple of long angles here, one into the pillars, one through mid from B, although pretty defensive for Rambo. Let's see if JRK's got it.
Yeah, I want to be careful on your swing here. And KT15 spotted with the C4 as well. It's going to prompt a bit of a response from Cara House. Certainly going to keep those 2 members pretty dedicated to the B site. And even then, Rambo also kind of watching the mid into B rotate.
Ranking still unsure of themselves in the round now, starting to group back up towards mid. Still have Humio playing in the tunnels, watching for that flank if it might come through. But Cara House, this is exactly what you want to do in this situation. 2-1-2 setup, make sure you have the trades ready to go, and really put a lot of extra pressure onto Ranking to make a mistake.
At this point, kind of relying on Ranking to hit some pretty damn good entries. Next frag absolutely must go their way. And I can't imagine that's going to be an easy task with JRK holding this line, though. Hugh has gotten across, and yeah, I mean, there was just a little bit of a bait and switch there. Now Lucas needs to double down. He does, but still, Nevis also did the same, and Ranking somehow have found a favorable advantage in the post plan. Ice Cube spots out Shady as well. That's going to be a painful one to lose for Cara House, because it did feel like that should be their round.
You know, that's the thing about Ranking Esports is that their gunplay is pretty special, right? Like some of the shots they're able to hit on these entries that multiple players can hit, like Ice Cube on entry with Humio and Nevis, all of them are just able to just saw a line of headshots in the kill feed. It's kind of insane, and you're not really going to push on a B that easily unless you're, JRK got a little bit unlucky with the timing, but still the shot was crisp from his enemy, and that's what allowed them that somewhat easy entry on the B somehow.
This map is finally playing out the way that we had been saying it would for ranking the entire series, right? The 3 players that you expect to see doing the heavy lifting, Ice Cube, Humio, Nevis, all 3 of them stepping up in a big way. KT15 and Fatcon playing a little bit more of a supportive element. And that really feels like when that is occurring, that's when you get the best look from ranking. And on the other side of the field, it's Lucas and Dola that are trying to hang on for Cara House. Shady maybe helping out a little bit there. Still hanging in the balance at 7-6. Cara House can't afford to lose rounds like that last one. And this is a different setup from ranking. I'm not sure I back Rambo to get more than just the 1 here. 1 certainly feels doable, but even that is a little bit too much, which leaves Dola in an awkward spot here. He's going to have to pop himself back up, plays whack-a-mole, and the mole gets whacked in this case. It is 4-on-3 now. Another good post plant for ranking esports as KT15 keeps challenging in the window. Bit off a little more than he could chew, but you've still got trades coming through, and eventually it's actually Cara House that come out ahead. Ice Cube's got no idea where is he going. They've got a huge crossfire on the side, and Cara House somehow win that round.
That's pretty rough, but I feel like a lot of it starts with KT15 on the downfall of that round. He had the positioning to stall 2 different players and whiffed sprays onto both of them, and that just shows you the pressure of this match getting to a player and ultimately letting it all unravel. Now it's going to be really tough to answer for ranking if they can't find a way to win these rounds, because that's a round where you have that bomb site controlled perfectly. You've got to hold on to those.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after, again, another very clean execution. They get in there quick, they take out Rambo, and they get onto the A site so cleanly, and then just kind of lose it there right at the most important moment is pretty devastating for them. As now Dola, he's got Rambo with him in the pillars, and he says, well, I don't really see anything over here just yet. So they're either mid or they're A, as Vodcon is getting isolated here, as the rest of the team is just going to go into A. There were so many members in mid, and at least the 1 guy from pillars, you got to make a move.
Got a W key at this point, and they have just gotten in time. Shady, if he even gets 1 here, it could be a difference maker in the round, but he'll fall solo, and all of a sudden we're back to 4-on-4. Ranking get to redo the last round. They get another crack at it, another bite at the cherry, and hopefully they've learned from their mistakes.
I think they may have here. Ice Cube, though, still gets a little bit aggressive. He's punished for it. It's down to the 3-on-4. KT15, though, playing a much more passive angle for himself, which I think will pay off in this round. JRK and Dola have to make the move, but it's Humio and Nevis who get 3 between the 2 of them. Humio spots the last player, and he connects on the triple for the round.
This is getting so crazy. These rounds are, oh man, the last one especially was quite messy. This one, bit cleaner from the side of ranking. As you saw, they were trying to go for that re-entry. People getting caught with grenades in their hands and getting very aggressive with the peaks. It's getting pretty hype and close at this point in time, 8-7.
Got to be the game of the tournament so far. And to think this started with a 10-0 for Cara House, and here we are in map 3 with ranking up 8-7. This is...
We knew this was going to happen,
going
actually.
crazy.
Yeah.
We did. Yeah, I mean, we did, but... I mean, we read the script beforehand.
And
so.
Wa1K, he knew as well.
Yeah. What a goat. Either way, another 5-on-5, and this time ranking, I think they're going to pick the pace up again. It feels like they just want to try to get this over and done with. Faster into B, the C4 leading the charge. Where's the rest of the squad? They've lost 1. KT15 down. Lucas holding strong. He's found 3, and Cara House will strike back.
Oh, man.
It's
surely not an
over.
8-10, though. Surely not for ranking. It would be the worst time for that curse to come back. I mean, Lucas kind of did everything in this one. I was really impressed that he was able to isolate all of these different 1v1s, but on the other side of it, ranking, you've got to trade that. But look at that nade stack. KT15 takes down Lucas, a good way to get that instant revenge.
Yeah.
That is just so this series. Lucas picks up like 3 or 4 insane headshots, and then he just dies to a nade stack. It's like, okay.
Hit him with a nope. You thought.
Yeah, and ranking, they've slowed it down a little bit. They were positioned all the way back after throwing those nades, just waiting, trying to feel the pressure. It worked out for them.
And a hit right now just feels like it would be unstoppable from ranking, though. Cara House have rotated an extra player across, and Rambo's making the push. KT15 watching for it, all on the line. Rambo's got himself 1, 2 even, and he's still alive. The trade came through from Ice Cube. That orb gets to ring out one more time. He's got more chances, but chased down by Nevis, and we find ourselves with a duo on either side. C4 needs to be retrieved. Ranking have a lot of time. They could even rotate out. They've got to be careful, though, going into mid, because JRK has set himself up in the tower. But they could honestly just sneak past him.
Yeah, it's a tough position to get that value perfectly from, especially if Nevis doesn't take this bait to go into the tower. You can tell he's thinking about it, though. They start to double back towards this A bomb site. JRK, the timing, though, for the flank could be ideal. He actually thought they went underneath him, though, towards B. They rotate off of the A bomb site, and ranking if they don't take too long. This is a huge play for them to work with, but again, they're shift walking the whole way there. Shady is already back on this bomb site underneath in the vent, but they still should at least get a free plant out of this situation. But Shady, he has to be the response factor they need in this round. Nevis spots him on the shoulder peak, takes him down. JRK has to get it in the 1v2 here. He's been spotted, I believe, by Ice Cube as well, who moves out of the picture. Nevis gonna go down here. Ice Cube has to hit the shots, and he will. 9-8, ranking take the lead.
My God.
That was a crazy round. I think JRK must have heard the, whatever it was, the grenade being thrown, and he's like, all right, I'm going to wait 3 seconds, peeks out, sees nothing. And he's like, well, they must have pushed. They threw the utility, like they must have pushed somewhere. It's not A, my ally is there, my teammate.
Yep.
They went B. And they go to B, and they're
they stuck again?
On A long. Oh, no! Not again!
And not only is it one player down here, JRK is also at half HP off the back of that. Cara House are trying to throw a spanner in the works by playing aggressively. It's worked out. Rambo's caught Humio. What a mess. This final round of regulation is a 4-on-4, essentially. Dola, the key player, though, for Cara House, feels like has been taken out of the round. Humio has also been pretty important for ranking. But a 3-stack toward the A side of the map, and it's going to be where ranking end this round as well. They are super committed. KT15 has the C4, pushing in that direction. This feels like it could be an overtime.
It's really up to JRK and Shady on this position. They've got everything in their hands to stop this push. KT15 leading the entry for ranking. He has to wrap this corner super quickly, or he's going to get busted by JRK in this spot. They get past him quickly enough. Shady goes down. Ranking, they have the site. JRK has to find something. He can't. Lucas goes down as well. That's going to be it. Ranking take it 10-8 and win the series 2-1.
Well, there you have it. It does come down to a 10-8 victory from the side of Ranking Esports to take the 2-1 and win it out in the wild card. They take the first seed, which means they will be going up against X-Rock Gaming in the round of 8. Of course, that does mean that Kara House has to face Baisha again, and we know what happened last time. They have been thrown to the Sharks because they couldn't defeat their Vietnamese brothers across the stage. And it all came down to so many crazy rounds on that compound.
I mean, they'll get at least one more map, right? Because it's going to be a best of 5. I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to help them. But, man, it has to be said, what a comeback from Ranking. That is a reverse sweep in style, right? You go down 10-0 on map 1, and then you come back 10-7, 10-8. It really felt like, actually, that final map in the series almost deserved to go to overtime. But Ranking said no. And you can see on the stage there, absolutely no love lost between these teams. Lots of words exchanged. And at the end of the day, it is Ranking that proved to be the better of the two Vietnamese teams. All I have to say about that, though, is easiest prediction of my life.
Yeah,
Not even close.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, they had everything they needed to go into this series and win it. They kind of just sold themselves short in that first map, I think, got into their own heads, made a bit of a risky pick that did not work out at all, but it shows the resilience that this team has to truly pull this one back and go full circle and win 2-1. And now they have a real chance of making a top 4 run here. X-Rock probably the best out of any wildcard team coming in to the playoffs to ask for. And now they can see how far they can actually push themselves. Obviously, it is a rematch going in against a team that did beat them 2-0, but it was still a really competitive match they had in the group stages against X-Rock. And with the improvements we're seeing from this team throughout, I think it's going to be a great quarterfinal for them.
I just want that to be the one that goes 5 maps. You know, every other one, like Baisha, All Gamers, probably going to take it, 3-1 or 3-0, I would expect. And then, the Pacific Makta match against Vincent is also pretty interesting, I think. But this one, I think it's going to have a little bit more fire because at least finally this series was one that was really close, really back and forth, a very fun series. And Ranking have really leveled up over time, so it's a really nice story to have like the expected favorites in X-Rock going up against the challengers once again who have leveled up their game. It's going to be a great best of 5, surely. That one should be happening at least within the next couple of days, so make sure you guys are tuning into that.
Yeah, I believe tomorrow is the Baisha game and the Pacific Makta Vincent game. If I'm not incorrect, though, I think we'll have a graphic for you guys after the interview if you're really interested in seeing what the next matches are going to be. End of the day, though, I mean, you could see how disappointed as well Kara House were because they kind of know that losing this series almost essentially eliminates them from the competition. Now, it doesn't, but in every sense of the word, it is almost a death sentence for them in the event, given that they do have to go up against Baisha. And Baisha's a team that have pretty much, like, in every single series, bar the one against Pacific Makta, won every map 10-2 or better. And even against Pacific Makta, they weren't really pushed. Like, they were pushed to a 10-6, but a 10-6 is really not giving you a whole lot to even talk about when you're the team coming off the loss there. So, I don't know, Kara House, that is a painful one definitely to lose. They definitely looked pretty distraught on the stage after that one, and hopefully they're going to be able to have a bit of a team chat overnight and figure out something. But yeah, I mean, Baisha, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Thrown to the Sharks.
Yeah.
Thrown overboard.
You reap what you sow,
that's it.
though,
You
right?
got to swim in the ocean with Baisha. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost feel like the 10-0 is maybe what lost them this series as well. After you have a map like that, you almost think you're untouchable, and then you go into the next 2 maps, and it's clearly not the case, and I feel like they were kind of shocked with how that Mexico started to begin with, because they had kind of this blind confidence to go in with, and they thought nothing could go wrong with how things were progressing. But that's the exact moment you really set up the other team, if they're ready to play well, to make that kind of comeback. So I feel like this is the perfect opportunity for Ranking to just keep taking that mentality into the next game, because if you can bounce back after a 10-0 against anyone, that's a huge statement for what they might be able to do in the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You could feel the mental up and downs from both sides, really. So I think that's a great point. Sometimes winning 10-0 can be to your own detriment. So yeah, pretty interesting series. A fun back and forth one. It does finish the wild card round, which means that from now on it's all best of 5s. We only get usually 2 best-of-5s per day. And it's pretty much, well, it's going to be single elimination knockout tomorrow and the day after for the round of 8. And then we do move on to the double elimination playoffs bracket where we do move stadiums. That's going to be a lot of fun as well.
That's going to be a big one, right? Double elim, best of 5. It feels like there's ample opportunity if you're maybe one of the underdog teams to have a bit of a crack. You're going to get at least 2 games, though on the same token, you're kind of asking to, if you want to make it through to that grand final or win that final, probably have to beat a team like Baisha or All Gamers twice in a best of 5. Like, if beating them in a best of 5 once was already difficult enough, maybe nigh impossible, now someone or a combination of someone's is going to have to do it on a couple of occasions. So that's going to be a pretty interesting storyline. It's maybe the most difficult run to make through a playoffs that you could potentially write. Like, every game best of 5, double elim. If you make it to that best of 5, obviously, yeah, huge playoffs to go ahead. But, you know, before that point, right, like you say, single elim from 8 to 4. We're basically going to cull 4 more teams over the next 2 days. That really feels like quite a cutthroat couple of days. Especially, by the way, because of the way that the bracket played out, right? Like, one of Pacific Magda or Vince is going home. One of All Gamers or Imperial is also going home. So already there, you're like, wow, that's 2 teams that you probably don't want to lose that early in the competition, just straight away out of there. And then, you know, like, obviously Baisha, X-Rock up on the top side of the bracket, feeling pretty confident about things, now being able to face one of the Vietnamese teams. But even still, yeah, very savage kind of a format getting pushed in here in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, until, of course, you make it into the playoffs. But getting there into that top 4 is not an easy task.
It's a bit bizarre as well because we have 3 of the 4 knockout stage matches being teams that have already played each other in the group stage so far, which is kind of weird if you think about it. Pacific and Vincent are the only teams that really haven't gone head-to-head yet. So for every other team in their knockout stage, they have to go into it knowing it's a team that's already 2-0'd them at some point in this tournament, and that makes it even harder.
Yeah. Well, as they say, just be good and win.
Who says that?
That's the way. Well,
apparently
anybody who wants to win and
just
move on to the
win.
next round.
The more you know.
Because, you know, at the end of the day, it's the best competition from every region, and everybody's going to be really good on their given day. Even the West teams, you know, they were decent. They showed off their stuff. They were still really good teams from, you know, the region, and although they did get eliminated, it's, you know, same thing for every other team. It's because you're going up against the best of the best of the best in the world. So at the end of the day, if you can't win a best of 5 against a really good team, then I guess, you know, that's it for you.
Well, speaking of which, right, like, we're talking about power rankings of the individual regions. Obviously, we've got China up the top, but Brazil generally pretty comfortably sitting in second. Actually, though, there is a world where neither Brazilian team actually makes it through to the playoffs after these next couple of days, right? Because they both get a pretty tough draw. Like Vincent, I can see them definitely losing to Pacific Magda, and Imperial, we've already seen them lose once to All Gamers. There's every possibility that they lose there as well in that best of 5. And then all of a sudden we're like, well, no Brazilian teams in the top 4. And when was the last time that happened at a CFS event?
It's been a while.
Well, Kyle?
I think maybe 5 years. I think it's been probably 5 years.
2018 would have had at least a did not a Brazilian team win in 2018?
2018, no, actually. Or no, it was 2017 was the last time we didn't have a Brazilian team, because that's the year that we saw Kungarna's core roster actually made the top 4. So, yeah, it's a tough thing to think about. Brazil kind of moving into that #1 and now maybe even not even being #2 in recent history is pretty tough for them.
Number 3.
I mean,
awful.
What if Ranking and Pacific Magda make it, and then no Brazilian team makes it?
I feel like Ranking is a bit of an overstep to say they're gonna make it. I mean, yeah, they look great today, but X-Rock, I feel like if they can 2-0 them once, they can certainly win in a best of 5. Maybe they drop a map. I feel like Ranking could definitely win at least a map in that series, but 3 against X-Rock, I would find hard to believe.
But what if Brazil falls to the 4th
I mean,
level. I don't think it'll happen, but
I feel like Imperial, even if they
unfortunate.
don't make it through, I would say they're better than Ranking beating X-Rock, even if that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like Imperial, it's unfortunate that the only team they might lose to is just All Gamers twice, and that's their tournament. But at the same time, I mean, they had a 10-8 map there. They didn't seem like they were in an unwinnable position against All Gamers. I feel like if Imperial is going to take out a team, they have a better chance against AG than they would against Baisha in this circumstance. So it's not outlandish to say they could take that to 5-map series.
I mean, that's kind of what I was saying yesterday as well, or even actually earlier this morning, right? If Imperial wants to be sitting on the top of the throne, right, and conquering rather than competing, then obviously they've got to do it against the teams that are given to them, and you're probably going to have to face All Gamers somewhere along that run anyway, and well, may as well do it earlier rather than later. Here is the match data, and a very solid performance. Nevis, Ice Cube, Humio, KT15 all looking pretty good in that one, and unfortunately for Cara House, 10-8 is going to be a painful loss indeed.
Should have just not 10-0'd. Then maybe, keep your mental in check. Nevis is going to pick up the MVP. Pretty interesting. I probably would have gone for Ice Cube. He had the highest ADR, but, I mean, he is playing the ALM. Either way, I think it was kind of a three-way carry between Nevis and Ice Cube and Humio.
Yep.
On many different occasions. 10-0 and then 10-7, 10-8. The two closer maps going to Ranking Esports.
That hurts. Does hurt for Cara House.
Yeah,
Feels like a long time ago that they got that 10-0.
It's also not every day you lose a series where you actually win more rounds overall. So Cara House, that's even
funny.
more bitter to swallow. I mean, they won 25 rounds to 20 in actual round score, but
Wrecked.
It came down to the maps.
Oh, man.
Got to play to the format, right? End of the day, it's not how many rounds can you get over 3 maps. It's
Imperial.
Get to 10 first.
Play the format and beat All Gamers. Otherwise,
that's facts.
You're gone.
Boom.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun next couple of days. I think Baisha's probably going to have their fun. And then every other best of 5, who knows what happens. This is the standings from today. Was a longer day. Ranking Esports ending up with the 2-0. And Cara House going 1-1. Kungarna, very close, but just not close enough. And, maybe next time. It was great to watch them. I really loved watching them play. They were a lot of fun to cast.
Yeah, I feel like moving forward now it's going to be on to these kind of decider games. In my mind, I'm most excited for Pacific Makta. I actually think out of any team we've seen outside of a Chinese team, they have the best chance at potentially upsetting and making a good top 4 run, maybe even a finals appearance if they get like an X-Rock in the semifinals. I could see a world they somehow squeeze in, but in the double elimination format, you've got to think they've got to go through 2 Chinese teams, and then it's like, maybe they contend against All Gamers. I'm not sure, because I feel like they were competitive, very much so, in that match against Baisha, even though the scorelines didn't quite indicate how close those rounds actually were sometimes.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a lot of fun over the next couple of days, but we're not done today. We still have the interview ready to go with one of the members from Ranking. Let's throw it to the stage right now.
We've got Nevis from Ranking Esports as the MVP of our final game from today. And congratulations, Ranking Esports are now the first seed out of the wildcard day and definitely in our final 8. How does that make you feel, Nevis?
Chúc mừng đội mình đã giành được chiến thắng hôm nay, và hôm nay là đội mình đã giành được vị trí thứ nhất ở trong vòng Wildcard. Vì hiện giờ cảm xúc của em như thế nào?
Cảm xúc của em rất là vui khi mà đã đánh bại được đội tuyển Cara House để chiến thắng vòng Wildcard.
我现在非常开心。
So now I feel very relaxed, very happy. So far so good, because we have already defeated Cara House and got the victory.
Now you've played Cara House 2L many times. You've lost many times on Ankara to them. Why did you play them on Ankara?
Trước kia đội em đã từng đánh rất nhiều với đội Cara House rồi. Vậy tại sao trong trận này bên em lại vẫn chọn map Ankara?
Thực ra thì team em đã tập luyện rất là nhiều ở map Ankara nhưng mà kết quả đã không như mong đợi. Em muốn phục thù lại nhưng mà không được.
That is because previously we have do a lot of training on this map, but the result is not as we are expected. So we want to take revenge at this time. But the result is still not as we expected.
No, you lost 10-0, which is the first 10-0 of the competition. So what happened on Mexico? How did you turn it around?
Trong cái map đầu tiên mình đã bị thua và vậy trong cái map thứ hai thì đã xảy ra chuyện, đội mình đã điều chỉnh như thế nào hay là đã có chuyện gì xảy ra?
Sau map vua thứ nhất thì bọn em đã thay đổi chiến thuật liên tục để có thể giành chiến thắng.
在第一个地图被打败之后，
So after the first map,
我们队就立马
our
就
team
调整了
have
战术，
changed our
然后
strategies.
就可以赢得比赛。
So that's the key to the success.
Okay, and both the Vietnamese teams are through to the final 8s. How proud are you for your whole region being at CFS?
Hiện giờ đội bên mình đã vào được vòng tứ kết thì em có cảm thấy hài lòng về cái kết quả này không?
Em rất là vui khi mà đã được vào lại vòng Wildcard thì em sẽ cố gắng ở vòng tiếp theo.
我非常开心，然
So
后也
we are
非
very
常就
happy
是满意这个结果。
and
然
we are
后
very satisfied
在
with this
下一场
result.
比赛，我
So for the next
我也
match,
是努力的
we
打
will
比
work
赛。
hard on the game.
Of course. We will look forward to seeing a stronger performance from Ranking Esports in the final 8. GG, congratulations Neves, congratulations Ranking Esports in our final match from the Wildcard Series for today.
Well, there you have it, the mystery unraveled as we figure out why did they pick Ankara, how did they turn it around after that, and so on and so forth. So you can see there was a lot of thought behind all those decisions, and it eventually did end up working out at the end, I suppose you could say, with the 2-1 victory going the way of Ranking Esports.
Yep. Yeah, very good stuff. No complaints at all, obviously. Ranking Esports feeling pretty happy on the stage there, you can see as well, and no reason not to be at this point in time. You have given yourself at least the best case scenario after going third place in your group. But honestly, in a weird way, it kind of feels like it might have actually played out in their favor, because potentially if they went second in their group, they might have ended up against All Gamers. Instead, they get X-Rock, and look, no doubt about it, X-Rock does feel a little bit more susceptible than All Gamers, but yeah, either way, Ranking, I mean, they're making the best out of, quote-unquote, a bad situation. Although, I make the argument it maybe isn't even a bad situation anymore. I think it's definitely a winnable game.
I think so as well. I feel like Ranking are in a good position. The rounds they had were very close with X-Rock in their first meetup, and if you want to take a Chinese team out of this tournament, the knockout stage is the best place to do it before you get to that double elimination cycle as well. So, you know what? Maybe there is a world where Imperial pulls an upset, Ranking pulls an upset, and Baish is the only team that actually makes it in to that double stage. It makes it a much more interesting competition, I think, if that's the case. But I think both of those teams have proven there's at least some upset potential on the table.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's some... I feel like the one thing we know 100% for certain is that Baisha is probably going to 3-0 Kara House. Other than that, I feel like it's all up in the air. Like, I think Imperial could challenge All Gamers. I think that Ranking could challenge X-Rock. I think that Pacific, Makta, and Vincent could really go either way. Probably in the favor of Pacific, but Vincent could definitely turn things around. Maybe they got some extra information from that last best of 3 they played, and now they come back with some better fire and better strategies and stuff. But yeah, overall, a pretty fun group stage into the wild card. We're pretty much all done over here, and just really looking forward to the next couple of days.
Yeah.
With the best of fives now starting, it's going to be fun.
It's almost sad, right? Like, it kind of feels like now we're on the downhill slope to finishing the event off. I don't know exactly how many, I'm not going to do the math on stream, how many days we're in and how many days we've got left to go, but I think we might have actually gone past the halfway point. 6 days in, 6 days to go, or 6 days in, 5 days to go?
5 days to go.
Yeah, so we've already passed the halfway point of the tournament.
Definitely did that math by myself,
Yeah.
not looking off screen. Someone giving me hand signals.
We haven't said goodbye to more than half the teams just yet, though. By actually the next couple of days, though, we will have said goodbye to more than half the teams. And yeah, we're kind of like down on that downhill slope, sort of heading in toward that grand final and closing out another year of Crossfire and Crossfire Stars. So a little bit of me is a little bit sad, that we've only got 5 days left to go, but they are going to be 5 big days of competition, bare minimum, except for the grand final day. You are going to get 2 best of 5s a day, although there is 1 day off in between. Next Thursday is going to be the day where we swap from being here in the studio to going over to the arena, so that's going to be a day with no play. But yeah, 2 best of 5s a day. On one of those days is 3 best of 5s as well, so there's still a lot of competition to talk about. And honestly, the competition only gets better from here, right? We've kind of gutted the weaker teams. They're out of the competition now. And from here on out, it's kind of the best of the best. And as of the next 2 days, we're eliminating, again, another 4, actually, of the weaker teams. And once we get into those playoffs, man, those best of 5s are going to be so tight, and they're going to be from the best teams in the world. It's going to be a crazy finish to the tournament.
So, in case you guys forgot, Ranking Esports did get out in first in the wild card, and Kara House 2L in second. So I'm sure we're in a moment going to once again show you the bracket. So this is the most important thing, because the second place team from the wild card plays against Baisha. We've been talking about this all day long. And of course, Pacific Makta against Vincent Gaming, X-Rock versus Ranking Esports, the first seed from wildcard, and then Chengdu All Gamers against Imperial.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? That is crazy. Yeah. Pretty solid bracket, though. I mean, we've got a lot of good teams in there. I think going into this tournament, if you would have chosen your teams to go through into the top 8, probably would have been close to that. I mean, I guess today I had Kungarna over Kara House, but that was the only thing really that hasn't essentially gone at least. Oh, okay, these teams are going into the top 8. Now, the seeding, that's completely out of my expectation, to be quite honest with you. I would have thought All Gamers 2, X-Rock 3, etc., so on and so forth. But at least as far as the teams are concerned, I feel like we've probably got the top 8 teams that did deserve to be there. There's no funny business going on there, so I'm happy with the 8 that we've got.
What do you think, Kyle?
It would have been nice to see a West League team in the mix. It has been a while since they weren't in a quarterfinals, but I wouldn't disagree that the best teams made it through today.
Well, that's what we end up with after the day. I hope you guys did take a picture of that bracket, and it's going to be a really fun and kind of really tense next couple of days to see which 4 teams are going to make it into the playoffs. But we are done for today. Hope you guys did enjoy the broadcast once again, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action here at CFS 2023 Grand Finals.